Alright, hello everyone! Welcome to Astro Bot Any. This is a tutorial that I'm making for the entire Any speed run with the current route that we're doing, now almost 2 months after the game release, started to solidify out a lot more, and as well as showing alternatives between all the top runners. So, you know, this game has quite an interesting a way to approach the routing for it, so it's been quite a challenge to route it. So it is actively changing little by little, so I will be explaining a little bit of like possible alternatives in case the route does change a little bit in the future. But yeah, no matter where the route goes from here on out, this tutorial will cover all the basic movement tech, all the basics that you need to know, and I'm sure that 95% of this will be relevant down the future. So yeah, let's get started. I will say, definitely make sure you keep up with world record no matter where this is, and keep a lookout in the description. I'll always keep resources posted there and make sure everything's updated there. But yeah, this should be a very precise collective video that just showcases everything 2 months after the release of the game. So let's dive right into it. So Astro Bot Any, where are we with it today? We have just crossed the sub 210 barrier with it. Exilius is first place with a 209. I am second place with a 210. And I've watched everyone's runs, all the top runners' runs. I've been in the Discord since day one trying to keep note of all the strategy and everything. So I'm going to try and show off literally everything that I've tried to keep up with, or at least all the important stuff that I think is relevant to learning any percent right now. But yeah, game starts when we press new game, and what makes this run very interesting is that we have to collect 200 bots total in order to fight the final boss. So there's certain bot routing, what bots are worth going for and what bots aren't worth going for. And with new strats that come along week after week, there is some bots that we might try to route in and out. I will explain all of the bots that we are like on the verge of being routed in and out, and showing everything that is absolutely in place. So, but it does it is some interesting routing. So I'll try to explain, prepare everyone in case any percent routing changes in the future, and give you the tools to be able to adjust for that. Yeah, so time starts when you press new game, and you have 2 skippable cutscenes here at the beginning. I will say there's some long loading screens when you start. You know, that first initial warp when you're pressing new game here. So something you can always do is what I always do is I just start a new game and then I return the title instantly and then do a new game. It usually helps, but yeah, it usually stretches on for just an extra second or two sometimes. But we'll just start new game, we'll skip the 2 cutscenes. Make sure you don't skip the cutscenes too fast either, or else you have to skip like a imaginary 3rd cutscene. So we have to go to the satellite here. Want to just explain a little bit with the movement tech. There is sprint speed in this game, so when you're starting from a standstill and then you start moving, Astro will kind of like walk, but then after like 4 seconds, he'll start getting a momentum boost. It's a little bit hard to tell when you're just watching for the first time, but as you play, it's very noticeable, and especially as you start getting more into the speedrun, very noticeable. I'll show a bit better examples of it later, but that's the first thing. The other thing is that jumping. You can do a short jump with a regular X, and then you can do a longer jump by holding in X, like that. So short jump, long jump. And something that we also do is basically when we're at the peak of our jump, either a short jump or a long jump, we want to try to use the jet boost to maximize the best possible height that we can get. So right here, we'll just like jump ahead and then do the jet boost to land on this immediately. and then with the other one up here, jump immediately. Not showing this off in the best example. Let me get some sprint speed up first. Yep, there we go, and show how this should be done. And there you go. I'm not gonna go into depth, as in depth with all of those, but I wanted to explain that little part. Go to the satellite and you just press square, pause immediately, and then what we're gonna do here to skip the cutscene is we're gonna return to the title screen. So there's no skip cutscene button, but by returning to the title screen and then just mashing X to kind of reload your save file, it'll automatically put you in this. You can also skip the little animation here where it's kind of like detecting what nebula is being discovered. You can skip this also by returning to the title screen. That one's not as important because every time you go into orbit and that specific animation plays for discovering each of the 5 nebulas, it only saves like 2 seconds. And it can be a little finicky because you can't pause right away. There's some lag at the pause. So essentially, you have to be ready to wait for the game to adjust to pausing. And then go to title. But yeah, off to our first nebula. This first nebula will be a little bit over-explained, especially, yeah, like once we get to Sky Garden, I'll try to explain more of the features more. I tend to want to over-explain things in this tutorial than under-explain things, but certainly once I've explained how some features work, we'll make sure that I'll just like refer to future tricks and jumps to be like, oh yeah, this is just like how I explained this back in Nebula 1. So Nebula 1 will have a lot of explanation, but the future nebulas should be should be a bit quicker. But I do expect this tutorial to be maybe 4 to 5 hours long. But anyways, Sky Garden, first one we want to go into. I guess I should also explain before we go into this that there is a few things with options. You can have inverted controls if that's what you prefer, but I would recommend having motion controls on. That's what this one is. Just having this off. You can perfectly speedrun with them with motion controls off like this and using the left stick instead, which is how I speedran for the first month. But my controller is kind of in the way. Here, let me move that. So you can definitely play without motion controls on, but you will save like 20 to 30 seconds overall in the run if you do have motion controls on, I'd say, maybe. Yeah, so it's not like a big difference, but it does help with certain parts. And then make sure you definitely have visual aid on. Camera assist doesn't matter as much. I don't use it very often. It just lets you recenter the camera by pressing O. But visual assist is really nice because with the walls, like in Aztec level, which is the second level that we'll showcase in this tutorial, this will kind of like make sure that you don't have to rely on the vibration feature to figure out how to access the glyph wall, and it gives you a visual aid for it. Speaking of vibration, I highly suggest that you turn off vibration and the trigger effects on your controller. So let's see here. Accessories, controller, turn vibration off, trigger effect off. This is something that you can do for any game. Oh, and also for the controller speaker, make sure you press the little button to mute your speaker on your controller. You know, the button that's in between the analog sticks. If you do that, you can have anything that requires the mic to just automatically play out as soon as it's possible, pretty much. But yeah. Trying to remember if there's anything else. A lot of stuff that will carry over from Playroom, so that's really nice if you're used to the settings and how things function over there with motion controls or settings, or with like controller settings. All of that kind of transfers over, so it's really nice. But yeah, let's start our first level of the tutorial. dive on in. So you can just hold the triggers to go faster with the ship on everything. Make sure you're holding that at the end and at the start of every level, because you do lose a little bit of time by not boosting. We start out here, every time you get off the controller, you start off with no sprint speed. But if you're holding a direction and forward, you see right there kind of I'll try to show it off again, but so if I'm standing right here, you have about 4 seconds until sprint speed activates. So 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, there. Right there is when sprint speed activated. And sometimes it can vary depending on on when it will activate, but for the most part, if you're standing still, it will always be 4 seconds. Other things to note about that is that if you do any like sharp turns like that, that will instantly destroy your sprint speed. So you always want to be moving in like a circular motion, no quick back and forth jabs like that, you know? Sprint speed does carry over between getting bots, but you have to be careful that, kind of like how I explained, that you're not doing like quick jabs, like going to hit a bot and then you instantly move in the opposite direction from a bot. And you gotta be really careful about stuff on the floor. Stuff like grass or little bushes or flowers could really mess up your sprint speed. But yeah, at first it doesn't seem like sprint speed's that important, but it ends up being the most important movement mechanic of the game because it's something that applies for the entire run. So if you're constantly losing it, then you're constantly losing a lot of speed. Another thing that's really annoying that I should mention is that ledges, if you get ledge guarded, you will, your sprint speed will stop. So sometimes it's worth jumping slightly before the ledge, instead of like trying to maximize your jump to the ledge perfectly, just so that you maintain that sprint speed. I'll go into depth on another feature later, but there's a way that you can keep sprint speed to maximize a jump from a ledge with doing a spin at the ledge. Doing this gives you the best possible range while keeping sprint speed, but it's a situational. I'll explain more in the future. But anyways, let's get our first bot. So you can always get a bot by just punching it. Sometimes we try to maximize the first possible frame we can get a bot by charging up a spin and then spinning into it. And then there you go. I would also be wary of making sure you don't run into a bot, because if you run into a bot and you're a little bit slow on punching it, it'll ruin your momentum altogether. So we have our first thing here. You can actually utilize this first platform to kind of give you some extra speed here. Let me try to use my whiteboard here. So something that you can do right after that bot is you immediately just jumps and press square to spin out of it. The spin is really nice. It's very similar to Playroom if anyone speedrun that, but essentially it'll reduce your max height jump if you like immediately jump and then spin. So I don't have to like wait an extra half second to land. Another thing that it helps is that it helps you clear more distances. So you see that if I jump, spin, and then glide, that helps me reach that platform over there. Whereas if I just jump and do my jet boots, I can't clear that. So spin stalling in the air is necessary to clear a lot of jumps. And sometimes it's the order that you do it doesn't matter too much. Sometimes it does, but you can do like jump, jet boost, spin, or you can do like a jump, spin, jet boots. Depending, if it's a very precise jump, it might matter, but 9 out of 10 times it doesn't matter the order that you do it by. But anyways, so I missed off showing it here, but you can do a little spin over here, and then while this is coming up, you can get a little bit of momentum boost off of it. It's a very small thing. We got a bot here. We're just gonna go straight for it. If you go for it directly, you'll get it before the glob monster gets you. Make this direct path to the jump boost. Now we have our first like kind of tough jump here. You could just go over here to the ladder and then come over this way. You can also get this puzzle piece and kill this enemy to go the original path, but taking this path saves like 4 or 5 seconds, I think. But you can use a trick where you kind of like glide up a slope, a very high slanted slope, to kind of give you a little bit more height than what it kind of looks like. Oh yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so if you see I jump here and then glide up, versus if I glide into this, I get more height that way. So our first trick here is to kind of, let me show this off with this. Try to follow this line up the mountain and then turn right to hit here. And then after you go up there, we're gonna wanna jump over here, which I'll show exactly where you should land there. It should be roughly, it's a little bit hard to see right here, but don't aim for this grass patch. That's not where you want to aim for. You want to aim for right here. It's like this very invisible thing that's not actually like seeable. It's an invisible indent. So it looks like you're trying to aim for the grass, but you're actually trying to aim for the left side of the grass. So let me try to show this off in full. Like that, kind of. Let me see if I can pull it off a little bit more cleanly. Like that. And then we get our first special bot of the run, Ratchet. Right, so after you collect a bot, basically you'll see the text where it says bot rescued. You gain movement and like can also like have control over the game, including like pausing the game as soon as the text disappears for the bot rescued. So you need to hold or press X to confirm that you got the bot every time. But after that, after you confirm you got the bot and that text goes away, you want to make sure you can start charging stuff up after that. So like after this bot, I would charge up a spin right after that text fades away, go around this way, spin this, and then jump off over here. For the end of the slide, you want to hold back right, and that's gonna let you fall off a little bit sooner than intended and let you fall right on top of this bubble. Now again, something to be conscious of is that you don't want to come to a full stop ever to make sure your sprint speed is staying up. Most of this will be a little bit self-explanatory, just kind of like the shortest path here to get to this spot. I'm gonna try and start speeding things up now that I've explained the basics. This little bot is on a cycle, so you can kind of tell how fast you're going in a run based off the cycle it's going, but usually it wants to, you want to get it kind of like right here, and like if you get it there, the animation will put you over here. Just a small thing to note. Let's see, so swimming, I'll go into more detail with swimming, but one just to know for this level is that try to get to the surface as quick as possible and then try to glide above the water. From there, from the bot here, I do a little jump in the water, then go surface and then jump out. Now here, there's two options that you can do that save the exact same amount of time. You can jump on this umbrella and go over here to grab the zipper, or you can jump on this and then kind of climb up the slope of the slide, similar to how we did that first trick over there, to kind of like get a slightly more height. This is a safer method, but it certainly does help build some intuition on some things if you go from this angle. Okay, so we got our first power-up. Now, what makes Astro Bot very interesting is that it has very unique power-ups that aren't overused too much, and every power-up has this sort of tech to it to learn. So I'll be explaining how the most optimal way to move with the tech every time we are introduced to it. So we have the balloon power up here. It's used here and then in one level later on, but essentially how it works is you press R2 to go up, press R2 to go down. You have about like 8 or 10 seconds before you'll deflate and you'll go down automatically. It is faster to stay out of the balloon power up, just a little bit faster. So you want to try to minimize the amount of time you're in the balloon. Again, it doesn't matter too much for this first level since we're just trying to gain height here. But what I essentially like to do is I try to jump to get height, and then to maximize my height, and then the balloon will have well, let me explain it this way. If you jump from the ground and then you do the balloon power up, you'll go this high. But if you jump and then activate the power up, you'll get that extra jump height added to your overall balloon height. So what I do is I jump, then balloon power up, go down, jump, get the height here to get the extra height, and then you go all the way up here. So yeah, it does take a little bit of practice to know exactly when you should deflate to make sure that you're minimizing your distance, but kind of like right here-ish, you would want to start deflating. Make sure you go a little bit left to clear the pink trees. You're at the max height here, go down. Don't go into this because you can jump into this, so you want to make sure you're kind of like on here. Don't go from this tree because you can't get enough height from this, but if you go from this height, from this tree, you jump all the way up, and you make sure you use your jet boost with a long A press, or X press I mean, to get some extra height, and activate the balloon power up at the peak of the jump, and then there you go, you can make it up this way. Going the left path here does save maybe like a couple seconds over the right path, but yeah. So we need to go into the water here. Something about the water is that there's no button to descend, so, but there is a way to descend faster. So if you go into the water while you're falling, like this, you'll descend a lot faster. As opposed to just running in and then just waiting. If you're just in general, you can like go back and forth like this and you'll descend a little bit faster. But it is faster to, once you get up here, what I like to do is I like to glide to make sure I get some height over here, and then once I am level with the doorway, I just hold left and press square to do a spin attack, and then that perfectly times it usually, where the spin attack ends and I start descending right as I hit the water. So like that. It's kind of hard to see because the wall's blocking it, but here, like this. And then there you go. You get really fast descent speed into the water there. And we get that bot. Use the power up immediately after using that bot, and then go up here. Some timing that you just have to practice to make sure you deflate there and then instantly hit the bot right after you deflate, because you can't just once you deflate, you do have like a half a second of a deflating animation before you can actually like press square. So don't deflate right on the bot, deflate like a few meters ahead of it so that you can hit into the bot, you know. Then we have this thing where if you charge up you want to charge up a spin ahead of time, and then you want to kind of like glide up here so you can start hitting it a few milliseconds before hitting the bottom. So start hitting from the top just to give you a few more milliseconds of hitting it than where you would at the bottom. And then go to the end post, and that's the first level. And again, make sure that you hold down the triggers at the end of the level, at the start and at the end of the level. You don't want to lose time just to not blasting off at the first possible frame. Every time we return to orbit, we'll have these bot animations. You can cancel out of these bot animations by returning to title, but it is slower. But it is worth noting that, because sometimes when there are some levels where it is factored into the routing a little bit, where we don't have to, like if we return to title and we restart the game, will be sent back to the crash site planet here. So it takes some travel time to get back to the planet, but it does take away that bot animation of the bots returning to the crash site. Something just to note in case some routing with that happens in the future. Aztec is the second level that we do in the run. Now we're gonna utilize a secret exit to finish the level early in this run. So we're only gonna collect 4 bots, but it's gonna take us to a lost level that we're gonna collect more bots from. So that's gonna be pretty cool. We're at our first glyph wall. So remember I told you about the option for the visual aid. Make sure you have this on, because then you don't have to look for you don't have to feel the vibration. You see, you get this like little visual effect whenever for the correct square. So for these walls, most of them are RNG. There are some walls where it feels like it's more likely for one square to be the target than others. For this one, it is very straightforward. It's either this one right here or this one. It's always one of these two. So what I do going into this level is I go and try to push on both of them, and then I just lean slightly left or right depending on which one is the target. We're gonna try to minimize our distance here, cross the path like this. Make sure to use those spin staggers to stall in the air. Normally you would use the bug here, but we can just jump here and to the left, sort of like right here is where you can kind of land, and then after that we're gonna jump up to the bot there. There is another way to get up here like this. If you're wanting to use the slant, kind of need sprint speed with the using the extra height with the slant too. So let me just build up the sprint speed for a second to show this off. If you just need to build sprint speed up in general, just kind of like move around in circles. But there we go. You can kind of, that's a little trick that you can get up this way. It's a little bit harder, so I don't recommend it, but it does build a good intuition of like using the slope to gain a little bit of extra height and spinning at the end to just give you that little extra boost. But I would recommend going this way where you go up into this corner with the leaves. Get out of here, bug. Get out of here. Let me get that sprint speed up so I can show this off better. But like jump right here and then boom. Kind of like that. Yarn here, you can pull it normally. You can also jump out of it, and I think that helps sometimes. After you pull the yarn, you can jump out. Most of the time you can jump out of the yarn to skip the animation of Astro being like pushed back to the ground, you know? So, like that. Find the wall piece, and then after this, just charge up a spin so you can get this chest as soon as possible. And then we have froggy gloves. So here's a few things about froggy gloves. They're pretty cool. They have some pretty cool tech. If you do a spin, let go of the spin, and then you start pressing L2 or R2, you'll do this cyclone sort of spin attack. Sometimes you can mash the triggers to get like a couple more attacks in than what's shown, but the spin attack on itself will kind of do a lot. Make sure you press both L2 and R2 with the spin to make sure both the arms are doing spin attack to maximize that. And then another piece of tech is that you can stall in the air, similar with how you can stall with the spin. You can stall with the punches, and the punches you can do as many times as possible between other things. So whereas you can only have one spin in the air before you come back to land on the ground, you can do multiple of the frogs to stall multiple times in the air. This isn't used too much in the run, but it is a very, very cool mechanic, so that we'll utilize a couple of times. So right here, you can do like a punch, glide, punch, spin, and then another punch, and that stalls you in the air a total of like 3 extra times by just using these froggy gloves. So jump, hold on, more like this. Yeah, that gives you 3 extra stalls in the air. So we actually do utilize that here. It's nice to have sprint speed here, but sometimes you can like run into these little rocks and it'll ruin your sprint speed. So what we're trying to plan to do here is we're trying to sprint along here. Sometimes you can like fall in a little bit divot right here, so be aware of that, but you want to try to jump from this edge here, either right at the edge or right before the edge if you're comfortable with your frog punch stalling. And then basically jump there and jump around here, and there's a bot kind of like over here. So again, this is possible without, I'll show this off without sprint speed right now. You gotta get the timing of like using the jet boost, punch, stall with the spin, punch, or jet boost, punch, spin, punch. Sorry, confusing my mind a second. You want to jump first, punch, then you want to do the jet boost, punch, and then do the spin attack, and then punch. So like this. There we go. Sorry about that. And of course you can do this without doing all those extra frog punches. So here's what it's like with sprint speed, using just 1 frog punch. Which doing just 1 frog punch is definitely a lot easier. Something to note for this guy that I didn't really show off is that you can punch right after you grab it to cancel that animation of Astro falling back, and then you just punch, normally double punch in the direction, and you can get him instantly rather than running up to him and then punching. That's another important piece of tech for these froggy gloves. You want to go up here. I always aim for the back right. If you don't aim for the back right, this guy, you can run into this guy and it will kill you, like if you just run right to there. So jump in the back right corner so you avoid dying to that guy. But then make a direct angle over here, charge up a spin attack, and then when you're about to the edge here, do a spin attack with the froggy gloves to kill the yellow guy and break that box, they crash, and then do a double punch to get crashed instead of running up to him and hitting him. Something to note here, I don't take the most direct path here. The most direct path would be to do this, but many of you might not realize that kills your sprint speed. It took me a while to figure this out, but some areas force your momentum to kind of like zero out and for you to lose your sprint speed momentum, like right here if you don't go along the correct path. So something to be aware of. It doesn't happen in too many places, but there is some spots where just like trying to go around stuff, the game purposely tries to make it so that you can't skip stuff if you try to go around certain objects. But again, this isn't very common in the game, only in a few places. So just make sure you stay on this linear path here between these blocks. After you collect this bot, I do a little spin jump, to just a quick jump and an immediate spin to instantly land on this platform, and then go over here. Make sure you don't hit this tree, otherwise it'll ruin your sprint speed. Make sure you don't go in the air over here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. So we don't break these boxes, we just go around them. Now for these, you can grab these from very far away, and it'll be kind of useful for when we fight Wako Taco, but essentially you can grab these from like right here. You can, after you grab them, you can cancel out at the end to make sure you don't go as high. With just a spin at the end. So I do a spin and a glide there. It's very, very little difference, but I usually like to do a spin and glide right after those. Here we're gonna do a ledge grab, which I don't think I haven't explained ledge grabs yet. So essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump from here. We're gonna do a spin first, that's important. And then we're gonna glide into this little thing right here. So you're aiming for this little top right block. So ledge grabs, essentially how they work is you'll get a ledge grab if you fall into a ledge like that. Okay, it doesn't work if you have your glide on, so you want to make sure your jet boosts are off right as you approach a ledge. And if you spin into a ledge, you can never get a ledge grab. So whenever we're going for ledge grabs, first off, you need to be above the ledge at some point, and you want to make sure that you finish off with using your jet boost to fall into it, and make sure your jet boosts aren't activated as you grab them. It's something that is very finicky, especially starting out with, but once you practice it a lot, it gets a lot better. So essentially what we want to do here, you want to make sure you're lined up, because you can't go at it at an angle. You want to make sure you're lined up. You want to make sure you do a spin first, then jet boost, and then you fall into the little block after you're like, you want to make sure you're kind of like at this height right here, and then you kind of fall into that. Okay, so let me show an example here, and make sure you have sprint speed. So sprint speed, spin, glide. Oop, didn't get it quite right. Want to do a spin, glide, like that. And you can fail this. So a backup is to go over here and use this as a ledge grab, this little block, which again, it's like a spin, glide up, and then cancel the jet glide right before you reach over there, before you reach the ledge itself. And there's different types of ledge grabs that you can hit. Like you can grab from the hip, you can grab from kind of like head height, and that'll be a little bit more important later on, but for now, kind of just try to work on being precise and deactivating your jet boots right before and lining it up pretty well, like that. If you're having problem with this, I would say try to start your jump to be more direct from the initial get-go. So like from right here. To maximize time, we try to jump from right here and then turn into it. But yeah, if you're having trouble, jump from right over here first, okay? So you don't have to worry about adjusting to face it as you approach it. But yeah, we ledge grab here, and then we immediately go along this wall, charge up a spin, and then let go of the spin kind of like right here, and then do a spin attack with the punches. Sometimes you can get this guy from a distance like that, but tight timing. So that's because of that bot, I usually don't like let go of the charge here. You don't want to let go of the charge here, else you're spinning a second waiting for the punches to block up the door, but timing it right here allows the punches to go through, lets the door get broken right as you hit it, and then allows the punches to still the end of the spin attack to get the bot right as you approach it, so that you don't have to walk the extra few meters to actually punch it directly. Here, so now that we've gotten all 4 bots, we're going to go to the secret exits, and To get the secret exit, there's 4 torches here. I already accidentally broke one, but the way we do this is we aren't going to use the intended method to use the bounce pad. We're just going to use a frog punch in the air to get one, keep continuing with our jet boost to get to the other one, and then do a second punch. And then when we land on the ground, we're going to do a spin attack to get both of them. Do be wary of the enemy that's down there that stomps on you, but if you're quick and precise with this, it shouldn't be an issue. You can charge this spin in midair before you reach the torches. So then you can activate the spin right after that second torch that you break, so you can activate the spin as you fall down. It's a lot of inputs to do at once, so I don't do it. You can, if you time it well, you don't need to do that, and you can just time to hold down the square button and charge up your spin right as you break the second torch. So I'll show how I do it right here. So I jump from this second step right here. Let me build up sprint speed. There we go. I jump from this, punch, jet boost, punch, and then I charge up a spin down here. Make sure you're still like running in circles to keep your sprint speed up, and then kind of like to get both that torch on the right side and on the left side, do a spin attack to get both of them. Then you can just go right in. So I wanted to show off, let me see here. Let me just make this real fast. I want to show off that you can hold the spin attack here, so you can do something like boom, boom, and then oop, then do it quite right. More like punch, punch. Sorry. So charge it up, punch, punch. Okay, I'm not doing it quite right, so I'm not showing this off the best as I could, but Exilius definitely pulls that off where he charges it as he's hitting the torches. But it also doesn't change much time-wise to just charge up the spin as you're coming down. But, you know, that's a minuscule little quarter-second, half-second optimization. Pull the yarn, there's nothing special there about pulling the yarn. Sometimes there is something special you can do with pulling the yarn, but for this specifically, for the secret exits, you just wanna, there's nothing much you can do. Just try to minimize your distance to the blue pad, so you're not going on the left or right side. Try to hit it from the front, so you can activate the secret exit as soon as possible. And here we go, Lost Galaxy. So Lost Galaxies are really cool because they give us extra bots. They're normally something that we don't go for because, you know, they only give us 5 bots as opposed to main missions giving us 7. But we have a fan club routed in here, which is very quick. I assume this is always going to stay in the route. But yeah, we're going to dive right in. And the mechanic here with fan club is that you're going to use the triggers to have the fans go up and down, and the fans will give you height. We're going to cut off the distance here and go directly to this one. So yeah, if you hold down R2, you have this go down, and when you release it, it'll kind of like give you height and launch you up into the air. So we kind of, a few things to note here is that sometimes it's worth trying to get launched up from higher up to minimize the distance. And also when you're at a height, to try to cancel out of the peak of the jump with a spin attack. You also want to watch out that you're not like against a wall as you're launching, so you want to try to get hit by the fan like right here, so you're not like wasting time not making distance, you know. Alright, so we just go up this way. Let me restart to show a prime example of how that actually works. On that last one, you can stand on top of the glob to have a little bit of extra height. And spin attack to cancel the amount of time that you're in the air for, so you can get down to the ground quicker. Nothing too noteworthy here, just cutting corners. I guess this is a kind of a tricky part to... There's a lot of enemies here. We usually try to aim... Well, I try to aim for landing right here-ish, and then I just hold down R2. It's a little bit weird at first, trying to keep everything held down and trying to move optimally, but I try to land right here, and then I try to do one jump, long jump, and then a glide at the end of the long jump, and then press square right at the end here to kill the enemy, and then instantly flick my controller backwards. Be careful again, like you can lose sprint speed if you're instantly like are on the ground and you turn back, but usually if you turn in midair or as you're doing like some other animation, you can keep your sprint speed still that way. So let me show this off. It's kind of like let me erase this. So what I do here is I take this, but then once I launch, I immediately kind of like go back around. And sometimes it's, I don't, you're looking at my controller here. I'm not directly going back. At first, I'm doing back left to make sure it's not as tight of an angle, because sometimes it can just ruin even if you're doing like a punch animation or whatever. But to be safe, I always try to turn into my turning back instead of doing straight back. So like sort of like that. And then you just hit the bot in. What you have to be ready to do with some of these bots is you build up the timing of knowing when you can have the input, your first input in after a jump. So so after you get this bot, you want to try and jump immediately so you don't fall. So you can just immediately go over here like this. And of course, if you fall down, you can just take a little backup fan and stuff. Not too big of an issue. You will notice the cycles. Once you start doing several attempts, you notice that the cycles start to line up with these fans. So a good cycle is usually when this first fan in front of me starts passing up like right about here. That usually means that I'm on a good pace. And I normally take this fan and then just like take this fan at the front edge here and then glide into this one. And then after you hit that one, hold a charge punch and then just hold top right on the left analog stick, and you should land directly on this bot. Okay. So here, this was something that was a little tricky for me to get down. So once you press X, or I guess you're mostly holding X, but you know, once you have the timing right for knowing when the bots are collected, I will hold square immediately to start charging up a spin, but then be prepared to do another input in a like half second to jump in the direction of the spinning guy up in the top left there. So this is what it looks like that, just so that you don't have to being prepared for that and practicing that, make sure that you don't lose sprint speed and that you have a very direct path. So with that bot there, it's a spaceship that you could usually punch. If you're going straight into it, you can just launch it immediately. Otherwise, you can also use your jet boost to kill the spaceship if you get extra height than what you thought, which, you know, you can usually jump into these and you'll get the extra height to jet boost it. But if you're just running on the ground and you launch from the ground here, you'll be at perfect height to melee punch it, and it'll usually send you here. So then for this next part, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna glide with our jet boost into the fans immediately, because normally you would take these and you would like wait for you to come down, you know. You could also use that spin attack to kind of reduce your height, but the most optimal way to do this is to launch yourself immediately. You can jump if you have trouble reaching height on this one, but you skip this first one, go directly to the right one. Jump if you need to, but you can do this, glide at the peak of your jump, do this, glide at the peak of your jump, glide. You see, you kind of want to glide into it so that you don't have to wait on the time to come back down from the peak of your jump. So glide, glide, do that. Oh, and I can't go back down. For that last one, you want to, let's see here. Good thing I have these videos propped up just in case. So you want to, all of these, I don't know what they're called, but you know, these pistons that separate, you want to wait until this one kind of like is fully back to really time when you come up, because this is very tight timing, especially in a speed run where you need to wait for a very specific time. You can't just wait for the first opening and then launch yourself. So I would wait until this piston goes all the way back. The very first piston here goes all the way back, and that usually gives you a clear shot. Yeah. My PB here, I failed to do it on that first jump, but essentially releasing right there would be the most optimal time to do that. And then you have to be careful with this here. You want to go top left, similar to how we did with one of the previous spots. You kind of like want to charge up the spin as you're going up to the top, and holding the direction in like top right, top left. This one's holding in the top left, but you can overshoot this one. So let up on the holding top left a little bit right at the end as you're coming down. And then spin attack to make sure you just get this guy. But yeah, it takes a little bit of practice to make sure that's as precise as possible, but that's about it. Now, for these secret exits, we do not take the final pads here to actually in the level, because it's slow to use the ship to, you know, to celebrate and use the ship to return back to the level. So you can always leave planet to skip doing that final celebration stuff. What we're gonna do for the lost level specifically is to return to title, because remember how I explained earlier how returning to the title always puts you at the crash site, or at the kind of like this overall nebula orbit. If you leave planet, that takes you back to the orbit right at that level, and it also forces you to go through some bot animations going back to the crash site. So it doesn't save that much time to leave planet instead of return to title, so in case you forget which one to do, but because it's only like a 2-second difference, I believe. But for all the lost levels, you always want to do a return to title, because that's when we're trying to go from the lost level back to the nebula that we came from, you know? So it gives us, reduces the distance to have to get back to this nebula. But when you're gonna use that trick to leave planets in a main level, make sure you use the actual leave planet button instead of the return to title screen. Again, it's not a big issue if you do it, but can save a few seconds. Now, we're gonna use important thing that a lot of people can tend to forget, but after this very first lost level, there's an animation, well, well, not after the first lost level, but just in general, when you go to the crash site for the first time, you get an animation of like reviving the PS5, and it's this whole cutscene. You can skip out of that cutscene by doing the return to title screen method that we've been using. Normally, this will play automatically after the first boss, because after the first boss in Nebula 1, you'll return back to the crash site and it'll play that cutscene. And you can skip that cutscene and then go back to the crash site. But what we do here, it's smart what we do here because we go into the crash site here to skip the animation early. So then after we return to the crash site after boss 1, we automatically go back to crash site without that cutscene even playing. So we take out the time loss of having to go back into crash site 2 times total. I feel like I'm not explaining that well, but just knowing the route that you do want to visit the crash site before you go to Creamy. Before you go to Creamy Canyon, wait for that little flash and then return the title screen and you skip that cutscene. Oh, one thing to know about that selecting a file, you can just double press X no matter what file you've chosen. It'll always go to your last played file, so you don't have to worry about selecting your game file to be always like game file 1 or whatever. But yeah. So we've only had to go back into, we only had to spend time flying back into the crash site only once there, instead of having to do it twice after boss 1. Not having to sit through 2 different loading screens going back to crash site pretty much. Enter Nebula 1 after you do that and go to Creamy Canyon. I'm gonna try and speed things up a little bit now that we've tried to explain most of the core features and stuff. So we are gonna get 6 out of 7 bots here, everything but the first one. Now you don't wanna go directly into this bot, because if you go directly, you'll hit the tree and the bot will fall. So what I like to do is I like to curve slightly left and then spin attack into it. From there, you're gonna wanna come over here, charge up a spin attack, because this bot specifically can be a little finicky and you punch the snowman instead. So just charge up a spin and spin attack into it, easy enough. Here, you can climb ladders faster by jumping on them. So jumping as soon as you get the grab hold on them. And hopefully you should have your sprint speed still up as you're as you climb up, but there's a little skip here. You can use the bug to go up normally here, which you know, a beginner strat is that you could hit the bug on your way to this first bot or to the second bot, but the most optimal way to go about this section is to climb the ladder, then jump on this little foothold here. It's a very small foothold, and it's easy to fall off, and it is easy to lose your sprint speed. But if you can do this precisely, you can jump into it, keep your sprint speed, and then what you want to do is do a long X press away from the wall, kind of like to the back right, like this. And then glide into it. Sometimes you can just ledge grab into this ledge right here. Other times you can actually land directly on top of it. You can also kind of go this direction too, but that spawns the ship faster. And what's cool about this little bug skip, jump pad bug skip, is that if you go from this way and climb up right here and then you jump over here, the ship, that little spaceship that takes your bot away, will spawn like right here, and then you can hit it before it goes too far away. So let me try to showcase that. So you climb up this ladder, you jump in this direction. Oop. Like I said, it's a little precise. And then you spin into it. Something to also note, about that spin attack when you're collecting bots is you don't have to time it for the exact frame that you're gonna make contact with the bot. Your spin lasts for like a half a second or like 3/4 of a second. So you can spin preemptively, and if you're and yeah, if that spin animation's still playing by the time you hit the bot or the bot runs into you, it'll still like collect it. Yeah, so another thing to note about this spot is that this spaceship can kind of like avoid you, like you might miss your attack. So there is a backup where you can climb up here and then hit the bot right here, because it'll usually follow this path to the right here, all this way. So what you could do is that you jump up here and then hit it and intervene it right here, and sometimes it'll put you right here. Okay, moving on, you can make a little shortcut right here. I like to take this path, although this is another path that you can take without having to actually utilize the bug. Now, what we normally do here is we try to use this pig to break this icicle to because there's a bot down here, but then also use the pig to throw over here at this little bridge to fall down. We're not gonna spend time throwing the pig, which it only saves like a couple seconds, a second or two, but we're gonna use this trick of jumping around it like this. And there's an invisible wall here, so you gotta be careful, but yeah, invisible wall right here, so you want to go around like this. And then there's also a hold here. Oh, but it's much harder to get. I'm going a little out of order here just because I wanted to explain the pig exactly why we're not throwing it, but you can like do that as well. That's a little bit harder because that's you don't have a foothold on that one. It's more like you're sliding for a second and you have a few milliseconds to actively jump off it, but those are two ways that you can jump around that barrier. What we normally do here though, without having to use the pig, since we don't want to like pull it and spin it around, we try to lead the pig into this icicle, like by going there and then running around the icicle like this, charging it up a spin as it runs into the icicle, and then going down here. I wanna... Okay. This is a little bit hard to see, but I want to try to detail this. When you spin down here, you're gonna want to time this where when the snow is kind of like right here, when it's about like right there, I'd say, you want to be ready to hold down left, and once you start falling, you're gonna want to hold your glide, your jet boots, glide over to this spot over here, and spin attack into it. It's a little precise and takes some practice, but see, and I failed it right there. You only get one shot at this because you can't work on this multiple times, but essentially you want to do something like that. And then after you collect that bot, you hit this bug bot, and that gives you extra height, so you don't have to do so many like ladder climbs going up. The easier alternative method here, though, especially for a beginner, is that you can just fall down, hit the bug, use the bug to jump up to get the, and then hit the bot up there, and then the bot collecting animation will be right here instead of over here. So it's not that much slower. It is just slightly slower, but it is something to note that the alternative easier way isn't too bad. Okay, I paused the recording for a quick second. Hi, Cryo. Hello, hello. So far, this tutorial is going a lot slower than I anticipated. I don't know if I like how it's turning out so far. It's definitely good, but the fact that I'm on creamy after an hour is kind of yeah, there's definitely a lot of info. Right, I might redo this recording in the future. I'm gonna do this whole thing today to see how it goes, but I might actually redo this because it does feel a little bit sloppy. But anyways, yeah, that might be a good idea too. Splice together a run with tricks executed in voiceover. This should be good. Yeah, maybe I'll post this live walkthrough, and then like in a few weeks, I'll do something more edited. I don't know this Exilius tip. I probably won't go back to mention it, but yeah, just from reading that, I can't tell exactly what you mean by that mark. Yeah, definitely could be. Yeah, definitely like edit and like so side by side. That would definitely be a much better way to handle everything for sure. We need to work out like an actual proper tutorial, because this is definitely a lot of info to get all at once, and you want to reduce having the amount of time that we're explaining everything. But anyways, let me continue with just everything that I'm doing right now. I'll just continue the way that I've been approaching everything. Okay, continuing on. So like I explained, there's a way to bypass this little bridge here to bring it down. So you can go over here, make sure your foot holds in place, just make sure you're holding forward. So you're safe here as long as you're holding forward, but just be ready to hold back and curve around this invisible wall. Make sure you're ready to curve around this invisible wall, kind of like this. Do not do something like that. Okay, you want to make sure you're going very wide around it, pretty much. Kind of like right there is where you're aiming for. Right there. So let me show this. Not the hardest jump, but you know, it's a little bit tricky first time you're doing it. Now, when you hit this bug, make sure you're not hitting it at an angle like this. I purposely go over here and then hit it, because it can be very finicky moving in a straight line, especially going from that angle. We try to minimize our distance by going over here. Just go directly over here. Here for this ice, you want to land right there, pretty much, kind of like right there. So what we do is we normally we jump over here, then we fly. We try to center ourselves so that we're kind of like falling a little bit. Then we activate our jet boost to kind of like glide into this, or you just like activate your jet boost early and then fall into it. Every player has their different little method of how they time the jump here, but like I don't even look at the jump anymore. I just know that I want to kind of like aim for this sort of corner here of the ice and then like fall down into it, you know? Go into here, fall down, and kind of like fall into this. Again, sprint speed is something to be worried about, so you don't want to just like go neutral on the stick, not holding any direction, to just land on there and then jump away from it. Make sure you're holding a direction into it, and then you rotate backwards to jump in the other direction over there. So let me show this off. Okay, so something like, something like this is how I do it to get up to this spot. So I do a little jet boost to the point where I know that I can like turn back into this, and then kind of like just hold in the direction of this angle, and then when you're ready, once you have a good footing, you rotate backwards, or I guess in this case of how my controller is oriented, rotate to the right up to this hill. And by doing it like that, you should be able to keep your sprint speed while getting that like extra hold. If this icicle gets destroyed for some reason, there is another way to get up by using this hold right here. So if that's better for you, that might be something to look into. But yeah, just collect that box. And go over here. I usually try to charge up the spin after that second jump with the jet boost after I know I can make it to this, but try to go into this. This part right here can be really tricky the first time you learn it, but essentially it's a bit RNG to use the bugs to try to break all the icicles. You can get this spot immediately without breaking any icicles by sliding up, kind of like using that technique of getting extra height, sliding into a sloped slant like this, kind of similar to that first jump trick on Sky Garden. We utilize that to get this bot up there, but it can be really hard to work out. Some people try to go from this line over here. I like to choose this line where I go over here, I land right here, jump back, and then use my jet boost to line it up. And the way I line this up right here is that essentially I come at it this way, and then I just have to hold left on the left thumbstick to instantly go up there. I don't have to worry about the angle that I'm approaching it. I just kind of like hold left to go up like that. Which I would recommend trying to position your camera so that you're holding one central direction, either straight up. I guess if you're crazy, you can do straight down. I've never seen anyone do that. But yeah, I set up the camera so I'm holding straight left to make sure that I don't have to adjust my left thumbstick at all during this. Sprint speed is important here, so I go over here, make sure my sprint speed has time to get started if I didn't have sprint speed before. I forget if you automatically lose sprint speed going into this sub level, but the path that I take, I always have sprint speed by the time I get here. But yeah, I land here, then land here, I jump backwards, and then activate my jet boost to go forwards here. So, and you're aiming for that little, for this little thing here. And it's easy to fall off these footholds. There's like another foothold like right up here that you can get. You can like land here and then like run up a little bit this way. But sometimes you can also run here and then you like fall over here. So just be careful with how the ice physics works here. Don't try, I would recommend not trying to stay on the ice footholds too much, and just try to get a quick footing, aim in the right direction, run a little bit, and then try to just glide up the ice with your jet boots. So something like this. And then you want to do a spin attack at the top to make sure. I'm not doing it right now because I want to show off how this works, but yeah, this is just a few examples. And there you go. And sometimes I do change my camera a little bit if I think I need it to make sure that I'm facing the bot more, make sure I'm more head on. I find it best to just go left like this with the camera, but if I think I do need it, do try to, you can adjust your camera to face like this orientation, and then you get the foothold and then just hold straight up to go for it. Just make sure you're always staying left of that, what is it? You're going left of this little thing. You don't want to go over the edge. You want to stay on the left side of that. But yeah, that's about it there. Now we don't get the last bot here because it takes too much time. So roughly we have bots routed in and out that are, so the verge of bots being routed in and out usually require 30 seconds to decide whether they're being routed in or out right now. This bot at the end takes like 35 or 40 seconds, I believe, if you want to exit this sub area and then go to the end of the level. So it's routed out, and I don't expect it to ever be routed in the future, but yeah, it's this is the first bot that we've kind of like actively avoided. So we're just gonna leave planet instead of finishing the level. So as soon as you collect the bot, as soon as the bot obtained text comes up, you can pause the game, just press up on the D-pad once, and then hold X to leave planet. And I normally split right after I finish confirming to leave planet, but everyone splits differently. All right, now it's time for a construction derby. One of my favorite levels. Definitely one of my favorite levels with bop and music. You want to make sure you're avoiding the jigsaw puzzles, by the way. So, because if you get the jigsaw puzzles, every time you go back to the crash site, you have, it wastes 3 seconds of animation time of it showing you, hey, you collected this jigsaw puzzle and it's fit into this thing. So you want to avoid jigsaw puzzles as much as possible, which really it's just, you only have to actively avoid them at the entrance of levels. So construction derby here, make sure you're just like going to the right. Normally though, anything that you're doing with motion controls with the ship doesn't matter time-wise. Just make sure you're just avoiding the jigsaw puzzles. And then here, let's go. So this first trick here, let's see, how do I want to go about this? Make sure first and foremost that you're keeping your sprint speed up when you're at this edge up here. So when I reach the grass up here, you'll notice that I'm at this very specific spot where I'm building up sprint speed. We're gonna be doing this skip to avoid having to wait on every platform to come up. And we're gonna jump at the soonest possible time to reach the first platform that comes up at a distance as it rises up. You can't get it after it rises up, but you can jump on it as it rises up. So this is kind of like the crane jump skip. So what I'm gonna do is, the ape's gonna come, I'm gonna run in circles to keep my sprint speed up, and then as soon as my camera, I'm allowed to move my camera, or that, sorry. As soon as my camera starts panning over, then that's what we use as a timing to jump over to the crane. So over here, sprint speed, I'm holding on the right stick, waiting for the camera to change, and then I go over for the crane. So I probably explained that pretty poorly, but So I'll try to explain it again here. Essentially with this crane jump, you're gonna want to be holding down or just any direction with the right analog stick to keep your camera like face down, but then as soon as your camera is like forced to move like that, that's when you can jump. One more example of it. I guess a better way of explaining it is that you can't move your camera until during this sequence right here. So I'm holding it in a direction so that the first time it does move, I can jump and time it to aim for this crane. Sorry that I made that so confusing. Just go for this bot right away, which essentially with that crane jump, you're aiming for that little like crane arm, and then once you land on the crane arm, I just instantly jump off it to the right. You could write it a little bit more if you want to, I guess, but I try to just minimize the distance that we're traveling altogether and make a beeline for the ball once I get a footing. So we get this bot, then we jump over this way. Now there's two little guys here. I always kill that left guy, and then I try to spin attack before I hit the ground here. I want to try and keep my sprint speed up, so try to jump off that oil or the cement right away. This bot can run into you. If you're feeling a little risky, you can go straight for the yarn pull, but I normally try to take an extra second to kill this guy and then go for the yarn pull. For the magnet here, you can throw it as soon as you see the blue arrow there. Once you've collected enough metal. Normally for this yarn, once you collect this yarn, you can just follow this path here, and by the time you land right here, you should be able to throw it. You're gonna keep running in the direction that you want to make progress. So you throw, jump off the edge, then kind of like spin attack, stall onto the bar as it comes down. Be careful though, because if you go too quickly, you're like and you land like over here, you miss a trigger. So there is a trigger here that you have to get right after the bar comes down to allow you to continue. And the same thing is apparent for this one too. If you're too fast here and you like normally we do like to jump off, press square to throw it, and then activate our jump boost after the throw to land on this platform over here and utilize the momentum from the spin to get us to the next room. But if you do it too fast, or like if you're kind of like over here by the time it finishes the spin, then it doesn't trigger the next like checkpoint pretty much. It doesn't like allow the chest to spawn in the next room. So to just be wary that you can go too fast here, but all of that I do is that I pull the yarn, I go make a U-turn all the way over here. Making a U-turn all the way over here ensures that you get enough metal from over this direction. Then as soon as you like touch base over here just a little bit, like about right here, then I can jump off, press square after that first jump. So jump, square, glide, and then you can utilize this platform turning to spin you around quickly, and you can get like a little momentum jump off of it. But again, make sure that you're staying on this platform till about the very end of when it stops moving. Otherwise, you kind of miss the little trigger. I don't want to restart the level just to show that off, but actually let me show off the YouTube video really fast. So I'll just show off this whole sequence off real fast. So I get the metal here, I throw it, jump off the edge, spin, stall to get back on the bar. I pull the yarn here, I do a U-turn on the left here, then go back for this metal, I jump, square, glide, then I use the momentum there to go to the chest early. But this is what I was saying, where if you like jump off that spinning platform too early, if you're too fast and you jump off it too early, you'll skip the trigger that sends this chest to come down. So that's why I throw the magnet here instead of waiting. So the faster way you could do this that would skip the trigger is if you like, instead of me going a direct line over here, you kind of like make a more direct line to the magnet and throw the magnet like right as you're like approaching this platform. But the way that I time it is that I throw it around here. That gives me enough time to glide to it after it's done like 2 spins already, and then I'm running on it on its final spin and jumping away to make sure I get that trigger. So that's pretty precise. Something right here that I try to go for is the barrels. This is something that most other people don't do, but this does save time. It's a little precise, but essentially you get the chest, then you jump over here. You can break the barrels there with your jet boost, but essentially if you time it well, you can land here, and right as you get the dog power up, it'll stop you right on the barrel. And essentially you're just trying to utilize getting some extra height while you're waiting for the dog power up to get to you. The alternative method is just to open the chest, wait at the glass here, and then break the glass and then climb the box like this. But the way that I like to do it, like I said, is hit the chest, glide onto these barrels, get the power up on these barrels, and then jump off the barrels over here so I don't have to ever jump off that box there. Probably saves like a second or two. Then we do some quick ladder climbing. You remember to press X while you're on the ladder instead of just holding forward. And then with the dog power up here, it's very interesting. You can get a little bit of extra height whenever you activate it. So technically whenever you activate it, you're not like jet boosting on the floor, you know? You're actually, you actually are jumping. The jetpack is jumping up slightly in the air. So whenever we use it at the peak of our jump, we actually gain some very slight extra height. So what we're gonna utilize that here, where we're gonna jump off, try to use a long jump press and then a jet boost at the end of at the peak of your jump, and then we're gonna use the dog jetpack to get us the rest of the way there to get that last little bit of height needed here. So something like that. The alternative method here that's easier is just go around this way. And then right after that bot, you want to go over to this gong. Should also mention some just basic movement tech with the dog jetpack here in general. So short bursts like this are faster than doing long bursts like this. It's not a lot faster, but it is technically faster, so trying to minimize your dog boosts like this is always better. Although if you're trying to clear certain jumps and like if you have to like deviate, like say I do a long burst to get up here versus me having to curve like this and then jump and then curve like that, the long boost there would definitely be faster. Well, maybe not definitely, but you know, it would be faster than doing a zigzag like that. So if you can do short bursts that keep you on the direct path, you want to make sure you do short bursts. Otherwise, long bursts are always just pretty much will still be pretty good most of the time. So right here, what I do is that I normally do a short burst off of that ledge up there. Then I do a little jump, short burst, short burst. I make sure I kill the yellow guy with my jet boost, and then as soon as the wall opens up, you can actually do a long boost and then a spin stall. Hopefully I show that off here. You can do a long boost and then a spin stall, and then that should line you up perfectly to get a launch here. I didn't get the launch, but you can launch off of those platforms as they rise up. Doesn't really help you speed-wise, but it is something worthy of noting because it helps you get clear the obstacles in your way and do a long boost over all of them. But anyways, how we're gonna do it here is we're just gonna show off, like, the wall breaks here as soon as it cracks open and we're allowed to move forward. I would say do a long boost. You would land on this platform. You can do short boost. You can go through this, but I often die to it if I try to aim this, especially as it's coming up. So I preemptively at this part always try to go around it. Here though, I do like 3 quick short boosts to the back left of the bell, so like this. Doing it from the back left there makes it so that you don't fall away as much. Otherwise, if you do it from the front, you fall all the way over here. So I try to do it in the back left. Jump on this. There's 2 methods here. You can go straight for the ladder, so you can do like 3 short boosts and then 1 long boost to the ladder, and then quickly climb the ladder and spin attack into the spaceship bot up here. Or you can do go on the left wall here. So I'll show the left wall, and then spin attack there. You gotta be careful though if you go for the ladder method that these boxes fall on you. So if you go in the middle here, do 3 quick bursts, then do a long burst. Make sure you don't boost into the ladder. Make sure you let off the R2 right before you hit the ladder, and then do a quick ladder jump, and then jump spin attack into the bot. But yeah, both of those methods work pretty well. They save like the same amount of time. You can do a little short boost here if you want. If you want to kind of like instantly hit the bot with the dog jetpack, which you can. I don't like doing that because if you miss it, then the spaceship bot moves like over here. So what I always like to do is I like to land in front and then do a jump spin attack for the bot. But you can, if you want to be as precise as possible, you can instantly jetpack dog into it like this. And you can do that with any bot in any of the levels that use a jetpack dog. So here we have the bells. If you activate the bot here, obtain it here, the bells will activate right after you get the bot. So you can you're used to this same exact cycle every time you collect this bot here, where you have just enough time to quickly head for that yarn in front of you, pull it, and pull it right before the shock waves on the ground hit you. So there's 2 methods here that you can do. You can either go for the yarn pull and pull it normally, very quickly, or you can use the dog jetpack to be a little bit more safe and pull the yarn with the dog jetpack. So we do a little jetpack to get to the yarn, pull it, then hold R2 to pull away with the yarn, and that gives you a little bit more safety. Then we'll go for the pad like that. We'll do a short burst, jump, short burst. We want to try to kill this guy. Oh. We want to kill this guy in order to get the next bot in the next bot sub area, the Parappa. But note that you don't have to kill that guy in order to finish the level, just overall. Here's the other way that you do this. Basically, I do want to show off this other yarn technique. Essentially, if you're very precise with right after you collect this bot, you instantly go into this, pull the yarn. You can jump, pull it a little bit faster, and then you have just like a second before the shockwaves hit you, where you can jump out of it like this and then jump into the pad. There we go. So yeah, for this guy, you want to, in order to kill him, you don't have to kill him if you're just doing ILs or if this bot got routed out for some reason, which I don't think it would because it's pretty fast, Parappa is, but essentially what you want him to do is to try to get him to go to the right, then get behind him, and minimize the distance that you have to push him with. So we're gonna go over here, short boost behind him, and then push him off the edge. As the platform rises up, you can hit this button and then do short burst. There's invisible floors here that you don't have to wait on the goo to reveal. Just do short boost with the dog jetpack in order to minimize, well, not minimize distance, but do the fastest path with the dog jetpack into this sub area. So in this sub area right here, there's a few different ways to go about it. You can jump on this, then do a long jump, and then jet boost to get enough height. And there's an invisible platform over here at this height right here that you're gonna want to aim to jump on. So you can run over here, jump up, and then do your dog jetpack. A quicker method of what I do is that you can actually jump from all the way back here. That's just enough height without having to use this extra foothold here. Or you can dog jetpack into this immediately, do a not as high jump, and then do another jetpack to land on it. So hold up left, well, almost up left. It's more like the 11 o'clock position on a clock, I'd say. Do a jump, and then do another jetpack. And then from here, you just do the same thing where you do the long jump, jet boots, and then if you're very precise, you can hit Parappa straight on, like this. If you miss them, you can just turn back and try to press square real fast. Do 2 short boosts there. When you come out of that area, you can't immediately, I wouldn't recommend trying to immediately dog jetpack over there. I would say try to do your jet boots and spin attack over here, and then do 2 short jog jetpack boosts right there. 1 short one here, jump, short one, long one, short one, long one. Long one, short, long, long. As soon as you get off that slide, boost with the jetpack dog. Don't wait where you're at the peak of your jump after that slide jump. As soon as you're off of that slide, you are able to make it, so boost immediately. You can boost until you're like on this yellow part here, then you can do a short boost, short boost. This platform, be careful because there is some coding involved where if you're even remotely looking to the left here, it'll force the boost to go along this path. This is like one of the very specific places where it will like force your boost to the left more, even if you're holding up. So what I'd recommend is make sure you're a little bit more to the right or an up, which is a little bit hard because it's as this platform is coming up. I'll show you an example. Yeah, it's right as that platform is coming up, but I would do a kind of like right here, make sure the direction that you're pointed in is more that way and not this way, okay? Make sure you're kind of like running over here, not running over there before you do your jump, okay? That's mainly it. But do oh, there it was. There's the thing I was talking about where it'll force you to go left. So jump over this way. You can just do a jump, jet boots, and then glide over here. You don't need to do a spin attack stall to get you extra distance. But if you're a little bit worried about this jump, you can do a little spin stall like this, like that. And then I always hit this because I'm afraid of, but you can dog jet boost into this guy as well. These shock guys, most of the time, there's a 1% chance that you can get shocked immediately, but most of the time, as long as you're quick about it, you won't get hurt by them after that bot animation, but you can certainly die from them after that bot animation. You'll do like 3 sort of short bursts, more like medium long bursts there, and then 1 long burst over here. You want to jet boots into this jump pad here. You don't want to, you can boost into it as it's coming up, but it's very, very precise. So I would recommend you use your jet boost to curve into it like that. Jet boost over there. You can cut this corner here by doing a jump and spin stall directly to this corner. Then when you land on this corner here, you do short little boost, long boost, long boost. Then you don't have to do any inputs as soon as you go into the jump pads here. But yeah, the dog jetpack, I will say, very fun, very, like you can, it's really nice, like utilizing all the short and long boosts to your best potential, but the direction that you head sometimes can be a little finicky. Like once you hold the direction and you start the boost, you can't really change the direction you're headed in. So that's where the preciseness and practice of this level should mainly go into, is making sure that you're landing in the same spots. So like if you're having trouble trying to do short boosts constantly, go for the long boost. Like do what's more reliable and more consistent. So if the long boosts help get you to a more precise spot, like always aim to be at the same spot before you do a dog jetpack in every run, and make sure you're always holding the same direction, because it's hard to act on the fly or deviate from that path and try to just guess what direction you're heading in. So that's my advice for there. We'll delve into more of that jetpack later for Jenny and the lamp, but construction definitely utilizes the most tech from that jetpack dog. And then there we go, we have all the levels done in Nebula 1, and we're on to the boss. So we have 29 bots at this time. I should also mention in the description, I'll link the resource document, well, not the resource document, but the route document that I've been updating throughout the weeks that keeps track of what bots that we get. So once you've watched this run, or that you've watched the world record run, you'll know, you'll be able to see what bots we're referencing to those runs and be able to follow along with it when you do your own runs, to help track how many bots you should have at a certain point, or to make sure that you have gotten all the bots. So at this point when you're going to the boss 1, you should have 29 bots. The route for Nebula 1 hasn't changed at all since like the first week of the game. So Nebula 1 is pretty set in stone, I feel. It'll probably always be that we'll go into this with 29 bots, even though there's only 20 required. But yeah, the big thing to note here is that we try to, even though we're 9 bots over the expectation here for what we need to fight this boss, we're getting extra bots early on because that the final boss requirement is just so high that we need to collect these bots early on. It does work best for the routing, so trust the process. But yeah, again, Nebula 1 is usually is pretty set in stone, I feel. I wouldn't expect many changes, but you know, for a game like this, a single strat can change up how you route a lot of different bots. So if there's a strat that makes a bot very quick, like if there's a way to get the last creamy bot very fast, then that would be something that's added in. But anyways, let's just continue with the boss. So most of the bosses don't have a lot of strats. There's definitely micro strats everywhere with all of them that you can utilize. This is the only boss that doesn't utilize death abuse strat, where you cancel out an animation with them. We'll talk about that more when we get to Wako Taco, but yeah. Every boss does have a little section right before it where you have to like get a power up, and there is some precise movement beforehand, so I'll explain that right here. So start moving over here. You want to aim for this angle that I'm going for here. You want to do a long jump and jet boots. Again, like, don't do a short jump and then jet boots into it. Make sure ahead of time you do a long jump, and then you don't have to do a jet boost fully onto it, but you should expect that the height of this, your jet boost would go up like halfway. So, like, kind of like that. Yeah, so you can, yeah. Let me restart it to show everything in full motion here. But you're aiming for that little corner there, and then after that, you can do just a long jump. You don't have to do a jet boost glide to get you any extra height after that first jump. But yeah, big jump here and then a glide. Big jump and just short jumps over this. Go for this chest immediately. You can't hit this chest immediately. You have to wait for kind of like as it starts rumbling. These monkeys can't really hurt you, so just avoid them and set up at the edge. And then long boost, short boost, jump into the pad. Jump into the pad, aim top left. Short boost, long boost. Those steps there, remember, it depends on the situation, but here, you do not need to jump. The only time you need to jump is when you jump into the pad here. So to show this off again, you jump into the pad, then you do a boost. If you're up against the wall here, you will smack. But if you're at the edge here, you'll automatically go over that because you get that extra height from the dog jetpack. And you know, the base, like, Astro's legs are like up in the air, so it's cool that the game actually adjusts for that. That the fact that Astro is in like a horizontal orientation, so you don't have to worry about the lower half of Astro's body blocking your step here. So once you're here, just do a boost. Do a long boost, short boost. That last boost there, it does force you to do a long boost. But then up here, just do short boost. As soon as you're like right here. Let me see here. Okay, so as soon as you kind of like reach right here, you can stop. I went into, it triggers the animation for Chewie to come up and make his entrance, you know? So we gotta wait on his entrance here. There's a way to go across the buildings optimally here, but it can be a little bit tough too, especially if you're not used to the jetpack dog. But essentially, we're gonna do, here, let me reset that actually. You can jump across these buildings without waiting on the, kind of like the bars that he throws to wait on them. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do a boost, long boost, land boost. Try to jump before you hit the ledge there. If you hit the ledge, remember you can lose your sprint speed. So try to go up to the ledge, but leave a meter or two for you to be able to run and then jump off before hitting the ledge. So something like this, like boost, jump, jet boost, spin, stall. And then for this last one, if you're quick enough, you'll throw a bar. For this last one, you want to make sure you go right of the bar because he can throw the bar right into you and you die. So you go right of the bar here. It lands, and then you can land on the bar and use, because you get a footing on the bar there, you can, your jetpack recharges and you can use that again. So let me show it off in motion here. Short, long, then stall. You can ledge grab those, but I went to rely on it. Okay, and then sometimes he doesn't even throw the bar at all, so I would be prepared to just make that full, that full thing that full jump without having to rely on that bar, which it is a tight jump. So be prepared for both. Let me just do a full run through of this again. Because that first, this time I'll just show a little bit of a safer approach to doing everything. You want to search for the quickest possible route. Oh, make sure you don't do a short boost there. Otherwise you don't crack the glass. But yeah, I'll show the safer method of going about this right here. Yeah, stop there. And again, if you always have world record videos if you want to see the quickest possible way to do this, but here's the safer way to do it. Still spin stall, but you just run to the edge so you don't have to worry about the jetpack dog being in the way, and then you should throw the bar on that between that second and third building, and then you can just do a straight line over here. Oh yeah, something I should mention for this. So you have to kill 4 of the monkeys here out of 5 to start spawning this next attack. Let me see if I can heal myself. Just restart this fight. But killing 4 of those 5 monkeys will start spawning these attacks. Now there is some strats to try to hit those adds of enemies to spawn closer to you and try to kill them quicker to spawn the next attack. So what we normally want to do is try to stay... Oh, this is odd. Okay, so now that we've reset the fight, I can show this off. Go towards the front of Chewie at the start so that he kind of like respawns the enemies closer to you. Make sure you charge up a spin attack. You can also kill them with your rocket powered boost if one of them is far away and you need to get to them quicker. Make sure you break the glass immediately on those walls. As soon as they kind of pass the roof floor, you're able to break through, and he'll speed up the rest of that attack animation. I'll explain the bell the next time another bell attack comes, but for the eye here, do 2 short boosts and then just do a long boost into the eye. Again, go into the glass as soon as it hits the floor there. For this phase 2, he's gonna swap to the opposite side of the roof, so start making your way over here. And you're gonna have to jump up this. Again, as soon as essentially, as soon as it crosses this like threshold, that's when you can like rocket boost over, or you can jump on that red beam. And that's the soonest possible point that you can do that stuff. Okay, so the bell here, essentially, you can hit the bell too fast and you get hit into the shockwave effect that it hits, so be sure not to hit it as fast as possible as it emits that very last shock wave effect on the floor. It doesn't matter where you hit the bell. Or I shouldn't say it doesn't matter what angle or what side of the bell you hit it from. The height that you hit the bell does matter very, very slightly. It's a very, very slight difference, but you want to try to hit the bell as low as possible. But it doesn't matter if you hit it from the back side, the front side, or anything like that. So for this second one, he does 2 shockwaves here. So what I normally do is I jump for that first, for this second shockwave, and then activate my jetpacks and deactivate them as soon as the third shockwave comes up. So something like this. And then jet boost it as soon as I'm like, kind of like, let's see here. As soon as I'm kind of like right above that like little lip of the bell, you know, is what I normally aim for. Something also to note is that you can, without jumping, you can rocket jet boost over these shockwaves without it killing you. So that does give you enough height to get over them, but it's always nice to, especially for the way that this is handled, I feel like it's nice to drop down into the height of the bell after that very last third shock beam right there. But anyways, just continue. Here you just want to do a a jetpack boost as soon as you fall off that ledge of that first side of the building. So he's gonna have his teeth here, which basically right here we are gonna utilize that using the jetpack without jumping to hit his first set of teeth here. You want to aim up. You gotta be really fast after this shockwave that we're jumping over right now, and then aim in the right direction to aim for the three teeth on the left first, which essentially you kind of want to be in this right position where I am right here, where he'll be about to chomp down like right here. You kind of want to be in like right in front of the front rightmost tooth, and then aim in the direction to hit the three teeth over here in one full jetpack dog boost. So hopefully I can show that off right here. Like that. Sometimes you might get the, yeah, like right there I did get the front right tooth, which I wasn't aiming for. So this second phase won't be the most optimal. And then for that second shockwave there, I do the same thing that I do with the bell, where I use the jet, I jump and use the jet boots to fall into the angle and direction that I need to head in as soon as that last shockwave actually hits, and then do that kind of angle to hit the teeth. Here for the mouth, there's a little bit of invisible wall before you can go into the mouth, so do one long jet boost to get right here. And then as soon as the invisible wall goes away, you can jump and then do two short jet boosts pretty much. And that should be enough. Alright. And that's my H2E. There's nothing major, no major skips with him, so just making sure you optimize everything to the quickest millisecond for the most part. Now we are going to line ourselves up here with about this line right here. I use this crack in the line right here and line myself basically at the edge of the building here, because we're going to try and jet boost into this banana that triggers the next cutscene. Normally you just hit the banana when it's in the middle of the roof after it lands, but we're going to hit it a little bit early. The cue that I use here for the gorilla is when this sort of fireworks go away, there's a one star right there. There's like usually like two white dots that I'm looking for right there at that position. As soon as the fireworks kind of like this like left part of the ear kind of like glitters and fades away past this star right here, that's when I normally time myself to do one jump and then a dog jetpack boost and hold the jetpack boost for like 3 seconds, and that usually times it really well for the banana to come up and hit right away. So to show off what I'm saying, watch carefully. So passes that star, jump, jetpack boost, and then you hit the banana as it comes up over the building. All right, and then just pause, hit up on the D-pad and skip. And there we go. You have beats in your first boss. So now we have Ape Escape. This is a fun level. I'm really proud of the route that I've come up with this actually. So hopefully I'll be able to explain this pretty well. I'm gonna slip on a banana here. There's no way to avoid that. Now we're gonna try to cut the angle right here, right before this gray block here. You should have sprint speed. If you don't, just take the bridge. Or if for some reason you take the jump off the ledge too late and you lose your sprint speed, try to maneuver over to the bridge to the right there. But if you have your sprint speed, you can jump right. Aim like for right here. Jump from. Kind of like for this right-ish part of the golden beam right before the gray cement block, I'd say. Aim for there, and then you can spin stall to go all the way over here. And essentially the cutscene is going to be right here. So I always time myself to land right here, do a quick little jump, and by time I do that little quick jump press, I start hovering my finger over to the pause button, and that usually times it perfectly for when the cutscene activates, so I can skip it as soon as possible. So something kind of like this. Oh, that was a frame too soon. But yeah, it's nice having little strats to try to perfectly time when you're gonna start the cutscene, so you're ready to skip it as soon as possible. But we're gonna skip it. And then as soon as we skip it, we're at, we have our net here. We also start off with no sprint speed, so we're just gonna do a direct line here and build up the sprint speed as we get to the ladder. Something to note about the net is that you can spam it. Be careful though, because if you spam it several times in a row, it can ruin your sprint speed. So if you're doing it once, you're keeping the momentum up. But if you don't get the ape on the first try and you're like spamming to try to get it like that, you're gonna lose a little bit of momentum. And especially sometimes if you drastically change your direction, like if you go for an ape, like imagine this tree is an ape, and I'm going for this ape. So I do something like this, and then I turn back and try to get it because I missed it the first time. Be careful that drastically turning like that will lose your sprint speed. So sometimes just make sure that you what I like to do if I ever do miss an ape is that I try to jump and then like kind of like curve into it like that. So just be wary of, there's a lot of opportunities in this level where you can lose your sprint speed. So anyways, let's go for the ladder. Now, if you take the ladder at the peak here, you do this animation where you climb over the ledge. It's actually faster to grab the ladder from halfway up and then jump off it and go directly to the bush where the ape is to avoid this ledge climb animation there. So that's so yeah, aim for the middle of the ladder, then jump in the direction of this bush. The bushes are always the same for all the apes, so you can always go to the same exact bush every run. So we're gonna go straight for this bush. As soon as we're kind of like this distance away, you can do the net. So like right as you approach the grass, pretty much. Now you're gonna lose sprint speed as soon as you go up this wall. There's no way to get up here without going up this wall. But yeah, just make a direct path here, and we're gonna go up here immediately. So let's do a little overview of the path that we're gonna go right now. So the route that is currently the fastest is that we're gonna make a beeline over to this ape over here. We're gonna get it out of this crate and catch it without losing sprint speed, which the cement, if you land on it, if you're on it for more than a few milliseconds, it will lose your sprint speed. So get that ape bot out. Go from this direction right here. Make sure you're going from this direction to make sure that the ape, when you break the box, runs away in this direction, because then you can catch him right here, and then you're on the path to get this ape next. This ape over here, you're gonna wanna I'll show it off, but you're gonna wanna double jump into the wall and then immediately do the net before he even has a chance to fall. After that bot, we'll use the slope speed right here to get to the next bot quicker. So we'll use that slope speed to jump off it, use a jump pad over here, kill the lob guy up there. We're gonna spin in circles and pull the yarn while spinning in circles to try to avoid losing sprint speed. But we have a little propeller thing that's gonna launch us up here. Get an ape over here, try to stay on the platform, keep our sprint speed over there to jump over to the ape back over there, so that we don't have to take a longer path of climbing the ladder. And then I'll cover the second half once we clear this. So now that I've explained it, let me just show it in practice. Okay, we're gonna go up here. We lose our sprint speed, but that's okay. We're gonna do a little spin stall and then use our jet boots to break this box open in the direction that we want the ape to go in. And make sure you jump on the cement as soon as possible so you don't lose your sprint speed. But yep, the ape should go right there. The ape, if it lands here, should always run in this direction. Depending on where the ape goes, like it's not gonna just like go to any spot over here. It has like very specific spots. Like it could go here, it could go here, it could go here. Like it'll always go in a predetermined spot before it starts running away in a circle, you know? So if I go at it from this angle, I can always expect it to go like right here or right here. And if he goes right here or right here, he'll always run up towards this little hill right here. So make sure you can just like try to cut him off by going this way and then like moving up. Don't ever fall right behind him. Always try to go from a zigzag angle if you're trying to get these apes if they escape you and you can't get them at the first chance possible. For this guy, do not go for the most direct path on the jumps here. Go along this side of the wall, then do a single jump, a single short jump up here, go into the wall, and once you're into the wall, you can do a quick double jump, or you know, when I say double jump, I mean like a quick long jump with the jet boots activated to get extra height. Do that, and as soon as the monkey reacts, you want to net him, or maybe more like a quarter second after he reacts. You want to make sure you have enough height, so kind of like a few milliseconds after you activate the jet boots. So you don't want to do that. You want to definitely wait for your jet boots to activate. Kind of like wait for that, you kind of cross that black bar. That's kind of like right here. I would say wait for that, for your little feet to pass that where your jet boots starts. And then that's when you can aim the net. So then you'll go up here and you can use the slope here to aim for the jet jump pad. So you want to utilize the slope speed here, which, yeah, I haven't covered slope speed yet. So essentially you can carry the momentum out of a slope if you jump off it as you're going down, and even more so if you're doing it at the very bottom of the slope. So right here at the bottom, you see that I hold X to carry that momentum out a lot, as opposed to taking the slope just normally and sliding into the grass. So you want to use that slope here, kind of like aim to jump when you're basically at this point right here, and then aim for the jump pad there. You can net the glob guy as you come up like that. Be careful though, because sometimes when you do the net in midair, it forces you to fall down a lot quicker. There is no applications of utilizing this to our benefit, unfortunately, but it is something to realize because it could mess you up. So what's important here is that you go up here, activate, kind of like kill the monster, but you make sure you're running around or you're not making a direct approach into the glob monster where your momentum is stopped. Keep your sprint speed up by kind of like hitting him and then going at an angle around like this. So like this. And then when the yarn comes up about half a second later, you can pull it, go this way. Be careful not to go directly for the monkey, because if you do go directly for the monkey, you will kind of catch it like this. Like you'll have your little nets, you know, like your little guys here, you got your little nets, and you net him like right there. If you do it like that, you'll catch him in the net, but you'll plummet downwards after that. So you want to try to aim for right here, and then after the monkey is like, I need to turn around. Then once you've landed on the grate, then you can follow this way and do the net kind of like a few meters after you start following the grate. So like this. It would have been more something like that. That's the most optimal movement there. And the reason I like, you could say, well, I understand that you're trying to do it so that you don't fall down from up here, but why not try to approach it from the left side like this? The reason I do it from this way is because this helps maintain my sprint speed more. It lets me let the monkey move away in this direction, and I can start netting him in that direction so that I don't have to do a quick turn in the opposite way and accidentally kill my momentum all the way. So I go from this angle, net him, does the whole bot animation here, and then I can continue with my sprint speed still activated. Make sure you're holding the direction that you were kind of headed in after the bot animation too. But after the bot animation, after you confirmed it, you can keep your sprint speed and go in this direction. Then you can do a spin stall and land on the ledge over here. If you don't have enough speed, you can simply just take this ladder over here, and that just adds a couple more seconds. But the idea is to aim for right here. And then you go along this way. Don't get the puzzle piece. Don't get the puzzle piece. And then you get this ape. And then what I normally do here is a jump, quick glide, and then quick spin attack. Get on that jump pad. You'll land right here. You'll lose your sprint speed. You can just go straight towards the bush that is that you're supposed to go to immediately. Actually, let me do a little overview of the second half of this level and kill this guy so he doesn't actually kill me. So you land here. Yeah, let's do a little overview of this. You land here, you're gonna do a direct path to this monkey over here. You'll activate your nets right here at this like little shadow, but this is where the ape is. After that ape, you're gonna start moving over here, but after the 5th ape, cutscene does spawn showing that you have the ability to go up to the top to finish the level. Of course, the bots here are very, very quick, so we're gonna get all of them in this level. So we're gonna continue the path clockwise to get all these bots. But do be prepared at this moment right here that you're gonna wanna skip the cutscene. And it always points your camera in this direction. Okay, it's kind of annoying that it points it in this direction, but be prepared for that. But yeah, basically what comes after that is you're gonna get this spaceship little guy, and you can get this spaceship without it. Normally you would get the dynamite over here and throw it at this spaceship, but we're gonna get it without the dynamite by just getting enough height and using our net to blow up the spaceship. So essentially, after skipping that cutscene, we're gonna try to position ourselves along the grass on the edge of this rock, and then jump into the spaceship as it comes around here. And if you do that, the ape will come off either kind of like fall that way or fall right there. So you have to be prepared to get it kind of like right there, right there. You can you can also jump from like this position right here, or even from like the white platform right there, and still be able to reach it. But I find it best to prepare myself on this little green patch over here, and then get the spaceship, which I'll explain that more when we get there to show exactly where I mean. But after that, you would get the ape, and then you would go over here to get this last, the second to last bot by the water fountain, and then beeline it to the bot that's at the front of the level, which is normally the bot that you would get first, but we're getting last. And then you would go directly up the center tower to the top. Okay, so let's show this off. So you would go over here, get this bot at the shadow there. You'll want to start heading in the direction of the spaceship bot, but the animation cutscene will show here. You can skip this cutscene. Some people don't know that you can skip this cutscene. There are a few cutscenes that you can skip in the middle of the level. This is the first like notable one. I think another one is in like bubbling with the starfish when you break all the chains. Mentioning that now because we currently have that routed out, but it's worth mentioning that that is a cutscene that you can skip. Yep, so we're gonna skip that. It changes our camera orientation to face this way. So normally, before we had it like there, but we forced it this way. So you could have the option to have the camera assist on, and then you just tap circle and it puts the camera in the same direction that you are oriented. I don't really utilize it that much, but that is a feature that you could take advantage of, especially for a moment like this when you can't readjust your camera. But anyways, you want to make sure you're still moving after that cutscene so you don't lose your sprint speed. And you can jump from here and like get the spaceship as it's like coming across like right here. But like I said, the way that I normally like to do it is I position myself right here, and then I get that. And then the monkey, if you hit the spaceship as it comes right here, like if I jump here and get the spaceship right here, there's two possible spots that the ape can land in. It's right here and right here. Most of the time it'll land right here for me. And what I normally do is after I hit the spaceship, like I'll jump up here, try to net the spaceship. After I net it and destroy it, I'll try to preserve my movement. I'll try to loop backwards a little bit and then curve into the ape as it falls over here, because I don't want to just instantly go here, wait a second, and then net the ape, because that loses my sprint speed. So I turn back and then loop into the ape as it, so that I run into it as it lands here, pretty much. So yeah, something like this is how it would look. But of course, the ape can spawn over here. Sometimes you can tell it's, if you catch a glimpse of the spaceship being destroyed and seeing how the ape got launched off as it got destroyed, you might be able to tell really quickly which path it's gonna fall. It will primarily fall over here. If it does fall this way, follow it along this way, and then follow it around the glob monster. The glob monster is gonna try to fire directly at you. Just jump to the side of it, and then kind of like rotate around it, and then get the ape kind of like as it crosses like 3/4 around its rotation. So again, this is the backup plan for if you don't catch the ape immediately. Like that. That's the backup plan. And if you are very unsure, you can kill the glob monster with the net and then just like try to go for the apes in the direction that it's supposed to be going also. Okay, yeah, I think I described that as well as I could. We're gonna get this ape as it jumps over the pipe. This is the best way I've found to keep your sprint speed up. Then get this bot as it, you can kind of, let's see here. Okay, so the path that I normally want to take here is go to this kind of like yellow corner here on the first step, and then once I activate this bot to move forward, then I curve over here to the front of the blue pipe railing. Don't get too close to the blue pipe railing because it kind of glues you on pretty well. So I would say go a little bit more forward to the first step, but then net the ape bot once you're on the first step and once it's on the first step. That way you don't net it before you manage to climb over the first step. So net it up here, and then all you have to do after that last bot is go up to the top. So climb these 2 steps, take the pink railing up. When you get to the top, make sure you get the coin here. You can use some tech where if you jump off of a rising platform, you can utilize that to get extra jump height. So it's a little bit hard here, but you can get up to the cutscene at the top quicker if you utilize that extra jump height rather than waiting for the platform to go all the way to the top. Just be wary that there is like a little triangle thing on its hat that's like starting to that will try to collapse into its head as the platform rises, so you can hit that pretty easy, and it has like invisible barriers on the side. So if you do try to use the jump to get to the top quicker, go off the edge like right here and kind of like jump up this way. Don't do the most direct path of going up there, of going up this way. Try to jump up from this way. And the cutscene starts as soon as you have your feet on the ground, so don't try to get to the middle platform and like do spin stalling to stay in the air longer. Try to get on the ground as high as possible. That also includes that you know, you can use a spin attack to kind of cancel out of a jump before it reaches its peak to try to get to the ground quicker. So stuff like that is worth being aware of. Okay. So let me see if I can show this rising elevator launch thing. Kind of like that. It wasn't done as well as possible, but this is a cutscene that you can skip. For these enemies, there's 3 waves of them. You can hit them as they're coming onto the platform. You don't have to wait for them to land on the platform. So hit the first batch of enemies as they come onto the platform, and then the last enemy of every wave you can finish off with hitting with a net, instead of having to run up to it and punch it. So here we go. Make sure you're not staying in the middle because the glob monster coming out of the ground can give you a staggering animation if you're standing right on top of it. But that's how you go about those enemies. Nothing too much to explain there, just, you know, finish off the last enemy with the net and use charge up a spin attack prior to every wave and hit that first enemy as it's coming on. The yarn will spawn not immediately, so wait like half a second after the flash there, but then throw the dynamite. Here, it's always a little tricky with this guy. Don't try to spam the net as fast as possible. Try to do 3 like if you watch my controller right now, try to do like tap, 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 tap. And try not to do more than like 3 little taps with the net. Otherwise, your net spamming does exhaust after you do like 4 or 5 net taps. But if you do tap it 3 times quickly as the boss falls to the ground here. As he gets up, you can catch him immediately without him going across the ledge here. That's something like tap, tap, tap once he landed. Okay. Let me show off an example. Oh no, I didn't get in this run. See if Zelia's probably got it. Oh no, he didn't. See, so it can be a little finicky. Let's see if we got this. Cryo probably got it, I'd assume. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Forward. Yeah, so there we go. So something to note here is that he is spamming the net a lot. So he's like on that, he spammed it 5 times in total. So if he spammed it anymore, it was gonna start requiring him to cool down before he could spam it more. But he did time it well where basically he starts spamming us right before he hits the ground. I would start it like right as the boss hits the ground. But something to note is that you need to hit him with the net once to stagger him, and then you can hit him and capture him. So it's not about just timing one net. It's about timing at least 2 net presses to stagger and then instantly get him. But yeah, the backup for how to do this fight quickly if you don't get him like that is you start heading in his direction a little bit. So think about this is your kind of parameter circle right here. Once you leave this circle in whatever direction that the boss is in, or I guess let me get a better circle. Yeah, once you kind of like leave this circle in any way, it's probably a little bit smaller than that, but you know, once you approach, he'll start going to the opposite side of the island. So you want to try to go halfway, just like halfway, and then once he starts moving, instantly go the other way and he'll be nettable at the other side. So just to give you an idea of how close you have to be, yeah, that's really close actually. Yeah, so in terms of the circle, actually think of the circle more like that, very, very small. So you only have to go a few meters past the center point of this platform to get him to start going the other way, but then you can capture them on the other end, just directly beeline it 180 degrees in the other direction. And this is pretty easy if you have sprint speed, but obviously he gets tired over the course of time, but do something like that is how you would naturally do that. Alright. Now we wait for a cutscene and boom. That's the first nebula. Man, that took a lot longer than I thought it was going to be, but I think I got a lot of useful information out there for everyone. So I am gonna try and go a little faster now, because I would like to get all of the nebulas done today. We do have these parts of repairing the PlayStation parts, which does utilize some motion controls. It's usually these parts that we're allowed to go a little bit faster. So we have motion controls here with the hammer. Something to note for the hammer here is that you only need to do 1 hard press for the first nail and then 1 tiny press. So, and then you want to make sure the hammer is held down after the nail is fully in. So you want to do a hard press, small press, hold down. You don't want to lift the hammer back up because, like, look at this. It takes another like half second for you to put in the nail if you don't hold it down, but if I keep the hammer held down after that final press, it instantly moves on to the next one. So again, with motion controls, it's you know, it's how you would expect motion controls to work here, but make sure you're not going too fast, otherwise it doesn't register. But you do want to do a very big long press with really long flip with the first one, and then a quick flip on that second one to finish it with the second press to finish off the nail, and then keep the hammer held down. And then this one you can just kind of like spam the hammer a little bit more until the finger just gets hit. And then this is pretty self-explanatory right here. When you, I'm gonna pause at the moment where you can kind of put in this, when you can start pressing L2 and R2 to press this in. It's essentially right as the fingers touch the component, so like right there, almost, is when you can time when to put in these components. And you just hold that down and boom. Some of the X presses to confirm like certain things. Like, oh my god, you're done, you can do it, you can move on. Some of them you have to single press in time, so sometimes I just mash X for that. Sometimes you can preemptively hold them. I'll be honest, I don't... The ones there you have to hold, you can preemptively hold beforehand, so that last one there you could. But the one right after you put in that the component fully into the PlayStation 5, you have to time press that, I believe. Alright. So we have the first crash site here, which crash sites are very good for getting bots. One, because there's no animations required for getting the bots. Every animation for a bot takes 4 seconds, so or 4.2 seconds to be exact. So we don't have to worry about any animation time with these bots. The other good thing is that they're really close together, and every section of a crash site has like 4 bots that you can free at once. So they're always worth going for. On the very first crash site here, which you could also do this on the last crash site because you're an equal distance away from it, but on the north side of this whole crash site area, there's 2 bots that you can get at any point. So we're gonna beeline it over here. And this part, these parts always require a little bit of RNG. I press triangle right here, so I don't take the most direct path to land over here to call the bots. I land on this little ledge here and then press triangle to call the bots and get them to go over faster, which you want to, there's bot RNG in how fast the bots will move. It's usually not too bad, it won't deviate too much. But sometimes there's a lone one like that will take a couple extra seconds than expected. But yeah, we go over for these 2 bots first. Let's see. And then we start heading back to the crash site section that we want to go to for the satellite. Something I should mention about calling the bots. It's, from my experience, it's always best to wait for the triangle prompt to come up. Overhead first. Like, you don't want to call the bots ahead of time. There is times where the bot will come up and like this, it'll say like, oh, 25 bots, but sometimes it won't always have the triangle press. That's more specifically with the later crash sites. So make sure you don't time your triangle press until you see that triangle button on the above the bot count. That's because if you preemptively press triangle and it doesn't count, you're gathering the bots up without it gathering them up initially with the bot press. Because you see, if I press it right here, it like has them start moving towards me, whereas if they're already in place when I press the triangle press, usually they're in a they're already in the standing position to already contribute to it for the most time. But yeah, here you can use that method I mentioned way earlier, where you use the ledge spin to get some extra distance off of the ledge without having to lose your sprint speed, to where if these bots are piling up, you can do this, get some extra distance, and go on right as soon as they fall down. You can also grab these bots from underneath like this. So if you misjudge it and you're trying to land on them early, that is a possibility that you can do. But it is very possible, because of how the bots climb up and you know, form the bridge, that the last bot might linger. So be wary of jumping too soon. But to optimize the most possible time out of this, I would say I usually jump around when there's 8 to 10 bots left in the count that need to line up. And then I do a little thing like this and then jump over here, or try to zip on from underneath there. But the safe strat is just wait till it's at 1, and then it's you see the last bot jumping into the line, and then you can just jump over here and usually do just 1 jump or 2 jumps on the bot line. It doesn't matter if you clear it in 1 jump or not, really, or 2. And then there's a slope here that you can take advantage of. Jump at the very end of it, right there-ish. And we're gonna try to charge a spin attack as we're coming down the slope, and try to go for the green guy here first and move over to the yellow and purple guy. After we kill the yellow and purple guy, we're gonna immediately head in this direction. If you go for the green and then yellow guy, you'll be able to actively head in this direction without like hesitating or waiting at all, and have the triangle prompt come up for this guy as you're heading in this direction, about in this general location. So yeah, so let me show this off here. So we use slope speed, go for green guy, hit this guy, go in the opposite direction, triangle press right at the last possible time. And all these locations are a little bit different, so these bots don't always set up. Like if you press triangle and these bots set up, sometimes you're not allowed to move too far away from them. I can show an example of that actually right here with this one, where they'll start climbing up, but if I go too far away, they collapse. This is one where like if you go too far away, it can still collapse, but you can set up the bots here and still get the bots over in these locations without a problem. So again, I go for the green guy with a spin attack. The spin attack gets the purple and yellow guy. Once I get the yellow guy, I head back in this direction immediately. I can press the triangle button as soon as at the last possible second, moving in this direction, since I went for the yellow guy last. So press the triangle button to get them all situated and trying to lift up that object, while you're going for a spin attack for knocking down this spot over here from this tree and getting him. I would try to make sure that the bots are trying to lift it up when you're headed to this bot. If they aren't, just try to go a little bit over here and get them back here, but I've never really had a problem with that. But be aware that if the bots aren't lifting this thing up, that you miss your triangle prompt and you need to go back over here to activate it again before you get the next bot. But anyways, do a direct line to this bot. This glob monster is a little bit, you might want to kill him and then jump spin attack to get that bot, but the way that we time it, it's unnecessary if you just do a direct line for it. You can jump out of that right as that gate rises up. So jump out of that so you can move immediately. And then what I aim for after jumping out of that is for this little stone footprint right here. Essentially, in order to get the triangle press here, you can kind of have that distance away from it. And all these work a little different. Like, it's not a radius thing. Like, don't think of it as a radius thing like this. Think of it as it's a predetermined area like this, where you can call the triangle press. So if you're going a direct line to this thing right here, that's actually not faster than going here, having the triangle press come up, and having the triangle press just come up here rather than over here, you know? So you want to aim for right here for the triangle press. And just to show that, like if I tiptoe over here, this is when it activates. But if I move over here, there it is a little bit, but you see I'm very close. I'm much closer to it radius-wise here than I am over here, right? You see? So it's you gotta be careful. But I always wait for this stone thing. I think definitely does seem like it can come up a little bit sooner, but usually I just go for this this square stone spot and then press triangle, get them to start building up. You can, for these bot walls, you can climb them and jump off before you reach the top. So if they're not completely all built up, you can do that. Sometimes it makes you lose your sprint speed, so I avoid it. But normally I wait for, about 3 layers of bots to climb up before I start climbing this, so like right there. And sometimes they build all the way. If you want to be safe to make sure that you don't mess this up, wait for 4 layers of bots. So the 4th row right there, and then that should be, I would say 5 actually, if you want to be safe. And then over here you can just do a quick little spin, go backwards. I should note that moving backwards on a spin doesn't really ruin your sprint speed. So like doing a quick jab like this, I've mentioned a lot, kind of ruins your sprint speed. But if you're doing a spin attack and you instantly go backwards, that doesn't mess up sprint speed. I will also mention, just like in the, what's it called, in the Aztec level, I mentioned that if you try to shortcut your way along a path, that the air above makes you lose sprint speed. The air right here makes you lose sprint speed too, you know, as a way of Team Asobi trying to prevent people from skipping certain stuff, like coming from this direction. Climb up here, they ruin your momentum right here, so don't try to direct line this satellite. You'll lose your sprint speed. Just go around here like this. Okay. Now for these satellites, just similar to at the start of the game, you can skip the cutscene for every one of the satellites that you get by returning to the title screen and reloading your game. There is another method that nobody's been using in runs where if you start a attack and the attack is like a frame or 2 right before it hits the satellite, so like time it like this, like you can see the arc of my swing, time it like this, not like that, like maybe like, I think that's a little late, more like that. That would be a good timing if you notice where the arc was when I paused. And then returning the space map, and if you have it so that your punch is lined up to carry through on the next frame or 2 after you select space map, after it unpauses, and if it hits the satellite, it can automatically kind of allow you to save a few seconds without having to return to title screen, and goes back into orbit without all that. I'm not going to show it off because I'm not confident that I can actually do it, but know that is a thing that you might see in runs in the future. But yeah, basically just as soon as you hit this, which you can do a spin attack also. I like to time my punch instead of using a spin attack so that I know exactly when to press the pause button. Instead of having to time my pause button for when the cutscene comes up visually, I can reliably press the square and then pause button in the same rhythm to know that I can do it as fast as possible. So like that. Alright, and then we load back the game. And you can see, like, we had 29, oh yeah, and do the same thing here. At the start of every nebula, return to the title screen to skip that animation for discovering a new nebula. Yeah. Definitely, we're at 49 bots right now, so 20 more than when we started the boss. Like, the crash site bots definitely give you a big amount more than, they help in the route so much. These cutscenes aren't skippable, so we have to go through it. We have Go-Go Archipelago next. This is gonna be a fun one. This is where the motion controls really shine. For anyone that's that played Playroom or Playroom speedrunners, or remembers watching runs of those, there was monkey tech in it, which is carried over in the gadget that we'll get here. Which is basically, you can do very fast monkey climbing by utilizing your controller in a certain motion. I'll cover that in a second once we get it, but just to start off with the first level, we are going to get all the bots in this level. So when you land, you want to try and start heading towards this dolphin statue here. This is, it has some weird finicky stuff where it like tries to force you in line, like you can see that I'm like trying to hold forward, but it's forcing me to go up left. So be careful about this, but essentially the safe path is to kind of like jump on its nose, then on its tail, and then go around this way. Or you can jump on the side here, and then kind of curve your way around the invisible barriers that force you up its back, and go on this little platform here to go directly to the spot. That's a little bit more of a direct path. But that's our first bot. Now, the reason we go for this bot instead of the left bot first is so that we can activate this cutscene of the boss enemy coming out of the ground. We use a spin stall to go directly above it so that it knocks us in the direction of the other bots. You see, normally it'll come out of the ground and just push you back, but if we timed it right, it'll push us in the direction of the next bot. And that saves a second over just trying to keep your sprint speed active for the two bots and then going for that enemy. So we can just run straight up to this guy and then just spin attack him. He can't throw it. Some of those guys can throw their things fast enough to hit you directly, but so it's situational. But for that guy, you can just run straight into him with a spin attack to kill him, and you don't have to worry about the thing landing on you. I would aim a little bit to the left instead of heading straight on to him, but yeah, aim a little bit to the left, but just pretty much go straight for him. Something I want to mention here, because you might see it in runs in the future, but nobody's really showing it too much right now, but there is ways to chest launch. So there's ways where if you charge up a spin and then you jump into a chest kind of like in that sort of formation, it's able to launch you high up into the sky. So there might be some applications to use that here to launch out of this pit, so we don't have to do this initial monkey climb. It only saves like a couple seconds at most, and it's kind of hard to pull off every time, but let's see if I can do it right now. Nah. Yeah. That might be something you see in the future, but something that I've never implemented into my runs. Alright, so we have monkey climbs. So this is something that is kind of difficult to get perfect. Very, very difficult, but essentially there's this certain way where if you use motion controls, you can climb up really fast. And it's essentially by pressing L2, R2 in a collective motion while rotating the controller kind of like up and down like this. So, essentially, if you don't have motion controls on, this is how you can kind of expect the monkey climbs to go. But with motion controls on, using the technique, you can go up like this. Well, if I can do it right, hold on. Sort of like that. It can be really fast when it works, but it's hard to get right because you're doing such fast motions, where if you mess up, that something like this can happen, and you stagger in the middle of your motion controls. So it's something that definitely is very fast, but it takes a lot of practice to work out. I'm going to show a few examples right here. Let's see. Yes, I just want to show a little example of a playroom, how fast it can go in a playroom world record. These are the same exact monkey climbs as, like, they work the same way in Astro Bot as in playroom, so as far as I'm aware, they are. So you can see, like, if they're done right, they can go extremely fast. Let's also, let's see. I wanted to open up this. This is kind of how the camera, how you can expect a real life example to look like. So you're kind of alternating with the left trigger and right trigger as you're pushing the controller up and down. So as you can see here at the beginning, you kind of see that he lifts up on the left side, releases the left trigger, but then immediately tries to hold the left trigger again as he reaches the peak of holding the controller tilted up to the left. And then he does the same thing with the right side. So it's something where you can definitely do it, like if you go slow, you can do that sort of motion like this and still decently fast. You see, that's still pretty fast when you're still doing that, doing it slow like he does at the beginning there. But then he ramps up the speed a lot, and it definitely will save time if you can get that, rhythm down really well. But something I would say is that in addition to learning the rhythm here, you need to know how, like, where with the motion controls it actually works with certain holds, because not every hold is not equal and will require a certain different motion orientation. Like, you see how you can see how I'm kind of have the controller up right here. Like, test out the holds individually to know what each of them requires, because definitely not the same ballpark game. So you might adjust your rhythm halfway through a climb to adjust for some individual holds, but I'm no master at this. I still have a lot of learning to do, but this, I'm just sharing everything that I've picked up in the few weeks that I have been trying to learn this. But again, here is the controller. Can I give you another idea of it? All right. Give me 1 second here, sorry. Okay, so you would go up like this. And then you would go directly over here. You'll open this, grab a rock. What I like to do here, sometimes a lot of people will try to go this direction, and as they come over here, they'll the blue arrow will automatically go for the left pillar instead of the middle pillar. If you do accidentally hit the left pillar, there is a backup to just kill the enemy over in the, well, it's not really much of a backup, but it's just killing the enemy on the other side and then using the platforms that spawn to go up to the chest up there. But the way that I normally like to do this is pull this open, grab a rock, I start heading in the direction I need to, I hover, or I jet hover over in the direction I need, and then as soon as the blue arrow goes from the right one to the left one, without me really adjusting the camera, like I adjust my camera to aim at the right one, but then I just move without changing my camera orientation to the middle one. And as soon as it goes to the middle one, I do a spin attack as I throw, and that allows you to not have a stagger animation as you throw the rock. So something like this. All right, let's be moving on. You can grab that clam from the side. You don't have to be exactly in front of it, so you can grab it from right here. You don't have to be right here. Hit that bot immediately. Hopefully you still have sprint speed after that, and go over to this guy. You can hit this in one hit. The way the way to get the cage down in one hit is kind of like being in the orientation that I was in, about like right here, and then slamming both of the monkey paws on the ground. So let's see if I can do it from like this side. Nah, not quite. I would say try to be more against the wall than away from the wall, so that if you mess up and you don't get it on the first try, you can just simply do your jet boots to clear out the front. But essentially you want to drop the cage first, and then you can go for the rock here for the next spot, because you're going to try and get this spot as like, you don't want to collect this bot and then go for this bot. You're going to try to utilize the time that the bot falls down and the cage breaks, trying to start going for this bot, and then on your way back you'll get this bot on your way back pretty much. For this, you're just gonna pick up the rock. Make sure you don't fall off the edge, but just pick up the rock, try to go around here, and then once you're kind of like on this last sort of like circular pillar, you'll be able to kind of like throw the rock. And then for here, I kind of fall into the water, and then I surface fully, and then you can jump immediately. The water is a little finicky, where like you don't want to jump late into the water. Try to jump into the water as soon as possible, surface, and then you can jump into this wall. For this wall, it's never the leftmost one or the rightmost one. Okay, so it's always going to be the middle floor. You do lose your sprint speed every time you push in one of those panels, unfortunately. So you lose sprint speed here. I would charge up a spin. Something to know for this spot is that you can't just punch it immediately. You have to punch it once and then it like gets up, or you get close to it and it gets up, and then like half a second later, then you can hit it. So get close, charge up a spin, let go of the spin, and then just kind of like rotate around here. Be wary of like footholds messing you up, like this right here. If you run over this, this can ruin your sprint speed. So I would say kind of like jump over this, and then use the seagull. Try to aim for landing on the seagull here and beeline it for this spot. And then from here we have another monkey climb, like I explained with the camera at the start. Still not doing this really great, but you see, I'm not a master at this, but that's how it should look when you perform it well. When you go to this, you can open up this door normally, or you could do, you can go around this door without opening it. It saves like a half second or a second. Just be wary that you do lose a lot of time if you fall off the edge here. So it's really risky for a second time save. Potentially seconds, might be more like half a second or 3/4 of a second, but essentially, instead of going for the door, you can jump on this little ledge for a second. You can't really stay on it, but you can jump to get an extra foothold on it, and then jump around this way. I made that without sprint speed, but so it's not like the hardest jump, but yeah. I've never gone for it in runs, so you can just open this up alternatively. It doesn't matter too much, but that is a trick that you can use. So these holds here, something to note is that on this top hold, you get extra height as you come up. Right, so you want to utilize that when coming up to here, let me see. You want to utilize that to instantly go backwards and clear this jump here without having to land on any of these platforms. Of course, do the monkey hands down there, have this zip line launch, and you can't get on the zip line immediately, so don't jump directly into it. So make sure you hover for a second and then land on the zip line. Otherwise, you're going to be falling down and you're not going to be happy. You can aim straight for the top one there and then for the middle. For this hold right here, I wouldn't start trying to, especially with motion controls, I wouldn't start going for the next hold immediately. I would wait a second for the hold that I'm holding right now to go down before doing the motion controls to go up all the way. For this part, you can, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it here, but you can hit it, hit the tree and then hit it with the same spin animation as it's falling off the tree. If not, it'll land right here, but essentially, hopefully I can do it right here. Yep, there we go. So if you time the spin late, hit the tree and then have it still carry over when it's falling down, as long as you're in a good position to do so also, then you can hit it without having to hit it down here. Come over here, go forward a meter, hit it, and then go up. Should note that with motion controls, you can flip the controller like that. Like every time we utilize this bar, we just, I basically like press L2, R2, and then do a quick little jab flip like that. And that's all I need to go up. If you're not using motion controls, you have to hold forward for like a second before you reach the distance to get you up all the way. So just be wary, or realize that motion controls save time with monkey climbing along with launching yourself in the air, which also comes in handy when attempting the go-go clip at the end of this level, because it allows you to do more attempts faster, and that's something that requires a lot of attempts usually, because it can be a little finicky. Be careful of this electric guy. Make sure you go a little bit more left here instead of a direct path. I've had several runs die to that yellow guy, so be careful of that. Go for the yarn instantly after climbing up and get this. If you have sprint speed, or try to keep your sprint speed up here, but go off the barrel here and then you can ledge grab here. So sort of spin stall and then ledge grab. Something that I also like to do for a while, especially in my first month, is that I would go for the climb hold here to get extra height and then go up here. Or if none of those are working for you, because both of those are a little bit hard, or at least a little bit hardish to do fast, the alternative method is to go to these barrels. They're a little bit higher, and then you can make this with a spin stall without even having sprint speed or anything. Yeah, again for this, usually after this bot, in order to keep sprint speed up, I try to rotate around like this, then spin stall and jump for the ledge grab. You can make it without the ledge grab, but yeah, this is another case where the ledge grab, where you want to make sure you're at a little bit better height. You want to make sure you're at the same height or a little bit above it, ideally, with the jet boots, and then let go of the jet boots right at the last second. Then follow this way. You can go to the top here. If you kill this guy, which what you can basically do is, once you reach the top here, you can just go straight forward and kill him, just like you did with the first enemy in this level. If you kill him, you get a checkpoint here, which I highly recommend getting. because it's practically no time loss, and this climb is the longest and hardest one to do with motion controls. So I'll show just normally what it looks like. If you're doing it normally, you can do this and then get off this to skip a few holds and go all the way to the top. But if you're very proficient with motion control monkey climbing, you can do this all in one fashion. So something like this. Still not the best example, but it shows off the idea that you can, if you know how to adjust your motion controls slightly, your rhythm slightly at the end there with those boards, you can go fast with the boards there at the end. But that's something that I always have had trouble with. But yeah, you can, if you are only proficient with the first part, but not going like side to side, you can go to this first hold, then do jetpacks after releasing, to just skip to the end here without having to do lower climbing. Okay, so now we're at the end of the level, and this is where one of the most infamous glitches, one of the most infamous strats of the run comes into play, and this is a go-go skip. Essentially, there's a secret level behind this wall here that we are able to activate at any time that takes us to a lost level. And as we saw with the Aztec level in the first nebula, if you complete the lost level, you don't have to complete the level the initial way, like the intended way initially, and it counts as a completion. So normally you're not allowed to access this secret level until after you beat the boss at the top, but we have a wall clip right here where that'll immediately get us to go in it, and it saves roughly 1.5 minutes of time. So it's very, very hard to get the feeling of it for the first time. I remember I tried this 50 times my first time without any success. But it's something that once it does work, it kind of clicks for you. But essentially, here's how it works. You're gonna try to launch yourself at the peak of your jump with the twisting here. So like that, so that you can grab that hold right there without using the bird holds. So like that. Yeah, there we go. I clipped through. So skipping those birds and going straight for the top hold there, and what's basically happening is we're grabbing that hold for like a fraction of a second and then letting go instantly. And for some reason, if we have our momentum from this hold going at the peak of our jump, as we grab that hold at the top, it somehow, and then immediately let go, it confuses the game and puts us in a wall, because it's still like trying to finish off the momentum that we got from this from that jump right there. So you want to jump, and there's a lot of times where it just won't work, even if you have the height to grab that hold. So you want to get the height, not move left or right at all. That time it did work. But sometimes you can try to time it up and do several twists in a row. But it's essentially, let's see here. I essentially aim for this angle, like waiting for myself to flip. Well, now it's the red line's different, but I essentially try to aim for this point right here at the top of the black material for when Astro passes that line for myself to launch at. And obviously, if you're doing motion controls, you have to make sure your flips are consistent. If you're having problems with this motion controls, it was definitely a lot easier to learn without motion controls on. But remember that it's harder. You have to charge up your spins before you can let go. It takes longer to spin them up if you're not using motion controls, but it's much easier to keep a consistent spin pace and maintain height to the first hold up there without moving left or right. But I do aim for this red line, like right there. And I always try to stay on the right side of this bar here. Don't be in the middle. And there we go. That's how you do it without motion controls. Back to motion controls. With motion controls, you only need one spin. Without motion controls, you do need to go through at least 2 spins before you can launch yourself to get the height needed. But I normally use 2 spins at least when using motion controls, just so I can time the peak of my jump. But yeah, it's all about timing when you make it to the top, making sure you have enough height. You do not have to hold forward. You see that I do hold forward from time to time to make sure that make sure I go through the wall, but it's not required. Which hopefully I can show an example here of something where you have to make sure you hold forward after the clip in order to go through the wall, but it's something that activates as soon as you press. Yeah, you see, like right there. It's something that activates after you press the hold and let go of it at a certain momentum as you're going up. And then after that happens and you're falling down, you can move forward at any time. But yeah, even with us knowing kind of like particularly the momentum and height that we need, it's still something that's you can't really get consistent. You can definitely make it more consistent, but it's something that's a variable in the run, which we can't rely on always getting it the first time, or even the second or third or fourth time for that matter. It's something that you're willing to spend a good 15-20 seconds to see if you can get it. But yeah, I definitely, for anyone starting out on this, it's definitely really hard to get build up the notion of it and build up how it even works to start out, but trust me that it does get easier once you get it a few times and you start understanding how it works. But this is one of the harder tricks in the game. But anyways, after you finish the clip, then you can go inside, hold the yarn, and take the secret exit. Which we'll get bots from this secret exit as well, but we're not going to get all 5 of them. Actually, you can get all 5 of them. The last bot in this next lost level is one of the bots that is on the verge of being routed in and out. And currently I have it routed out, but other runners do have it routed in. So know that when you're approaching this route, you have options when you're trying to figure out what's worth going for you. And if there's a harder bot that kind of makes you lose more time than what others are, you can trade that out for another bot, which I'll provide a lot of examples of what bots are on the verge of being routed in or not. We haven't come across a lot of examples. This is the first one, I think. I believe the Ico bot in the last level, Go-Go, that's never been routed out, but that's like on the verge of being like 28 seconds long to deviate from the main path to get, so that's one that you could route out if you want, but that's usually a safer one, in my opinion. But yeah, I'll show off this last bot, but just know that in the route we don't get the very final bot in this level for me. And again, the route document is up to date with what's most optimal, and it'll usually detail what some of the alternatives that you can too, so make sure to check that out. So at the start here, this level is all about using a light to kind of show the path of the platforms. Let me just kill these enemies to show off what the path is and looks like. Alright. So to give you an idea of how it looks, there's a lot of different ways that you can go about it, but what I like to normally do is I like to jump over to these 2 platforms. I know that I have at least 2 platforms to run on, to build up on, and then I jump over here to the last one, and then do another short jump to this light. You do need a light to get through these doors, so you can't just do all of this without a light, but so you could kill those enemies there, get this light, and use it to come up here for if you're not confident with climbing up here without a light. And it doesn't say lose that much time since you need a light to throw up there. But here's the way that I go about it, which, like I was saying, I go for that kind of aimlessly run to these top 2 panels up here, then jump over to this last one, and then jump up, pull yarn, throw it immediately, then jump, get this spot, and yeah. For the next part here, after you get this spot, there's gonna be 4 enemies. You can see 1 right now, but I like to kill this first enemy with the jet boots, and then I try to stay in the middle to make the left bot and the right bot try to come towards me, and then charge up a spin attack once I reach that final bot in the way back. So here's what I mean. Jet boots, run straight forward, spin attack, go back, kill all those enemies. Once you kill all the enemies, go and trigger this cutscene right here. Pull yarn, go left to avoid all the attacks. So go left, kind of like to where I am right now, and then start going forward and throw the light. Now there is invisible platforms right here, but there is not one right here. You can also tell if there's a invisible platform by using your jet boots on it. So in case you're wanting to aimlessly jump off at these, but you're not quite sure if you're gonna land on one, you can spin stall and then use jet boots as you're falling down to ensure that you are about to land on a platform. But just to give you a look at how this looks with the light, it's just there's 3 platforms at the end here, but there's none on the first 2. So spin stall, jet boots, hit this guy. Be careful of that shock enemy. If you're quick and direct, you can get this enemy directly, but the shock enemy can be a little bit of a problem. So we're just gonna go over here. You have to wait for this on a cycle. There's 2 invisible elevators that go up and down here, so once this reaches the top there, then we can go over to the left right there. Luckily the skull's there to show you kind of like the cycle that it's on, but yeah. Once you get on this second elevator on the left, you can actually use an elevator launch, jumping right as it starts rising to let you get up to the Dante bot up here, just a little, ever so slightly faster. So let me try to show this off. Like that, instead of having to wait for the elevator to rise to the top all the way. And I run in circles again to make sure that I have the sprint speed to help with my momentum with the jump as well, so make sure you're conscious about that. We're gonna grab the light there because we need the light to activate this next spot over here. Make sure that pumpkin sniper can be really hard to avoid, so what I do here is I stay on the right side of these platforms. Then after this jump right here, I move left. And then I throw the light at the pumpkin and do a little spin that I queued up as I'm finishing the jump here, to spin against the coffin and get the bot instantly after the coffin doors open. So just to show that again, stay on the right side of those platforms, and then right as the pumpkin shoots, right before this second to last jump, move left like that, and then throw the light kind of like right here, because the pumpkin will move over here when you move over here, and that should be enough to open this coffin. Now, after this point is when I would return the title screen, because I've got to my 4 bots. But I'll show off how you would get this last bot. There is 2 methods to it. The first one is to get it kind of the intentional way, and it takes like 32, 33 seconds, at least from what I've timed. There is an out of bounds that you can do to get this bot, but it's kind of hard. Requires you to keep momentum and sprint speed to pull it off efficiently, but that saves like 24, 25-ish seconds, I want to say. So it's definitely a bot that's worth routing in optimally, because it kind of like is below that 30-second threshold of where the bots are or aren't being added into the route currently. So this might be something you see in future runs where you see people doing this out of bounds, which is essentially, once you get this bot, you go over here, make sure you have sprint speed, you jump off this guy's head. Oop. See if I can pull it off. And then go over here. Then go up here, climb up here. Not pulling this off as fast as it should be done, but it is like 25-ish seconds if you can pull it off well. Want to make sure your sprint speed is up by this point. We can use a spin on the ledge to maximize our distance and jump over here. Okay, I didn't get it right there. That's how you would do it. I'm very inconsistent with it, but that's the rough idea of how it works. The idea, though, at the end there is definitely to keep the sprint speed up. Let me show you the way that I would go about it if I did incorporate this bot. So you would get this bot right here, you would go to the yarn, pull the yarn, you want to be a little left here, and then after the shock enemy, throw the light so that the door has a chance to open, so you're not just waiting at the door for half a second. Then you go over here. There is a light behind that little gravestone right there, but what I like to do is I aimlessly aim for the platforms right here and then go for the light here. You can aimlessly just jump on these invisible platforms the entire way, because like once you're here, you can look at those like those item crates in the background and start to jumping in their direction. And you can do 2 jumps like that. And then not do something like that. I'm not very confident with that path, but there is a way for you to do all this without a light at all. Yeah, I can't remember how to do that exactly, but I'll show you. So what I would do is I would do these first platforms right here, then I would grab the light and do it the intentional way, but you don't need the light to finish this. You just need to, yeah, because that's only for filling the ghost. You can just drop down and get the bot directly. But yeah, I'm not gonna actually collect this bot, so I'm just gonna move on. But if you wanted to, if you feel confident about getting that bot and want to route it in instead of some other bot that takes around 30 seconds to get, feel free to do that. I encourage it, actually. Encourage adjusting the route to whatever feels best to you. So we're gonna quit to title screen, not leave level, quit to title screen for that lost level. And now we're going to downside surprise. Oh boy. One of the most abusable levels in the run. This has very cool strats. It's hard to optimize because of that though, but yeah. So you're gonna spin into the cheese, and this is mouse mode. I wish there was more levels with this, but just know that you run very slow with mouse mode. But a few things that you can utilize trick-wise with it is that if you're jumping and then you go into the mouse mode, you're basically, think about how right here, it's hard to see, but right here is like where my max height goes. If I'm if I go into mouse mode after I activate it at the peak of the jump, my my overall height is probably like somewhere around there-ish. So you can use your mouse, going to the mouse mode after a peak of the jump to gain a little bit more height than is actually possible. Sometimes. Maybe not that high, actually. I think I lied. Not as high as that. But it does give a little bit of a extended boost. Especially also if you're going up in momentum, you get more of a boost. If you're going down in momentum, it's not going to help you as much extend that distance. But you'll see that be used a little bit here. So first off, there's two ways up this section. Normally you would go through the small. You could either just jump up and kind of like jump here, then jump on these leaves. That's the easiest, most straightforward way of doing it. You could also get up to this leaf, then do a jump, spin attack, and then go big. Or just a jump too, probably, that works too, but the spin stalling just helps line up and give you a little bit of extra height, you know? In addition to that, you could actually jump from this log right here at the peak of your jump to land on the middle leaf immediately, and then go up here with a jump, spin, stall, and then return back to big boy mode. Be careful that you're not like leaning up against the wall as it's happening though. Try to be a little bit going right a little bit away from the wall and then turn back in after you go into big mode, because sometimes if you go into big mode, it'll happen a lot where even if there's a little ledge, it'll keep you from going into big mode like that, and really can mess up with your momentum a lot. There is another way where if you're like if you jump on this vine here at a certain angle, or you know, before you like slope off, I mean, you can get extra height and use a ledge grab to get up here. You can't use that ledge grab if you're from the bottom here, but if you use the extra height from jumping on that vine a little bit, you can ledge grab like that, which might be the fastest method, but obviously shown there it's a little bit harder to get that. There might be a way. I haven't seen anyone like ledge grab over here, but that might be possible. Anyways, this is the best method, I'd say, is to jump and turn into mouse mode at the peak. Just make sure you're not leaning into the wall. Make sure you go into mouse mode a little bit before you hit the edge of the wall so that you don't deflate the leaf there. And then for this, be careful of this guy. If that guy kills you and runs, I would preemptively start killing him before you go for this spot, because he can kill you when you're in mouse mode. But essentially for this spot, you want to practice aiming your jump to start falling into the cage after the peak of your jump. Like going to mouse mode right after the peak of your jump to fall into the cage. Sometimes you might go on top and you can just like go through the bars instead, but yeah, you want to try to do that. And normally I like to push the cage a little bit. Don't push the cage too much, but I like to push the cage just slightly, so I don't have to just aimlessly like go into the cage as I like, I don't want to turn into mouse mode here. I don't want to turn into mouse mode here. I want to turn into mouse mode like in a happy medium right here, you know? But then as you go into mouse mode, just quickly turn the opposite direction, go into big mode, so that you don't get staggered by hitting your, by trying to go into big mode under this bot's legs or anything like that. So you can keep your momentum going, and then yeah, collect that bot and keep going. Now there's two paths that deviate right here. Both of them save pretty much the same amount of time, so it's up to preference. I'd argue that my way, the right way, is faster, but it's really hard to prove that. So I'll show off my way first. So you want to jump over here from this little ledge here, then do a long jump and then a kind of jet boost to jump up here. And you can get a little footing on here at the very, where it's pointed out the most, you know? And this is something that you slide off of, so you can't just like hold, you can't just stand here. You have to actively do jumps on it. But I find it pretty lenient. Just don't like hover into it, try to hover off it and then into it once you have the height. Like that, and then just be ready to time your jump. Then you go into this room in the back after jumping off this this thing. Do a spin attack right as you go into mouse mode to make sure you have that little bit of extended height. You could aim for the water over here, like that. If you're having trouble getting the height here, but this isn't as hard of a jump as others, so hopefully you don't have a problem with it. Then when you're in here, just run up right into this bed and then press mouse mode, and that gives you the perfect height to get under the blanket. Uncover the blanket, hit the bot, and then we're gonna try to exit the bedroom over that hole over there. We're just gonna go immediately forward after hitting the bot, and then once we hit forward and you're ready, start holding to the right more, and as soon as you're right as you're about to go off the bed, hold go into mouse mode. So don't do it like beforehand like that. Don't do it as you're falling off the bed like that. You want to wait until you're at the very edge of the bed. Oh, almost there. And do that. If you fail it, it's just a simple jump and mouse mode and fall down into it. Go off to the left side here. Don't go straight forward. Go on to the left side here and go into big mode once you touch the dirt, and then hit the bot immediately in front of that as it falls forward. We're gonna use the little mushroom here to get extra height. Just don't, it's a quick jump, don't stay on it for too long, but you can either jump on it immediately and then go up to this branch, which is my preferred method. You can go this way for the little hole. There is a way for you to actually jump up this way too, which is much easier than anything else, but not the fastest. And then we're gonna go for a Katamari. In Katamari, we're gonna charge a spin and just hold right and go break these boxes and go into here. Which essentially all that is yeah. That's pretty self-explanatory, I think, actually. Just charge up your spin, fall to the right. If you fall on the ledge over there, just fall a little bit over this way, and then break the boxes. Make sure you're not holding up against the wall here, otherwise you'll, when you go into mouse mode, otherwise you'll sometimes get on the ledge. Actually, yeah, like that. So, like, whenever you go into mouse mode, just go neutral for a second, or try to go like left or right for a second and then back forward. I charge up a spin here and then boom, boom. Something to note, something very important to note is that we get this bot in this order right here after the Katamari bot, because it spawns this bird to bring us back up to that upper part of the level. So that's very important. Otherwise, we would have to backtrack through the other way. With this bird, I usually wait for 3 swings back and forth. 1, 2, 3, and then I jump. Go on this little extended height for this tree trunk. After that swing, to jump off it to instantly go up here. And then you can ledge grab after jumping off that box. This is actually a pretty lenient ledge grab. You can ledge grab after jumping off that box or these boxes to go up to the frog here. Now this frog has a little bit of a difficult trick to it. So essentially, let me try to explain it right now. Essentially, once you get close enough to it, make sure your microphone is off on your controller also, because it's gonna blow these things and make him the jump. But we're gonna use the jump as you get close to the frog, as he jumps up here, to jump off the highest point of his jump to jump up to the bot ourselves. So he's gonna give us a little leap. Doesn't give us any like leap momentum, just a higher spot to jump from. But it's a really tight timing because you have to go over to the frog, make him turn around to jump, then you have to go away to make him jump back, and as soon as he jumps as you go away, go back to him and precisely time jumping on him as he's about to do his last jump of you coming back towards him. So let me just, might be better if I show how this works. So once you get close to this frog, you see that he jumps around to show you, hey, you can blow the fan to have me blow bubbles. But then once you go too far away, he leaps back. And again, if you come forward. Now, if you go back and then immediately forward, the leap that he does to allow you to blow is, to blow bubbles is kind of, delayed, trying to find the right word. So, you know, he has to finish the animation of turning back before he can turn back again, you know? So we utilize that by, as soon as that animation starts, going and positioning ourselves and then jumping up here, okay? You can do it instantly if you're very fast, so if you have like sprint speed and you've climbed up here, you can jump off him immediately, which is something that you might see in a world record at some point, but it saves just a few seconds doing it that fast, and it's very precise, especially the camera. Until the frog starts blowing bubbles, the camera is fixated, so you can't see the top part of that. So I'm not going to cover that per se, but I wanted to mention it. But anyways, if you go towards the frog, basically the method is, once you ledge grab, you go towards the frog, go away, and then starts going back towards him as soon as he turns back to you for the second time. So, like this. He turns first time, turns to go back, position on the head, jump from the head, okay? Go towards him, go away, go towards, jump at the peak of the jump. So you have to be ready to like jump directly onto him. It can be a little hard to jump directly onto his head. You have to be precise with your landing. But you do that, and I always like to do a spin dagger in midair right before the cage. It helps me push myself into the cage, into the bars at a similar height before I go in. But yeah, once you get in the cage, you can just make sure you're not under the bot. Make sure you're kind of like, otherwise that will happen, something like that. You can go in the cage and then try to like run out as you grow big to avoid hitting your head on anything. But then yeah, that's basically it. And the reason why this is so useful is because riding on these bubbles is extremely slow. You would have to get the bot with the bubbles, and then also the secret exit at the top of those of that tree with the bubbles too. We avoid bubbles altogether, so we want to get the secret exit to go to the lost level, but we have one more bot in the tower over there, so we're gonna go to the tower over there and then use the tower to jump over here without having to use the bubbles to instantly get up there. Okay, so there is a long, complicated way to go up the tower. There is an alternative way that world record runs probably will utilize at some point, where if you have sprint speed, you can jump off this. I didn't do it right there. you can jump off the edge of this, and with very precise timing, you can enter mouse mode on the ledge there. Ah, so close. I'm not gonna waste a lot of time on this, but essentially it's a... There we go. You get that. Then if you jump out of this, like jump away from this ledge, and as you're rising out of your jump, not at the peak of your jump, but as you're rising out of the jump, if you go big mode, you can activate your jet boots and a spin stagger to do something like this. And get the moss spot that's right there. I personally didn't get it because I didn't want it to, I still wanted to show the tower here, but that's how you would do that part fast. I think if you have sprint speed, if you get your sprint speed up fast and you get that first try, it saves like 3-4 seconds. Or you can go straight for this tower, which is just run into this, go into mouse mode, and you should instantly fall in the keyhole. Then you go over here, press the red button, and we're gonna skip this whole section right here without Astro, get out of the way, please. I'm gonna skip this whole section here without the without going to small mode. So we're first gonna go on top of this thing right here. Okay, then we're gonna go on this orange cog. Now you can ledge grab up here if you want to be as fast as possible, but I recommend going on this ledge right here in big mode, then going up here, and then going to the top and going to the mouse mode after you're at the top. So boing, 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 like that. That's how you would do it in big mode. So I'll show this off here. So you can stand here, you can jump off the wall, stand here, jump off, stand here. You can, oop, fell off. You can ledge grab that from right here. You can ledge grab up here. I'm not doing really well, but like that, and that can be faster. Or you can just jump right there and then reach here that way. And then once you're here, you want to make sure you have enough height, but then go into mouse mode after you're at the right height to go through this. So that's how you go through this tower without going to mouse mode at all. You do have to go into mouse mode at the end there because it's a small tunnel. Go straight forward and then go into big mode, and then the mouse spot is right to the left as you exit. So this is, remember when I said if you use the alternative harder method to jump from the side and then get it, if you collect the bot like from over here, from this angle over here, it will automatically place you here. Just wanted to note that. Okay, so both paths will come together here, and you have this clock that you have to go through, which normally you would go on this bounce pad here, which it doesn't take a lot of time to just do that. If you want to just go for the clock directly, you can do this. That's not hard at all. The next easiest thing is to just go over here, spin stagger, spin stall, and then go for that bounce pad. That's what I would recommend the most right now. There is a faster method where you can get a little, very small footing in big mode, right about here. Very, very tight. It's like right on that corner. Right kind of like at the top of that little gray corner right there. So it's like right this, and you have to have kind of like the right angle going at it too. But it's like that. If you can get that instantly, it's worth doing that, but if it takes you more than one try, this is definitely the fastest method. Once you get up here, it'll spawn this bird. Essentially, you just need to do one swing on the bird, and then you can get on this little lip up here. There is rope physics in this game, so something to note is that once you like grab a rope and you slide down the bottom part of it, and you if you jump at the if you time that along with jumping off of it at the apex of your swing, you can get more height and momentum than what a normal rope swing would do if you do it like a few milliseconds after it reaches that peak of the swing, you know? And you can also go back and forth to do it, but jumping at the peak of the swing right as it gets to the peak is important to get a little bit of extra boost out of it than intended. But anyways, we tried more on that. That will become more important later. But for right now, just know, do one little swing, jump up here on the lip, go to this little dome thing, and once you're kind of like, I would say look at the ground here, and once you're about right here, you know, if you're positioned directly down, kind of want to, there's kind of these like triangle type things right here, this row of triangles. I would say jumping kind of like along the line of those triangles like that is the best spot to do it. Still gives you a little bit of more room in case you're a little bit late on your jump to still jump without falling off. You just don't want to make sure you fall off this dome, but you jump roughly right there. You can make this jump like this. And I went all the way to the secret exit here. A lot of times you won't have jump speed. You won't have sprint speed, I mean. So let me show you it again just real fast. So you can aim for this branch right here, which I normally do a spin stall right above the branch just to line myself up, and then go into mouse mode. I change the camera to line myself like this with the branch, so I can just go forward in mouse mode and do micro adjustments to make sure I land on the branch. But yeah, if you're a little bit more comfortable like with your speed and everything, you can go straight for the secret exit here. You can go into big mode there to oh shoot. Actually, let me restart the level because I want to show the alternative path. You can go into big mode there after hitting the secret exit to cancel the animation, but it's very risky. Would not recommend it, but I wanted to show that off. So the alternative path here that that other people, other runners are willing to take right now that take roughly the same time is that after getting this spot at the beginning, instead of going on the right path, they go for the left path here, which you don't want to break these boxes, but you want to climb on top of them. Well, you don't want to destroy them. This is one of the reasons why I don't go for this path, but if you go jump on the box here, damn. If you jump on the box here, there's a way that you can go into mouse mode on the ledge, on the center tower there, and climb up fast on the, like right there. That's how you would get up here. And then you would jump and go about the route with going back here from this direction instead. Getting the bot under the bed sheets, then going back and doing everything kind of like in the motion that we did, everything. Actually, I think the route is that you could also, the meaning of going from this direction is that once you make it up that ledge, you'll instantly spawn the bird. So once you make it up the ledge right there, you can just instantly go down here and get the bot behind these boxes, and then take the bird up, go back in this back room over here, go up, get Katamari, then go over to the leapfrog, and then everything connects again. But yeah, that's about as much as I'm gonna show that right now. Let me go up to the secret exits. Okay, here's how you do it without sprint speed. There you go. And then secret exits. This takes me to one of my favorite lost levels in terms of just how it moves. It uses the dog jetpack, and I like how the dog jetpack movement works here. A little hard to pull off in Construction Derby and Ginny, but here it just flows so well for me, personally, so I like it. But we're gonna get all the bots here and then do the same trick where we return the title screen after we collect all bots instead of finishing the level. This one should be more straightforward, I think. You wanna go straight for this bot, but make sure you curve... Oh! Well, don't do that. You wanna make sure you curve left a little bit before the blob enemy fires. You know, just like a second right before it follows, like as soon as you land the landing right before the blob enemy. Then you'll go up this path. Jump as you pull that yarn. As you climb up that wall, make sure you do a jet boost to kind of line up your height, and then do a spin once you get close to that spot. Here, you could deviate. So you could either jump off this path and then just take a casual path over, and this doesn't waste that much time. But it is optimal by like a second or two, by a couple seconds after this spot, to climb up here. Don't climb the ladder because the ladder ruins your sprint speed, but to climb up here, make sure that deactivate your jet boost before hitting the tree. Otherwise the jet boost will destroy the tree and you will have to climb the ladder and lose your sprint speed and it'll be slow. So use your jet boots to climb up the tree, and then your sprint speed should have built up by this point. If not, it will build up within the next second or two after you did those 3 seconds of climbing up the tree and getting here. So then just launch yourself, do a spin stall, and then jet glide the rest of the way. In general, if you're trying to make a big jump and you're relying on sprint speed activating halfway through a jump, because sprint speed does activate during a jump. It doesn't just activate when you're on the ground sprinting. It will, you will pick up speed and momentum halfway through a jump if it's after that 4 seconds of you doing continuous movement. So in that case, if there's jumps where you're trying to do that and utilize that, you want to start with a spin stall and then jet boost the rest of the way, because you get more distance with the jet boost with momentum than if you finished with a spin stall at the end. Yeah, just very minor. But anyways, you get over here, start up a spin attack, get this tree out of the way, pull the yarn, throw the explosive at that bot, and spin attack the bot as it falls over here. Make sure you're spinning in circles, and you're not just waiting at the ledge here so you don't lose your speed. So usually try to time my spin running to right when it's about to do this, and then right when it's about to get over here, I get sprint speed back up. I do this, hit the bot, and then I jump directly over to this. Do the most direct path after getting that bot. Hit the chest at the most first possible point. You get the dog jetpack. We're gonna go for the right bot here first because it is a little bit faster. Get this and then go for the end. But essentially try to line yourself at that tree. There's an invisible wall at that tree, so you can't go any further than that tree that we just destroyed. But yeah, you get the dog jetpack. What you want to do with the dog jetpack here is you want to jump and then activate the dog jetpack. Don't do a little glide with your jet boots or do a spin attack. You want to make sure you have those ready for after the jetpack dog, because if you do something like this, you don't have anything after the jetpack dog to give you extra aerial support. So what you want to do is just one jump, do this, and then glide. And then if you need the extra space to do a spin attack, you can do a short little jet boost there, and then a long one here. Run in circle, jump pad, then you can boost into that bot or spin attack it, either one. As soon as that bot's delivered, or not delivered, or actually once it's collected, and you have momentum again, just jetpack immediately into this jump pad. Then do a short boost, then long boost, short boost, longest boost. Go over the edge here, and long boost here. This can be a little tricky, so if it's more comfortable for you, just don't do a boost at all here and just do that. But be careful that your jet boost will destroy the trees. Or you can like center yourself outward a little bit more with jet boots and then do your dog jetpack. But anyways, yeah. We go behind the level here to get this bot. So you don't have to kill any of those enemies. Just do some parkour in the back of the level here, but just be careful that these are voxel things that break, so you gotta be a little bit careful and precise here. But after you get this bot here, you just return the title, and that's voxel bust up. Alright, so Tree of Funk is not routed into the run right now. It's been routed in and out a little bit, but essentially the parts of it that is routed in is just the first two bots. So before you even activate Pop a Tree and climb into his mouth and hear that banger of a song, there's two bots that you can get fairly easily, and they're basically free give me bots. There's like no parkour, no tricks, no nothing. So if there's two bots that are giving you trouble at any point in the run, route in Trunk of Funk right before Wormy Passage here, because it's very those two bots are very easy. It adds 57 seconds to get those bots, so each of them individually is like 28.5 seconds, so it's right on that verge of being bots routed in and out. So just know that it adds pretty much an extra minute to go out of your way right here to get Trunk of Funk. Leave it by using the Leave Planet button and then going to Wormy, okay? So yeah, definitely worth considering, especially from a beginner route. Now we're gonna do Wormy. Wormy is pretty straightforward. One thing to note, keep an eye of the type of mole that you see here, because that's the one that lines up to the one that has the chest here, so that you don't have to just guess which of the three has it. You know which one's gonna have it as soon as you see which appearance matches. So that was like light brown with a lighter circle patch in middle, I think. So more like, I think it's the top right one. Yep. Oh, interesting. Still got the chest. Yeah, so that's a good thing to note. Once you hit the chest, make sure you're still heading in this direction. You're gonna be at the point where you're kind of like right by these cactuses. I've died to these cactuses before, so be careful. Sometimes I like to go a little bit more further up first, or I just but like don't like try to jump over it, because if you get the froggy gloves as you jump over the cactus, you'll fall right into them as you get them. So just be careful and wary of that. But we're gonna go straight over here and get the Ellie bot and get it with the punches if you're at a right height. Then we're gonna do the spin tech. This is the first level where we've seen repeating well, actually we got the dog jetpack last level. But yeah, I've already explained the frog tech back in the Aztec level in the first nebula, so I'm not gonna cover the tech again here, but so I'm just gonna get going pretty much. Start up a spin, and once you land here, do a spin attack. And Something to note here is that you don't want to jump directly into this. Some people can if they, like if you spin attack from here, you're able to, but I like to give myself a little bit of extra room by spinning around here and then jumping around the side right here. You jump up here. For this, use both of your fists. Like try to go directly to this grass here, this or you know, moss or whatever, and then aim directly, go towards this mushroom, and then after you jump in the air, try to do both left trigger and right trigger at the same time. Make sure you keep moving, because sprint speed, this is one of the spots where I lose sprint speed sometimes. It takes a second for that bot to go from the ledge down here, so don't just go instantly here. You could probably charge up a spin attack and then do that just to be safe, so that you don't have to like go over here and then you're like actively going like this and risk losing your movement speed by actively turning back and forth. So I would say after you punch here, try to do a spin attack and then just do something like that. Then you have to go back this way. I've always thought there might be a skip from here to that checkpoint over there, and you can like sort of do something like this, but nothing has come to fruition with that. But that might be something that's found in the future, since you can stall with the frog punches more often than without. But no, just go over here. One thing to note here is when you go for these holds, do not press R2 too quickly, because it will target onto the worm right there to the right. If you don't, if you press R2 too quickly. So wait until you're right here, pretty much, until you're past the worm and you're obviously facing, like very clearly facing the frog hold here, like that. Okay. Charge up a spin attack as you're going over here and release right here, and then just wait for this bot to kind of cycle into your attack. I like to, after this little jump pad, instead of, I try to aim for this, but then I try to do both left, do L2 and R2 when I'm about right here. Make sure you don't fall off the edge, because you're kind of close to the edge, but I want to try to kill the enemy and kill that position here so I can climb up it later. Ahead of time, I go for this, and this, so the way I do this kind of like lines up the cycles for everything pretty well. So with killing that enemy ahead of time, I have the ability to activate this, immediately go for the bot to the left of me, and then have the cycle work out perfectly for how I get to the next part of the map. So I'm just gonna do this full motion. Well, so I guess to explain step by step before I do full motion, I'm gonna pull this thing out. After I pull it out, I'm gonna start going this way. I'm gonna charge up a spin before I jump up here, but then I'm gonna do a jump up here, then a jump and jet boots up here. Then I'm gonna release my spin, do the spin tech with both L2 and R2 as I'm spinning to destroy this, and then Joel's gonna come out of it. He's gonna rise into the sky. I'm gonna do a jump spin as Joel comes down to get him a little bit quicker, and then after I've successfully obtained the bot and gotten out of the animation, I'm gonna jump this way and then jump off this way and stall in the air a little bit until the hold becomes available in the middle one over there. Okay, so here's how that looks. And I think you need sprint speed for this too, so let me build it up. Okay, let's go. Charge, jump up here, let go, L2, R2. Spin jump in the air to get him slightly quicker. Then this way, spin stall, grab. And that's how that works. Position yourself here to get both of these at the same time. Don't want to do them one individually. You want to try to get two of them in each fist. For the big worm here, you want to wait until he shoots his glob shot, but then I always put one punch in, and then the second punch in a half second later, and then I pull back at this position, and that's usually what's worked out the fastest for me. There is a bot in here, okay? Which something that you could do is you just jump and wait till you fall and punch into there. But the best way to do it is to charge up a spin and to do a spin attack as you come up from the launch here. So something like this. And that's gonna put in a lot of possible hits to get it. It is possible for you to miss it. So if you do miss it, just come back down and then just do something like that as the alternative, but that is a pretty fast way of doing it. You can skip this jump here by jumping over this, or if you have this nailed down pretty well, it is faster to actually take this, but it can sometimes ruin your sprint speed. But yeah, just remember, if you're trying to clear that gap, to stall the punch gloves at least once in addition to your spin stall. Just do the most direct method here, get that, do a spin attack to get this bot a little bit faster and take a direct approach to it. And then up here we do have a wall that we can, you want to charge up your spin attack as you go on this purple platform, and then go to the green, and then mash L2 or 2 as you're doing the spin attack through this. Sometimes this wall doesn't get cleared completely, so you might want to be ready to do another few alternate punches. I will say there is an alternative way to go about this that is pretty much the same time-wise, which is something like this. And you have to die, but you get the checkpoints. I don't see anyone doing that in runs, myself included, but that is a way that you can go about this a little bit with pretty much the same time-wise. If you find you're not able to push this wall through completely because it stops sometimes, and you're angry about it not being pushed all the way, and you have to do a few extra punches, that keeps happening to you, it might be worth looking into that alternative method of dying to get the checkpoint. Okay, so here at the end of the level we have Wormy Skip. So essentially, after you kill this guy, platforms will rise to get you to the end of the level, but then a worm comes up and eats you. In that worm is a bot, which is nice, but you also have to spend 30 seconds climbing out of the worm and getting out of it. You know, it takes about 33 seconds to get out of that worm. So this bot is one that's being routed in and out, but it does save a little bit of time technically if we do avoid it. So, and plus Wormy Skip just looks cool, so I'm gonna try to perform Wormy Skip. There isn't really any strats inside the worm, so I'm not gonna show off going inside the worm, but just know that there is a bot inside the worm that's like 33 seconds long. If you do fail Wormy Skip, then you can get that bot and then route out something like Thor or Jill later, or any other bot that's around 30-ish seconds, and you're not going to be losing much time overall then. So hopefully that makes sense. But this is how you basically go about this, and hopefully I can get this Wormy Skip. But you want to charge up a spin attack, have this guy you want to try to go around the right side of him, and you want him to try to follow you on the right side so that he doesn't like come all the way over this way, but you want to try and kill him. As soon as you kill him, you want to make your way over to the platforms, because if you spin too long, you're going to trigger the worm eating thing. So here's how it works. You go off the right side, charge attack, move away at the end, go to that platform, and then go to the exit there. You can do an extra frog punch in the air to go to that third pedestal, but go to that third one and then make sure you just don't stand on it for too long. An important note when using your spin attack on that chicken nugget enemy is that you can start moving towards the enemy a little bit when you start the spin, but then after you've gotten like 1 or 2 punches in, start moving away so that the spin attack finishes and kind of like pushes them off right as you're like moving away, right as you're about to move out of range of being able to hit him, so that you're already moving in the direction of where you need to go so you can skip Wormy. But yeah, that's about that. And for some reason you just dive bomb to the, I guess, the skipping the Wormy kind of triggers you to just fall down there. It's weird. But yeah, it's not too complicated. Just gotta be really fast and precise with how fast you're moving for that section. And it can be a little bit hard to practice since if it happens, you have to restart the whole level. So, but do know it's just being a little precise, and if you can't reach that 3rd pedestal, to use your frog punch stalling midair a little bit more in between your glides and jumps and your spin stalling. Okay, so we have our second boss here. We're gonna pull this yarn immediately and jump back after we pull the yarn. So, oh, let me restart. So again, with every boss, there's this little section here that we have to go through first before we actually fight the boss. So grab the yarn, fight it, pull it with a jump, and you can go for this. We get the froggy gloves and break the barrels. Be careful that there's a little step here that you can grip on and lose your momentum. You can grab that from like right there, kind of like pretty much right after you hear the checkpoint, but like between the flower and this little grass patch. I do a little shortcut here. Oh. Yeah, jump from this edge, do a little spin stall, jump up there. You can instantly grab these, don't have to use that jump pad. Okay, so right here, basically where I am right now is where you are able to launch yourself at. So some people wait for the visual icon of when the coins appear. I just wait for when I reach this position right here with this little tiny patch of grass. So what you can do is, oh, or a little bit, slightly past that, I would say, actually. Okay, so this boss fight's gonna include a lot of spin attacking, but it also is gonna include alternating punches. So there's a rhythm to alternating punches, which is what I'm doing right now, where you press L2, R2, L2, R2, and you don't, make sure you're never pressing L2, R2 at the same exact time, okay? You wanna, it'll like build up speed the more you alternate, but just make sure you're pressing down L2, releasing L2, and then pressing down R2 and releasing R2 in the sections where you do need to do alternating punches. Takes a little bit of muscle memory to build up, but it's not too bad. It's better to do it slower than to mess it up. But for these, you just, there's not much of a method to actually avoid these gloves. Just be perceptive and try to avoid them, and not be like me. But the last glove that comes down, make sure you have a spin charge ready, and then right as it comes down, unleash your spin attack immediately. Make sure to kill the enemies as fast as possible, although it's pretty lenient. You have a pretty good amount of time to kill the enemies before he comes out of the water. So I've never really had an issue, but I usually kill them with the spin attack. Okay, and that's the same example of how you would do it for the first attack. That's an actual good example of using the spin attack to instantly destroy the glove immediately. He's gonna do this attack, which I like to jump after I try to hold into these, but then his head is gonna go down, and this is one where you want to do alternating punches. So you do just one little jump, and at the peak of your jump you can start doing the alternating punches, and it'll start connecting. So like this. You can do a spin on that, but it's a little bit hard to get the height, and you have to be a little bit closer. Oh, okay. So here's an important thing, important concept to talk about, which is dying intentionally on bosses to skip their attacks. So he's gonna do this attack where he shoots out about like 10 or 12 spiky balls at you that you have to try to avoid. If we get hit by the first one immediately, it stops the rest of the spiky balls coming out, and he stops that attack altogether and goes on to his next attack. Not every attack for a boss works like this, so it's situational, but this is the only one for Wako Taco. Mecha Leon has a lot, so yeah. But this one, Venomora, and this one and Venomora have one. Leon and the Falcon have two. Leon has a lot of time save, whereas like right here, this probably saves like 6 seconds to get hit right here. And then for Venomora and for Falcon, you're only saving like a few seconds. Take advantage of canceling out their attack early. But anyways, all you have to do is just get hit by it as soon as possible. Jump into it, pretty much. He's gonna bring his punch over on the left, try to get close to it on the left side, and then as soon as it starts moving, start doing alternating punches again, not a spin attack, okay? As soon as it starts moving from the back to be forward. Don't wait for it to like connect with you. You can start punching a lot sooner than what you think. Take care of the enemies, go in the ink, charge up a spin, go up to this level here, and then start spinning, okay? That's important. Don't start spinning before. Try to get yourself level on that goop after this gets stuck in the goop, and let the spin go ahead of time. This one's kind of similar to the other one, except you do need to make a little bit more distance to it before you can do the punches. So the other one, where you were hitting the side of the goggles, the side of the head, it was just one jump, and then you started the alternating punches. Do a jump and then run a little bit, and then start alternating punch, okay? Just slightly more distance than the last one. Alright, so this is all the main stuff. Something to note here is that at this point you get a checkpoint, so even if you lose all your hearts, you do get set back to this point. So that's something that every boss in this game doesn't have a checkpoint. This is the only one that has a checkpoint that's halfway through. But he's gonna part the Red Sea, and we're gonna wait for a jump pad to send us here. You can skip the wave cycles here. It's kind of tight, but the important things to realize here is that you don't want to ever be running into a wall or jumping into a wall. You want to make sure you're holding forward and not having a wall block you or slow you down in any way, and then making sure that you latch onto the froggy holds as soon as possible. So it's worth memorizing where you can latch onto them. So we do 2 quick jumps here. Don't let the wall, yeah, you want to make sure you jump over those walls. If you stagger there and hit a wall and then you know that you've lost time already, wait for the cycle to clear for these, okay? Don't try to avoid don't try to keep going for the cycle skip for clearing the wave. But yeah, if you do those first jumps decently well, just keep moving forward, and roughly, yeah, I'm sorry that can't really see too well, but this is kind of like where these holds are, okay, or these like steps are, you know. When you're at the corner of this second last step, that's when you can kind of have the range to hold on to this. Hold on to this thing. So you don't have to wait until you're at the last step and then grab it. You can wait until you can literally be at the ledge of the second step here. That's right here, and then activate the froggy hold. So let me try to show that off right here. Oh, maybe a little bit more than that, actually. So about like right here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe momentum. Momentum might play into it, actually. Okay, never mind. Disregard what I just said there. It's more about halfway through this block then, I suppose. So, wait until you're like halfway through that block and then boom. That was still kind of slow, but... Okay, yeah. I would say this is when you can kind of like do the hold. So you don't have to jump off this and then like do the hold after the jump. As soon as you're at the ledge of that last stone platform right here, that's when you should be able to activate the froggy gloves. And remember that momentum will be a factor, so if you activate the punches like a little bit earlier over here, it'll carry forward as you're moving into the platform. But roughly right here, you want to grab it and then grab the other one instantly and then keep forward. This one right here, you want to aim for roughly around that corner, a little bit right before that corner of that stone platform there. But yeah, like I said, you get a checkpoint for this boss, so this is something that you can practice to try to figure out the more precision on it. So let's do it live here. So wait until about like right there. Oh. I don't know if the cycle changes if you, yeah, let me, the cycle might change upon death, actually, I don't know. But anyways, if you're fast enough and you didn't trip up on anything, you kept your sprint speed, that you should be fast enough if you hold onto the hold there to avoid that, wave. Yeah, I think there's something different if you die. Oh, and another thing to note, actually, is to aim for the top, the leftmost part, because that's a little bit more inward than the back part. So make sure you're aimed a little bit to the left. Yeah. So that might not actually be possible on the cycle. Okay. I'll show off the YouTube video for it, just to make sure you all know what it looks like. It's usually not hard. It's not something that it's failed very often, but it is something that is still tight timing, so. Okay. So essentially, make sure you're doing keeping your sprint speed up as you hit that jump pad. One thing I want to note actually is it might be worth not holding forward directly and holding a little bit more to the left at the jump, so like you see me right here, so that I don't instantly run into the wall here. But yeah, I'd like to do 2 jumps there, just get me up the steps. Then about right. Okay, I guess it is at the very ledge of that last stone platform that I normally aim for, not the second last step. And then at the corner there, is kind of where you want to aim. There we go. And then make sure after this last hold that you land here as soon as possible, because that cues up his like reaction of like, what, you made it? Sort of thing. But yeah, for these holds at least, it's essentially just as soon as you've pressed R2 on one of them, try to press R2 as fast as possible to get the next holds. It's not something that you have to time. Like you can kind of mash the R2 button after every hold, because you won't be able to let go of the hold until you finish it. So just make sure you're pressing R2 as soon as you can, as soon as the swing of one finishes. So like right here, make sure you're pressing it a lot. Yeah. Yo, Safi. Thank you for the raid. I paused my recording so I could say a quick hello. But thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Shout out to you, good sir. I'm gonna go straight back into the tutorial because we have a lot of stuff to still clear through tonight, but do appreciate it. Okay, so here we are. I'm gonna build up my sprint speed this time to see if this is even something that we can practice. Actually, no, I lost my sprint speed. Okay. So if you know that you're not gonna make the cycle, do something like that right there, where you go up to the last step that can be hit by the wave, and then jump off that. Right as the wave passes by, so you can still minimize some time and you don't have to wait for the wave to pass by completely. Small way to maximize time out of a backup strats. Still, you want to charge up spin attacks for these eyes. This is pretty straightforward here. And then angle yourself, position yourself roughly around here, and then these will become available to grab. Pull back as soon as you see a reaction from the octopus. Let go of the left analog stick. For this up here, you want to make sure you don't press any inputs as you rise out of the sea, and then as the boat launches, do when it hits the top of the water. What I normally do is I do 2 punches back to back, so, and the second punch will always hit it. Yeah, not much more to that. Normally you can try to like jump out of the water and try to get close to the boat, but I find it time wise to just let the water let you rise yourself altogether. And once you surface and you see the boat surface, you just do 2 punches, and that's usually what's been fastest for me. I think that's all I have to say about that level. On to Bot of War. Bot of War can be a tricky one. I'm gonna try and go through it relatively fast, but it is one that I have problems trying to make consistent. It's something that Thor bot is constantly being routed in and out of this level too, so there's a few, like, there's 2 different paths that you can take halfway through, but that's the jumping pattern. Skip the cutscene. You don't have to hit the ice lock here, you can just hit any part of the door, and we go over here to this spot over here. This spot takes roughly 22 seconds to go in here and get to deviate from the main path, just for a heads up. This right here is the thing where you have to like walk through it. If you jump through it, you don't have to, it's a little bit faster than walking through it, so be wary of that. The thing is that you have to walk through this part right here for like a few inches, okay? So you can jump, 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 but when you're jumping out, you can see that there's like an invisible wall there. So make sure, you'll just like fall into it, but just if you want to make some micro optimizations, make sure you land a jump here and then jump out of that, okay? You will lose sprint speed coming out of that, but it'll take, it'll build up like right here. Now you could take this path right here, but there's a little shorter path if you line yourself up right here on this little corner and do a long jump and jet boots to push you up here. You can also do a spin attack if you think you're not going to make it in. It might give you a little bit of a boost. Same thing with right here. You can do a more direct path, and on the slopes, make sure you do a spin attack and it helps you reach up. Not really hard jumps, but something that I haven't seen other people do. I don't know if it's because they find it a little bit hard, but yeah. That jump right there is pretty lenient. Just want to make sure you you know, there's lots of room to sit here. You don't have to, you can like literally just stand here, so it's not something where you have to jump really quickly. So all you have to do is make sure you do a jump, let your jet boots kind of like glide you, and turn your camera so you have enough time to see where you're going before the end of the jet boots, but then and then do a spin stall at the end. Just make sure that you're centered up there. But yeah, that's not too hard of a jump. One that I've never failed in a run, actually. You want to flip Charlie here. Freya's not going to become available at the very first second that you can reach her, so make sure you run around her a little bit for just a second, and then you'll be able to retrieve her. Ice this. Make sure, I should note that sometimes that enemy right there becomes targeted instead of this. So your camera here matters a lot. You see, like, even though it's in the top left there, that enemy is being highlighted. So just make sure that blue enemy is not highlighted on your camera when you go for throwing your axe at this water pool. Okay, so if you're routing out Thor, which I have Thor routed in, but I think every other runner has Thor routed out. Thor takes an extra 28 seconds here to, if you're keeping it in your route like I am, which it's basically going from here, going to get Thor, and then the time meets up around here. So that's 28 seconds. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that's all I want to mention about that, is that other routes have him routed out, but I have him in. So I am going to show Thor. There is a fast strat to Thor, which is essentially once you break this ice, pull the yarn, and have the horns sound, there's a way for you to go over here, and there's a way to kind of like time going over into the ocean here and hitting Thor as Jormander comes out of the water, and that saves 4 seconds. So it makes Thor be a 24/7, I mean a 24-second strat instead of a 28-second strat. But it's very risky, and the checkpoints in Bot of War in all of these special bot levels are pretty taxing. So yeah. Nobody's going for that, but it is kind of like that angle where you come over here and you have to time the head coming out. But I'll show you the 28-second method, where you just come over here, break the ice, pull the yarn. You kind of want to do 2 circles as the horn gets blown, and as it blows, he goes over here. Now over here, I go straight forward, but then as soon as I see and hear the rumbling, I turn back and do a preemptive jump at this basically I go up here, I feel a rumbling around this area, then I turn back to this little jump right here, and I jump blindly in this direction, and the snake will, with Thor, will be there as soon as my jump finishes. So, showing that off an example. Like that, pretty much. And your camera shakes, so it's not something that you have to hear or have vibrate on your controller. Then we're gonna go straight from a mirror. Don't charge up a spin attack here, just do regular attacks. Make sure you go towards the tree first, and then you can clear up the enemies, so you can have the Odin Raven spawn. You can get this bot by hitting it, but we're gonna throw the axe, and it allows us to get the bots a little bit like at a distance. It usually puts you around here, so if you're throwing the axe and you're going all the way over here, it'll put you back over here. Just know that. So if you go over here, clear out the enemies, wait for the Raven to come, it's probably good to just like wait over here to reduce the distance that the axe has to travel, and then it'll put you back kind of along a line over here when you collect the actual bot. So that's what I recommend. After you collect that bot, just go back over this way. I'm gonna use a ledge spin to get me over this gap. You don't need it, but I want to say that, well, let me get rid of this enemy. You can just kind of like run past this enemy like this, and he won't hit you. But what I wanted to say here is that not all ledges are created the same. So if you do a spin attack off this, you saw it kept me on for a second, but I eventually went off it. But with this ledge right here, I don't fall off it at all. This one I do. So you can't rely on every ledge to ledge guard you, but for this ledge, it helps bring the most potential out of my jump if I do a spin attack here and then a jump this way with a spin stagger, a spin stall at the very end. And it's not like a hard jump, so pretty lenient. Something else I want to note in case you mess up on this level and you respawn is that you can throw your axe when respawning like this to skip the animation of the Kratos bot yelling, pretty much like this. So that if you do make a mistake, that's a way to still save like a second off of respawn. But anyways, after you go from the mirror, run past this enemy, do a spin attack here to get a little bit of extra distance. And if you time it well, you don't have to waste any time with actually making sure that the spin attack is at the ledge. You can still jump a little bit before you're at the very end of the ledge. But anyways, keep going. Throw this. Make sure you're a little bit right, because that pillar on the left can actually come down on top of you if you're too quick. So be a little bit more right when you make that last jump after that slope. Throw your axe once you're back on the ground, charge up a spin jump, and essentially for this little guy here, we want to aim for releasing our spin attack to hit like this side of the flower there, because what we're going to do is we're going to activate a spin attack here and then immediately go over here to take advantage of getting on this platform as it goes up. So our pathing here is kind of going to be not directly into the flower. It's not going to be directly into the flower, but it's going to be kind of like a little bit to the top left of the flower. And keep in mind that you have a spin radius of something like that. Or like if I were to compare where my character is right now, our spin radius is like this, you know? Maybe a little bit bigger than that. So try to aim so that the edge of the axe on the back right side will hit the flower, and that you can keep your sprint momentum, keep heading in a direction to climb onto this platform as it rises up, before it rises up, in fact. So something like this. if you go a little bit forward here, you can distract these enemies to follow you. Otherwise, if you don't want the enemies to follow you over this way, for after you get the bot over there and you return over to this platform, you can just use that height of that platform to stay on these like little ledge pillars here and go over this way. Which this jump's not like super hard. It can be a little bit hard if you don't have sprint speed, but again, make sure you time your jumps and you utilize the spin stalling midair. For these bots here, there's a red enemy that unleashes its spikes immediately, and it's very annoying. Luckily with the Leviathan axe, you're in good hands, so just do a spin attack, and the extra range of the spin attack here will ensure that even if they are in spiky form, they'll you won't die to them. So just do a spin attack, go into it, and then jump right at the end there, right after you kill the enemies, to instantly get rocked. And you're gonna jump back over this way. Try to clear this enemy first. If you go straight for the yarn, he will throw the projectile right on your head. So try to go like right past him, do a spin attack to kill him, and then go for the yarn. You will lose sprint speed after this. There is a little thing that hasn't been investigated too much, but if an enemy, supposedly if an enemy hits you as you're doing that spin, it lets the log be thrown instantly. But it's a very small window, because if you get hit before it starts spinning, then you die. So that's something that might be worth looking forward to, looking into, or you might see in future runs. Now for this, we normally just go for this corner here and then we jump around it. You can make it all the way, but I do recommend just going for the corner there, since it doesn't ruin your sprint speed and it's not too hard to just go around the corner, or it doesn't take much more time to just go around the corner. Now for this jump here, there's a way where if you throw your axe perfectly in the direction of the bell as you reach the top, you can hit it right away. So I'm gonna try and do that here, like that. Okay, so it's worth when you're coming over here, it's worth positioning yourself, both the position of your bot after it hits the jump pad, and also maybe your camera. I usually don't adjust my camera, but definitely adjust the bots, the way the bot's facing, to face directly into the wall. And then as soon as you come up over the peak, make sure you throw it. If you wait too long, or like on the wave when you're like falling back down after that jump, the axe will target onto one of the single enemies. So, but you know, if you have no enemies spawning at you, your axe goes straight forward like that. So you can use that to throw your axe straight forward like that, and it'll hit that bell instantly. If you do miss the axe, you don't really want to melee hit it, because it'll stagger you and knock you back. You want to try to clear out all the enemies here with a single spin, especially the red enemy. Especially the red enemy with the spin. And then try to recover your axe and throw it at the bell instead of trying to melee hit it. For this next part, we usually just ice one of these enemies. Any of the enemies work. This one, that one. You can go to this first step. If you have just enough height, you can make this second step and then just go here. There is an alternative method that saves the exact same amount of time, where you go up over here, go on this little metal part, and then you jump over here. I'm less lenient to try this because I feel like you have to be very into this corner. You have to be pushing hard into this corner to get this foothold, and I feel like it's more likely to ruin my sprint speed. Going for it, but it does save the exact same amount of time. So if you're tired of using the enemies as a foothold, or it's unreliable for some reason, know that that exists. Pull that up and then immediately attack. I like to exit after I retrieve this bot. I like to exit this on the left side instead of going straight forward. Well, actually, I was gonna say I exit on the left side to make sure I keep up my sprint speed, but there's like gold and stuff in the way. That's a little bit, that kind of blocks your path a little bit. Just be wary that it's very easy to lose your sprint speed here with how this chest is designed. So if you might even want to go backwards and then rotate back like that if you want to keep sprint speed up. But yeah, I'm not going to cover that too much. You can skip these waterfalls, water geysers, whatever. Use your axe on that. You can go back and forth. You can go up this way. Be careful not to recover your axe at the top here because the water touching you right here, if you recover your axe, will kill you. So make sure you're on the side here when you recover your axe. So recover your axe there. Go forward. Nidhogg. See the blue arrow, throw. Nidhogg strats here. You can he'll charge in the direction that he first sees you in after every time he like perks back up. So he doesn't actively change the direction he follows you. He'll pick one single direction to follow you very early on when he first sees you on every 3 of these phases. So we can utilize that to make him go in a certain direction to reduce his charging distance, and that saves time. So this first one, it's always the same. You can go left or right, but you'll always do the same distance on this first one. Once you see the sort of skid marks on his legs, that's when you're able to throw your axe. Despite if the blue arrow is there, don't rely on that. Rely on the skid marks on the legs. So right there, right here, is when he sees you and is when he determines his direction. I try to be right around here so that he gets a little bit closer to where we have to spin him after we've gotten through each phase, to reduce the distance of him being thrown. So he sees me here. I'm gonna jump off the edge so I don't get hit. You see those skid marks that I mentioned last time? Those yellow skid marks. So I'm like a second or two behind here over when I could have optimally thrown, but throw that. We're gonna go off the edge immediately. When he got back up, he saw that I was completely over the edge, so he should stop immediately right here. There we go, skid marks. You can grab this as soon as it touches the ground. There we go. That's the fastest way to do Nidhogg. And there we go, 2 nebulas down. It only took 5 hours. Wow. Yeah, I underestimated how much this was gonna be, how much there was to explain here. I thought I was gonna be done with everything within 5 hours. We're only like halfway. Hopefully I can still complete everything tonight. I'll have to speed things up from here on out. Let me take a quick little pause. Okay, pause the recording. Yo, Commander. Why not do the fast phase of that cycle? So I try to get him to go closer to... try to reduce the distance that we have to throw him at the end there. So I spend one of the attacks trying to get him closer to where we throw him. Which honestly probably doesn't change the time that much, but it's probably pretty similar to the same, but my intuition told me that it would probably be a little bit better that way. Yeah. All right. Let me know if anyone else wants to mention anything. Otherwise, I'll get back right into the... right back into the recording. Yeah, the IL is different. Since you have to actually hit that last check mark instead of wait on the cutscene. Okay. I'm gonna continue. All right, here we go, continuing. So we have another section where we have to prepare the component here. So the trick here for the chainsaw is that you only have to pull it 4 times total. Don't rapid fire it. You want to make sure your first pull is a good long pull. Your next 2 pulls are going to be kind of shorter pulls that almost reach the end, and then the 4th pull should be all the way. Make sure you pull it all the way. And when I say make sure you pull it all the way, make sure it's like held for like an extra second at the end, or an extra half a second. So something like this: long, short, short, long, long. Maybe not. Let me redo that actually, to just show what it should look like. There might be, I never really anticipated if you have to do it all in like great succession for it to like work, but usually in my head I've always thought of it as like 1 long pull, 2 medium pulls, and then 1 more long pull is how I usually go about it. But absolutely don't do everyone as like a short, fast pull, or everyone as a very long pull. So let's do long, medium, medium, long. Yeah, there we go. Long, medium, medium, long, pretty much. Which medium still goes all the way, but when I say long, it's kind of like being held down for an extra like half second. All right, so chain. So one thing I want to mention here is that as soon as you cut this side of ice off, that you want to raise your chainsaw up immediately to have the next animation play to move over the cube. So what I normally aim for is kind of like these black squares down here. I forget which one exactly. I think it's usually like the 4th one that I aim for. It changes between this one and the next one, but I wait for like the chainsaw to pass over that area to anticipate when I have to start moving up my moving up the chainsaw. So that was actually, I think it's like the 4th triangle on the 2nd set. So it's more like the 1st triangle on this. Yeah. Probably a little bit more up. For this one, it's definitely the yellow, the 4th triangle-ish. So like right there. When it's about to complete that triangle completely, right at the little edge there, is when you can pull up. And then, yeah, all this is still self-explanatory. Just pretty much mash L2, mash X to confirm. Most of these end up being the same. Same thing here when you're putting the component in. Time the L2 or R2 right as soon as the fingers touch, pretty much. A few milliseconds after the fingers touch, actually, I would say. But like press the formation to be ready to push it in. Alright, so now we have Crash Site 2 to go through. We have another 7 bots. Well, actually, last time we had 9 bots that we got in Crash Site because we got the 2 extra at the north sides, north part, but we have 7 bots to get here. We have a Crash Nidhogg that we're going to crash into to make an opening here. So what you need to know here is that the triangle press to rally the bots comes up as soon as you jump onto the platform. And then you don't want to hold, like you don't want to be prepared to grab the hog and pull on its string ahead of time. You want to wait until there's like 5 or 4 bots left that have to rally up. And then you want to pull, because for some reason it allows them to gather up a lot faster. But you definitely do want to start pulling the string before all the bots are rallied, because you can have those last like 3 to 4 bots rally up right as you finish pulling at the end. So I'll show that off here. Press triangle now, wait and do nothing. Then when it gets about to 5, you want to pull. And then boom, there. And then you can let go of square as soon as it starts spinning, pretty much. And that'll make sure that you only do one spin. Something about this triangle press, what I do is that as soon as I can move and jump, I do one jump, and as soon as I land the jump, I press triangle, and that allows the bots to rally up with this one as soon as possible. These bots have rope physics. What I normally do is I jump from one, I just jump across 2 of the bot jump ropes. I'm still not going to go over jump physics too much with jump ropes, but just know that aim right at the peak of the jump. Don't let the peak of the jump exhaust too much. Try to do it like right as you're about to approach the peak. It also helps if you slide down the rope right as you, if the rope allows you to slide down on it, that is. Yeah, like if you know how you slide down this rope, if you jump right at, right when you're at the bottom of the rope, okay? So if you can swing it and also jump off as it's swinging, that would be optimal, but yeah, don't worry about that too much. You can jump, the bots lining up here is very finicky, and there's RNG in place, so don't worry too much if you're not getting the most optimal movement across these jump rope bots. Sometimes it's just not possible to get it, but I usually try to just go from 2 instead of trying to use all 4. You want to utilize a slope jump here at the, again, like I said, how with previous slopes where you jump at the very end and then you go to that bot immediately. This guy, his cycles can be off depending every time, so if you have to predict if you're gonna get hit by this thing. Usually if he's like past this point by time I reach this like platform that I was standing on, like right there, or right there, I'll usually wait and go like around this way and then kill him with my jet boots. Otherwise, if I notice that he's like right there, I'll go and use my jet boost to kill him. So it's a timing thing that you have to get used to, but yeah, if he's like anywhere, if he's moving his little spiky ball anywhere around this portion, right as you jump onto this platform, I'd say go for it and kill him. Otherwise, wait and go around like this, or even just use this extra step so you don't have to worry about intervening with the spiky ball at all. But yeah, you have to kill him in order to spawn these bots. You can you kill him right here, so you can make a direct line over here, but just know that you should call these bots beforehand so they start gathering. Do a spin attack, save sprint speed as you collect that bot. Skip these bots, drop down here. You have to, with practice, you'll learn how to time the jet boost to kind of like spin attack into that bot. Otherwise, use this turtle as a foot boost to get this bot. That's the easy backup. Go for the corner of this jump pad and aim for the top right. And shimmy around that corner of the cage. Push off the cage. The cage is gonna push off about where? Like right here. It's not gonna go to the very edge. It's gonna go kind of like right here, like a meter or two away from the ledge. So be ready for that. You can start moving your analog stick in the direction of where you need to be going, which is gonna be, we're gonna be making a jump across here. You wanna jump on this turtle, do a spin stagger or a spin stall first, and then glide into this tree. And if you do that, you can get a foothold on this tree without having to build the bots to go up to the satellite up there. So you can't start with a glide and then hit the tree, otherwise something like that will happen. So you want to start with a spin stagger. And this is a little weird at first, but trust me that after you've done it like 2 or 3 times, it's very, very lenient. Just know that you can't stand on the bottom part of the tree. It has to be the upper half of the tree that you can actually get a foothold on. Yeah, see, even that was too low. So you probably want to make sure you have sprint speed, but it's just like that. And then you can either jump to this, but there is a foothold right here. So if you just aim kind of like back left, or if you have your camera oriented like me, you can go like back left and expect to have a foothold right there. That's pretty lenient. But yeah, just you can also flip the turtle over here. I think there was one route that did play around with flipping the turtle, and you can get a jump off from lifting that turtle. But I've never experimented much with it, and this route works really well with me. And I think this one is clearly faster from what I remember. I don't remember by how much, but it's just worth noting that there is another way to jump onto this tree that's not from that point. But anyways, let's see if I can get the thing where I described, actually no, I'm not gonna try it because I don't want to waste more time, but again, there's a chance where you can skip this animation if you set up a attack like that and then go to the space menu. But otherwise, we're just gonna hit the space satellite and then exit the title like normal. We can skip this animation just like all the others when we are discovering a new nebula. What's next? We got Nebula 3. Oh boy, we got, this is when things start getting hard. You know, more harder levels come up, a lot more harder strats. You know, there's a lot of difficult parts in Nebula 1 and 2 for sure, but I would say that there's definitely a lot more, from here on out, a lot more difficult strats start coming to play, and more bigger time losses if you can't pull stuff off. So I'll try and spend some good amount of time on the strats that do take extra practice and attempts at, but for all the standard stuff, now that everyone's gotten a good idea of how the first 2 nebulas play out, try to move faster with anything that seems more obvious. We do have a new ability here. It's the stopwatch. It slows down time. Lots to play around with it. There's no tech in general with it. Just there's in terms of strats, it's just about timing things to work well with certain cycles, or to reduce the amount of time that we are in slow-mo in certain parts so that the recharge will charge faster. So know that once you activate slow-mo, you don't have to have slow-mo go all the way. You can deactivate it, and that green circle will refill faster if you turn off slow-mo earlier on than later. So what I do here is you usually get the ability around this part. You don't want to run into traffic, otherwise it'll push you back. And you can't activate time the first frame that you are able to move. So what I normally do is I move forward a little bit until I can stop time, and then I move in this direction. There's a way where you can stop time there to have it recharge fast, and then you can stop time like that, but you get pushed by the cars. But you have the dolphins lined up in time. What I do is I just am very careful with the timing, where it recharges right when they're in like this formation, and then I can use the tails. There is a little bit of a jumping assist where it helps you lock on to the dolphins' backs there, so as long as you don't use the tails, so you can kind of just like send it if you want to keep your sprint speed and still reliably have those jump holds in place. But if you use my strat where you don't get knocked by the traffic, you have to jump on the tails and you don't have that luxury. So you have to be a little bit more precise with your jumps. But anyways, you jump from that last dolphin up here. Try to get this guy midair. Remember to keep your sprint speed up. Don't just like stop in midair or stop doing nothing. I start slow-mo here. Turn it off with this last guy, and then the yarn comes out by then. By the time I can kill that last guy. So right here, you want to, right in the middle of this, maybe slightly, very, very slightly ahead of the middle point of this little icon on the floor, is when you want to activate slow-mo. Now, if you just head forward in a straight line and then activate slow-mo right there, this bot will always be in the same spot, okay? So you don't have to do any gambling or try to time the slots here. If you just manage to time it with this like little icon on the floor at the halfway point or slightly before the halfway point is when I normally time it. Like, you know, like 2/5 into this like icon, like right here-ish when you're running. You time it and then move forward. Usually the slot is perfectly aligned to allow you to get that bot. Another thing to note is don't try to run through this. Try to do a little jump over here to jump over the curtain. Otherwise it slows you down. But yeah, get that bot. Then stall, slow down time. I always get this checkpoint. Now there's two little jumps that you can do here. You can do one where you go up here, and then you jump against the ceiling, activate the jet boost. Or you do a spin stagger and then activate jet boost, and you can ledge grab. And that ledge grab's pretty consistent. The other way, which is something that I'm more comfortable with doing, but I feel like it's a little bit slower and has a better tendency of ruining your sprint speed, is to jump on this arrow. You have to be very up against the wall. If you're like slightly turned to the right, it's not going to work out. So make sure you're turned directly into the wall, and then you can jump up here. I would make sure you slow down time, because those goop monsters have aim hacks. Pretty much. It's so easy to get hit by them if you don't slow down time. So I slow down time, unslow down time when you hit the bug. So basically I would slow down time like this. I would hit the bug, unslow down time, jump up, so then the recharge is ready by time I'm right here. Okay, so you want to keep your momentum going. The recharge should be available again right here if you stopped it right after you hit the bug. So then you activate it again, and you have to play into how the cycles here work a little bit. You ideally want a blue one to be roughly right here. But it also works if the blue one's there, or if the blue one's right here. This one's a little tight, but you want to basically jump from this first one all the way over there. You don't want to even use that second platform, spinning platform over there. So see what we get here. So we get this. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit of a harder cycle to pull off. If you do get that, you can just go to this one, but as soon as you leave the spinning platforms and you know that you're doing your final jump over to this, you want to stop slow-mo, which it's a lot of inputs on the controller. You have to keep track of the fact that you're using your jet boots and you're using spin stalling to clear the jump, but in addition to pressing L2 with your other hand to make sure it's you stop time, or you continue time, I guess. But that's basically the idea, is that once you do your final jump from these platforms, you want to resume time so that it starts recharging, so that it's ready to stop time again when you reach those guys over there. You don't want to wait over there at all. So this is what it should look like. Stop. Stop. And then here, if you're very lucky, you can I would go I would jump on those lowest three. That red, green, and then yellow is usually the order that I normally do it at. So like red, green, yellow, and then go over the slice. Sometimes yellow is in the back there, which makes it kind of hard, but it's really hard to time this with trying to climb those coins at the same time. So sometimes I might actually recommend you to do this instead, where you just have the time recharge for a second and then just go up. That reduces you trying to fail the jump and landing into these guys, because you will land in those guys if you're aiming for that last chip at the platform. Your time runs out, you miss the chip, and you land into those guys. So sometimes taking a second of time loss is more worth it than losing 10 seconds by missing that last jump due to the time running out right at the end and running into those guys. So and again, like that yellow poker chip was kind of like in the back there, so it made this jump really hard. So be mindful of that if something like that happens, you need to be able to adjust on the fly to stop time and just like wait a second for it to be a better cycle. Okay, so these can be any of these really, but I find it, well, I think they can be any of them. They're often either the very left one or the very right one. So, but it's not always the case. Okay, but just know that in most occasions, the probability is likely for them to be either the left or the right one. Yeah, I think it's, I think it can, I'm not sure about this, but it's definitely the two on the right, the two on the left. It's probably any of them except for the middle one, is what I'm pretty sure, but again, take that with a grain of salt. I don't want somebody thinking that it's never gonna be the middle one. But yeah, it's definitely most often the left or most right. For this one, there's a couple strategies here that you can do. What I like to do is I like to stop slow-mo right before I jump onto this next platform to make sure this card guy doesn't like do this attack where you have to climb his cards to kill him. And then we kill him in slow-mo, but then I utilize that slow-mo to still hit the bot that's like going around on the fans off the edge at this section. There is another strategy where if you think you can get the bot without the slow-mo spinning on the fans, that you resume time right after killing this card guy, pull the yarn immediately, then go for the yarn to that door in front of us. And then you go for the bot off the edge there with the fan. Because then that reduces you having to wait like half a second of the door opening in the method that I use, but I'll show you the method that I use. So I start time here, then I continue with time still stopped to get this bot, because it makes it very easy to get that bot in slow-mo. Then I do a little jump there, and then I pull the yarn here. Wait a half second for that animation, and then we use the dice. So the alternative method that is slightly faster, if you can get this bot instantly, like doing this without slow-mo. If you can drop down and hit this bot without slow-mo, it is faster to kill the guard guy, pull the yarn on the door, and then jump off the edge, get the bot, then continue up and go through the door. I should also mention that using kind of like the ledges right here, it is possible to climb the dice around it, but I don't think that would ever be an actually faster method, but that's something to note that it is possible. So definitely make sure you climb on this dice on a flat part, because you can definitely fall off the side if it's slanted. For this part, for pulling this yarn, you want to be pulling it in an angle that's sort of like this, because if you pull it in this sort of angle, I normally aim for right of the gold, right there. You can also use this little yellow marker to kind of keep you in the bounds, but I would say left of this, like where this white line is pointing, right of where this like yellow bar is pointing. You're staying within this sort of vicinity angle. You'll automatically get put on to the jump pad as soon as you stop pulling it like this, so that you don't have to. So yeah, that's instantaneous. Pretty cool. This sub area is pretty easy. One thing to note is that I activate those 2 dice right here, and then after I fall off, I just naturally fall off and then just spin backwards once I have enough fall distance. And then for this, I just do a quick jump spin. Hold forward. For this next one, this is going to be an interesting part to talk about. So like with that last yarn pull, this one can also take advantage of a yarn pull where you get immediately launched, but obviously there's a big obstacle in our way that is very deadly. So we have to time it just right, where when we finish the yarn pull, that we know that we're going to make it through this area. And it's also important to try to keep your sprint speed during this too, as you're approaching this next yarn, as it carries over to the next section. But let's just focus on the core of the trick, which is how you time it. So when you go over this, you're gonna come over to this yarn, and I normally, man, this chameleon, bro. I look for a pattern, a rotation orientation of that, of the blue sides of that rocket. So when it's kind of like a 45-degree angle pointed down right, me saying that doesn't help much at all, but I'll show you what I mean. I'll pause it when I get a good, like right there. That's a good cycle, and the pause menu is kind of in the way, but, or like right there, or right there. Any of those is when you want to start pulling the yarn. So something that you can do is that if you notice that it's on a good cycle, you can stop time while it's like that, and then make sure you stop time right as you start pulling the yarn. That way you don't have to wait a half second or a second to have the right cycle pull up. You can just drop down here. When you notice that cycle's in place, you stop time, resume time, pull the yarn, and boom, you go through perfectly. This trick right here, I should probably explain. That's how you do it perfectly, and it works well when you keep sprint speed after that part. But essentially, you want to use this dart here to, you have to time it perfectly with the slow-mo. Normally, let's see, you want it to be in this vicinity. Something that you can do, which is a little bit hard if you're like, because you want, after that last trick, you want to keep your momentum going and jump into it. But what I vaguely think about is like, I like to think that I time it slightly after it's perpendicular to this board here, you know? So once it crosses that like perpendicular line with it, that's usually, or at least when half of its nose is past that, that's when I normally think I should time it to land on it. So let me see if I can time one here, like right. That would work, but that's a little bit later than what I would like. That's perfect. That's pretty perfect. Right after the nose passes past that like perpendicular part. Yeah, like that's pretty good. And you can land on the tip, but I normally aim for the body parts. That one might be a little sketchy, but yeah, okay. Something to note though is that you do want to be very fast when you're jumping on those, fast and concise, because you don't want to lose your sprint speed and hesitate. Okay, you want your sprint speed going into this, because if you lose your sprint speed here, you cannot climb up this wall, which uses the same ideas of, you know, you're gonna gain some extra height if you glide into a wall with sprint speed, you know, up against a raised slant or surface that's at this sort of like 80-degree angle, you know? So if you lose sprint speed, you'll have to spend 4 seconds running in a circle here trying to regain it. But you don't have to be on this upper part here, but you do need sprint speed, and you can always do a spin at the end to try to get you a little bit of extra height, but this is a shortcut to get you to Joker instead of having to take that path over there with those darts and climbing that ladder. So it saves like a good, if you can do it fast and quick, it saves like a good 7-8 seconds, I think. Then you go over here. You want to time the slow-mo to be kind of like right after, half second right after the panels open there. It's fine taking the green dart, it doesn't really lose any time, but yeah. This is where one of the hardest tricks comes into play, which I struggled with this strat heavily the first 3 weeks of this game came out. But this is definitely the big highlight trick of the level. But this trick is very precise. We used to go over to the left here to a platform that was off camera. It's much better going for the platform that's over here because you can even get to it without having sprint speed. So if you just want to wait at the corner here and then jump to it, you can reach it. It's better to have sprint speed because what you can do with this platform over here is that you can jump into it with sprint speed, have it raise up, do a little circle turn, kind of like, okay, so it's kind of like this. You jump to it, do a little circle turn when you land on it. As you do that circle turn, you unstop time, you raise up into the air, and you use that momentum while you're turning to jump up and get launched into the air while keeping that momentum. I don't think it's really good to, because you're waiting for a second for time to speed back up and for you to get launched. You don't want to just go forward and then turn right. So it's why I normally do a little circle turn like this to give myself, the platform, a chance to actually rise up. But essentially, you're gonna press this button and you're gonna be looking for a bot to the left of this tree to rise up out of the floor, okay? When this bot reaches the peak of its jump and it turns around to kind of like show its butt to you, so it comes up and like turns around 90 degrees. Kind of like showing its backside to you. That's the timing that you want to use to jump to this platform. Okay. So to show a little bit of an example here, and remember that you don't have to jump at the time. It's just optimal to jump right as right as the time you're stopping time, but the only thing that matters is stopping time at the point where that bot reaches the peak and turns around, okay? So let me press the button and show you the timing. Right there. That's a little bit late, actually. You see, he turned around too much. He turned 180 degrees to show his front. We want to see his butt. Oh, I messed up the checkpoint. Wonderful. That's okay. We can just pull up my recording. Yo, thank you for the raid. I paused my recording. Yo, Bloodshot Wit, welcome in. Just in the middle of the tutorial, which is taking a lot longer than I anticipated. Let's see. Okay. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna get right back into this because I got no time to lose. All right, so here we go. I got a recording of how this is being performed. So watch here closely. I stop time right when kind of like the butt side of that bot. You know, this butt is exposed pretty much, or it's turned 90 degrees. Which there is a few other indications that you could use, but this feels like it's the best indication. You can also utilize the fact that this bot right here turns like a half a second earlier than this bot. So you watch this again. Yeah, that bot like turns slightly earlier than the other bot. It comes up first and turns slightly before it, so you can use that as a way to kind of preemptively prepare you for timing the left bot correctly. But yeah, definitely what I find is the easiest is definitely checking out this bot and keeping an eye on what he's doing. But yeah, after a while, after you practice it a while, it does become pretty easy, and it's not as tight as it might seem. We know that a lot of people thought it was tight to start out with, but it's really not tight at all. It's very lenient, especially when you use that other platform at the end. Just be careful not to land on the jump pad. That's something that's for this back platform. It's really easy to trying to land on that jump pad, so make sure if you're willing to sacrifice an extra quarter second or half second, just trying to go a little bit more right to make sure you're on the complete exact edge. And then usually that platform area behind the jump pad is a good spot to launch yourself from, as seen from this video. Or not, I guess, if my internet doesn't want to play right. Okay, cool. There we go. You see how I did it was actually a little bit hard because it was off camera, but I did a little spin there before my jump to make sure that my speed was kept. Speed and sprint speed, it's very, very important. It's the meat of this run. Here's the backup way of if you don't want to go for that, because it only saves like 12 to 15 seconds-ish, I think, if you go for that launch. So this is the alternative way of doing it without the launch, is that you go over here, don't have to do any slow-mo here. You do have to do slow-mo for the coins here, but you have to wait for decent cycle. Sometimes you have enough height where you can just ledge grab up here, but know that you don't need slow-mo to pass this thing here. You can just jump on this and then jump up, and that's enough to get up here. So no slow-mo is required there, and you can recharge your slow-mo there. jump up that jump pad, and then make sure you pick a flat one. It's very easy to fly off these poker chips. Alright, and then that's about it. Not much else to it. Alright, now that we've completed the first hard level of Nebula 3, let's go on to the next hard one. The next one's probably one of the most infamous for the speedrun. It's really, really cool speedrunning wise to see it, but it is very hard and precise to pull off everything. It is indeed the bathhouse level. I'll try and give some extra tips on the hard stuff here, but yeah. This is a level that you may want to practice a lot. Which, if you just avoid all the big strats, you probably aren't losing more than like 30-40 seconds. So, you know, you can still, if you absolutely want to avoid trying to practice this level a lot, or you're just having trouble with a lot of jumps, know that the slower methods to getting by everything only lose like 30 seconds. It's not like you're losing minutes of time, you know? Jump at the end of that slope. Don't fall off the edge. You can do a chest launch that launches you in and you can get over to this pond early, but it's very hard to get it. Something like that, doing a spin into it. But yeah, okay, everyone goes about this level a little bit differently, so I'll try my best to show it off right here, but the fastest method in the IL is to jump off the sponges without wasting any water, and then jumping off that. You have to time the jump right as you land on it. If you don't time it with the frame that you land on it, then you're not able to jump off those platforms and you just crash into them. So you have to jump the time precisely with right when you land on it. That is the fastest way to get up here, and it also helps with the keeping your momentum, but it is something that's hard, and if you fail it, you have 2 tries at it with both of these posts before you have to go back and actually do the water yourself. The way that I normally go about this is that once I get in the water here, I do a little spin charge, release the spin charge as I grow, do water, go back, get water, and then I go on the left side here, and then do 1 jump on the sponges and keep going. There is a way where I like to do the spin because you don't lose any momentum when you keep going. Some people like to just do a little burst like that because that goes a little bit more distance than the spin charge, but I like to keep the momentum going, so it's a bit of depends on the person on if they just want to do a little burst of water like that, or if they want to do a spin charge to release the water. Because the jump spurt is a little bit more direct and ensures that it will hit it. The spin jump is a little bit if you're not going in the exact distance, it can be a little bit more tricky, but I am a fan of the spin one. Give me 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Doggo was just looking into some things. Okay. Let's continue. Alright, so other ways to get up here if you want to get those sponges up is that you can jump from right here, and there is a way for you to hit this first hold and be able to jump all the way to the top with just 1 jump there, but it's like something where you have to jump like right here specifically in order to get the height for it. Otherwise, if you don't want to worry about jumping from the left side here or trying to get the peak of the jump right here, you can just follow up with the simple 2 jump pattern here, which is just doing this. That's pretty straightforward. Sometimes I lose sprint speed by doing that, but That's definitely the easiest method to just doing this. Yeah. Ugh. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so obviously as Sponge Boy, you move very fast, especially with sprint speed. So you want to try and keep sprint speed up, but it's not the worst thing in the world if you don't get it. You'll just try to utilize fast movement here. You can skip using the water power here. It's a pretty lenient jump even without sprint speed, so don't worry about that. Now here, you can either try to spray water to kill this guy and to make sure that there's no ink here, and then get water again before you go to this bot, and this will help build up make sure that you don't get inked and you don't lose your sprint speed from the ink. What I like to do is I like to go instantly for the bot without spraying any water. This will ink me up a little bit, but there is a chance for you to still like keep a lot of your momentum and go to the next spot. But for the most part, if you do get inked a lot, make sure you just tap back into the water, build up some sprint speed. So it'll be something like this. So if I stand still, I get inked up and I can tell that my movement speed is kind of slow after getting that bot. Then I'll go back to this water, just do one cycle around, then I'll go over here, do a spin at the end, and that'll clear the distance there. If you're not, this jump's pretty lenient if you have sprint speed, not so much if you don't, but if you're not a fan of that, the alternate method is just to spray this guy, collect the bot, and then go through this as small boy, and that doesn't waste a lot of extra time, only like 5 seconds or so. The trick that saves a lot of time though is this next one, and it's very, very hard. I should also mention that you can jump from up here, and that gives you a lot of extra height. So it might be more beneficial for somebody jumping from up here, or from right here. You definitely need sprint speed to jump from here, but it's allows you to more height to clear it than jumping here. But yeah, for these jumps you have to be very precise with when you spin stall and everything. So for this one, do the double jump and then spin stall at the very end, right after your peak of the jump starts to fall just a little bit. For this next trick, this is the hardest trick in this level. Essentially what you want to do first after you clear this jump is you want to clear all the bamboo, or the front bamboo right here first, and then get the checkpoint here. This ensures that if you fail this trick and you return to small boy here, that the bamboo won't be in the way for you to get the water, because it saves the bamboo state on the time that you get the checkpoint. So just make sure you run into this bamboo and clear it before you get the checkpoint. Otherwise you have to run around the side like this, all the way around the left side as small boy, and that wastes like an extra 10 seconds every attempt. So yeah. Okay, so now it's time to explain this very hard, difficult trick. So you see this thing, you see this little bamboo. It's really hard to make out, but there is a top part there that's cut off. Little tan part, little tan circle, about like right there. That is what you're aiming to land on. And not only do you have to land on that and make that jump from here to there, you have to make it at peak height. So you have to have full running speed. You have to ensure that you have the maximum height possible. And you just have to kind of like full send it. Which what we're gonna mainly do is we're gonna jump from right here. We're gonna jump from right here. We're gonna spin stall at the peak of our jump right here. Then we're gonna continue that and fall into the bamboo part right there. After that, as soon as we land on the bamboo, we're not gonna run off the bamboo. We're gonna jump off the top of the bamboo so we can get extra height and jump over to the bot that's over here. And by doing all of that, we can get that bot without even having to go into small mode or doing this little pipe over here. And it also means that we're gonna be able to climb the top of this level without having to fight these guys here. So if this is something that you opt out of, it's about 25 to 30 seconds time loss, and you have to go through this as intended, and then clear out these guys here with your water ability and go through the natural way. But here's how it should look. Okay, so we're ready. Build up the running speed. There you go. I'll do it a few times so you can see it, but here's the key things to note. Make sure you're holding X to do a long jump, a big jump. Make sure at the peak of your jump, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. At the peak of your jump, you're doing a spin stall, okay? That was one of the cases where you just run off without jumping. Ooh. Let's see. So that's the main idea. There's not much more to say about it in general. But it is something where you gotta practice spin jumping at the peak of your jump. Well, there's a lot of people that had problems with this jump, but as soon as they realized that they could spin stall at the peak of their jump, and that was the most optimal. Like most people would jump and like try to spin stall right before the bamboo, you know, like this, and that just doesn't work. You need a spin stall at the top, and then you need to fall into it at the end. That's what helps the best. Alright, I paused the recording. Do you prefer this to Big Bamboo Jump? Is Big Bamboo Jump the thing to the left that Pico originally used? No? I don't know what Big Bamboo Jump is then. Is it using the big bamboo? I don't think I've seen that. Is it like using this? I think I'll mention the left path too, because it is something that's nice, because if you have a good intuition on how to jump off these holds, which I know some people have a bit better intuition on than others, then yeah, so I'll mention that, but it is slower, for sure. Dude, why is my internet so bad right now? Yeah, I've never done that before. That big bamboo jump. That does not seem very friendly at all. I don't know. That one's like, unless I'm wrong, it seems like that one ensures that you have to be at peak height distance as well, but also ensuring that but also ensuring that you do very quick rotation movement with the stick. I guess the benefit of it compared to the other one would be the fact that you have a bigger foothold that you're not able to run off as easy. I've had the ceiling that you can bump into as well. I'll mention it, I guess. I'll mention it quickly. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to get the distance. Yeah, it's different. Okay, I'm gonna resume. No, you're good, Bloodshot. Alright, so we're going to continue here. So there is two other alternative methods that you can do here. One is probably a bit more intuitive, which is climbing on the trees over here by jumping on the kind of like the fence post here, which to some people it might be very intuitive, some people maybe not, but using the approach from this way is probably just like 4 or 5 seconds slower overall than just doing the straight bamboo shot. So if you're actually good at doing it from this way, it might be worth doing as opposed to the bamboo jump right there directly, without having to avoid doing this strat altogether and losing 30 seconds. So it'll be something like this. And then you go over to the bot over here. That's an alternative method. If you break the fence and you want to retry the fence strats, you can just die and it'll respawn the fence. As long as you did not break the fence before you got that checkpoint, it'll always respawn the game state to where it was when you got that checkpoint. There is another method, jumping off this big bamboo over here that you know, is pretty along the same lines of difficulty and as this bamboo jump. It's just a different way of going about it. Maybe you in case you want like a bigger foothold to jump off of and you like keep running off that bamboo, it's worth checking this one out, which it's gonna be something like this. I haven't practiced it very much, but just know that there is a way. It is possible to make that jump, clearing from this big bamboo over there. But yeah, just one more time for good measure. Let's do this one. Oh, something else I shouldn't probably mention is that you don't have to go to where I'm going directly with that bamboo jump. Why is my camera? Okay, apparently if you do that jump pad, your camera is stuck looking in that orientation. Weird. Anyways, let me try to do that bamboo jump, but taking the other path to that little island. And you'll build up a good intuition of knowing when you're at sprint speed or not too. So don't worry if you're like, yeah. But this is a little bit of a lower platform part that you can land at, which I recommend from a beginner perspective to try to go for this one instead of going up here. This way up here is just slightly more direct, but trying to land right here is a bit better. But anyways, time to continue on now that we've spent a lot of time on that. But yeah, this is definitely one of the hardest tricks. Oh, and it's not over too. Make sure that you clear this building, that you have enough height distance and you know exactly where you're landing. You want to go for this leaf right here. When you're trying to do runs at optimal speed, you want to avoid having any time loss, so you're trying to go through this really fast, but be careful because you can one slip and you can fall off, and if you hit the roof at any point, like this roof right here, you'll slide off. You can't jump off this roof. So you want to make sure you definitely have enough height to cover this roof. And yeah, so you're gonna land, let me show you it in full. You're gonna land on this one first, and then this one secondly, and then after that you can jump behind the roof. Okay, so it'll look like this. And you do want to zigzag in the air a little bit so you don't overshoot that tree branch. But yeah, then we're over here. So you're gonna instantly go for this like spinning flower. You're gonna spin. Oh, didn't want to do it like that. So you want to spin so you get the water up. But as soon as you spin, start going left. Activate the beanstalk there. I'm gonna die because I want to show a certain method of pulling this off, but ooh, okay, let me resume recording when we get back there. Okay. Mentioned the soft lock. Yeah, I could have. Kind of past that point now though, but is it actually, it's if you die to these watermelon enemies after jumping over? I thought it was if you're like if you just don't clear the jump and you fall off the house roof. It's before, if you die before spinning the thing. Oh. Okay, I can mention that. I didn't realize that's how it worked. Okay, I'm gonna resume recording. Okay. We're back at this part. Something I need to mention here is if you jump over using that skip to jump over the building there, and if you somehow die here, like to these watermelon enemies, or if you die before getting a checkpoint or spinning the flower here, that you will soft lock and you would have to redo the entire level. It kind of like messes up how the level is. I've never had it happen to me, but it does happen, so just be extra mindful that you don't die here. But anyways, there's a bot over here with this beanstalk, and what we're going to want to do is try to water it with a spinning water attack, and then keep moving in the direction of it so that we're going to be on top of the beanstalk. Not like right here at the base of it, but we want to jump into it as it rises up in order for it to launch us with it, you know? So ideally you want to start the spin with the flower there, and then after that you want to unsponge yourself in the direction of this, and then oh, didn't quite get it. It can be a little finicky. But something like that. If it knocks you off, then you just climb up the regular way like this. It would be like 4 seconds of time loss. So the fastest path from here is to try to jump on one of these fences up to this tree right here, and then jump from that tree up here, and you get a checkpoint. I should say that there's an alternative method to that beanstalk method where after jumping from the top of that off that roof, people land directly on that pink tree and then jump over here to get the checkpoint, and then they come over here, water the beanstalk, get the bot, and then they death abuse to go back up there to the roof. That strat is a bit more beginner friendly and easier to pull off, but it'll lose 3 seconds optimally. And one other thing I want to mention about this pink tree right here, what you're aiming for exactly with it. So like, you know, you want to jump off a fence, which is in itself a little bit hard. There is a backup where you can jump from this right there, but it's much faster to just jump off a fence. So the part that you're aiming for, though, that I want to point out is right here. Okay. So you see this like little bushel that you can go onto. You don't have to be at the top of it. It's like a little bit to the side right there. Yeah. Pause recording. You can jump from the painting with a black ink on it. Can you? Ah, okay. You can. Okay. So here's an idea of where the actual point is that you have to aim for on this tree. You can also jump from right here from the painting. Just don't hit your head on the ceiling, but you can jump right here. Let me try to get it like that. So that's a backup if you don't want to, if the fence jump doesn't work out and you don't want to do that long distance jump right there. But yeah. Continuing on, so the next spot you might be able to see right now is this little guy, this little guy is hanging off the edge. We can actually hit him while we're in big mode. It's kind of like a risky leap of faith move where we just charge right at him and we have to try to rely on the fact that we're gonna hit him instead of falling to our death. And then if we can do that, there's a way to jump immediately after the bot animation to do a long high jump to jump immediately up to this building top up here. But it's you have to be kind of ready for it. So I'll show off how this works. We're gonna kind of go around the fire, jump off from a platform behind the fire, do a spin attack to this bot, and then after the bot animation, we're gonna do a long jump press to try to jump up this surface up here so we can stay in big sponge form. If that last method right here doesn't work, then there's a backup where if you don't have enough height, you just go to the left, go to small boy while you land over here, and then go up the normal way and go back into big mode, which only loses a few seconds if you don't get it right. But here, I'll try to pull it off. There we go. And then right about here. Oh, nope, didn't get the long jump on it. Let's say I probably got it in this, I'd imagine. So just to show off what I mean, if this will ever load. Okay, so here's where this is. This doesn't pull off the jump here, but it's the backup for if you don't make the jump. That's what you would do to go into small boy. But yeah, let me see real fast if Exilius does it. Okay, so Exilius does it right here. And you can also see his controller in the bottom right, which he does a long press here, and that's enough to get him up immediately. Okay. So I'm just gonna continue the normal way. In case you fail, you can just go up to this wooden board here. Checkpoint. There is a bot over there, but you can technically go for it right now, and it is a little faster, like a half second faster if you go for the bot right now, but only if you can stay in big mode, which most of the time we route that as the last bot before we leave the planet, because almost nobody can stay in big mode for it, but it is technically optimally like a second faster if you go for that bot and then come back here to do the last sub area bot. But the way that everyone at the top level does this right now is that once you're big mode at this, you can do the thing where we've been doing with the fences, where you jump on the boxes really fast, and then jump right as you jump on the top of them as they break to get another jump out. So you can do something like this and get up here. And you can also hover to greatly drop into them if you need a better timing. So something like that. If you want to waste a little bit of time to ensure that the timing of it works out. There is a backup that you can do if you break all the boxes here, which is just kind of making sure that you break all the boxes and make sure that sponges are up. Then, sorry, trying to remember how it works exactly. Make sure the sponges are up. Then you touch on this thing, and then you have the height to jump on these sponges directly. That's how that works. You want to go in this sub area. Make sure you kind of like spin and move forward as you drop down in the sub area. But then you just have a little bit of precise jumps here. And you leave the sub area. And then you finish off by jumping over to this spot over here, which normally you don't get in one kick. Usually it takes a few kicks, but yeah, once you get this spot, then you can just leave planet, and that's Bathhouse. Now it's time for Big Brother. Big Brother is, compared to the last two levels, this one's a lot more steady. Definitely has a few tricks that are a little bit hard, but you want to remove 4 chains off of him. There's 2 chains here, so go up here. Make sure to kill the shock enemy with your jet boots, and then do a spin there, jump off, hold square as you're falling off to start charging up your spin, and then boom, there you go. One thing I do want to note real fast is that there is a faster method of breaking those chains, but it's a little bit harder to pull off, which this method only saves like a second, but you can go up from this angle, get a little jump hold there, break that, and then you can fall down and break that one. And if you do that right, you only have to charge up 1 spin to get those chains out of the way. I had to do 2 there, but you can technically do it in 2. But that foothold that I got there was is a very precise. I'm surprised I got that right away, but just wanted to show that off in case people want to implement it in the future, or if it is being implemented in the future. But ideally that saves like a second and a half. So after, you're gonna get knocked back off the hand after that second chain and be knocked back over here. So when that happens, you're gonna lose sprint speed. You're gonna make your objective to go to this spot next, but you want to have sprint speed active when you get this spot. It's very important. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start moving this way, charge up an attack on the glob, and then once we notice that we have sprint speed, we're gonna go for this spot. Usually by the time you get to the bot, you should have it, but you might have to do 1 extra cycle as soon as you have input, which after getting these bots, you'll know you'll build an intuition of when you're able to jump and build like jump immediately out of rescuing a bot. As soon as you gain movement for that bot, that previous bot, you want to jump in the direction of this bot. This is one where you know, you just have to aim for kind of like this like little patch of grass that doesn't have vines covering it. But yeah, there's not really an alternative method other than building up sprint speed again for 4 seconds and then trying this jump again. So if you mess up this jump, it's gonna take at least like 5 to 6 seconds to kind of like redo it and get there. Because yeah, the other alternative is to go past this flow path, and you don't want that. So after that last spot, you're gonna drop down in this direction and get go for this jump rope bird. From almost any position, all you have to do to jump from this bird is to you have to use rope physics here, and you can swing on the very first swing to get up here. You see, if you do it from the back here, it's hard to pull off. It's still possible, but it's very hard to pull off from the back here. So I would suggest waiting to do 2 swings, or for the rotation of the bird to be a little bit higher, or a little bit more forward before you get on it. But you know, if you swing from right there, very easy to get up. If you swing from back here, not so easy to get up. But if you have a good intuition on how the rope physics are working, you still, I've been able to get up there from back here. So like, but you have to, in order for the rope physics to be utilized perfectly from back there, you have to jump at the peak of the first swing and move in the direction of it. But yeah, if you do get on at the back, and you're not good at clearing that distance, just swing back and forth 2 extra times before jumping off, and you gain a little bit of extra height that should be able to clear it. Then there's not much to note here. There's some slight optimizations, making sure that you, like when you break the wall, making sure that you don't, you break pieces that let you flow instantly through it, rather than having things that kind of, fall behind and like slow you up a little bit. Okay, I paused my recording. I need to read up on what you guys are saying. Yeah, that is true. You could hold a spin so you instantly break. Wait, break the lock? Maybe not the same part that I was thinking. Kill the lightning enemy, or just ignore it. What lightning enemy? You don't have to kill any enemies here, so... Oh, you mean the lightning enemy by the first chain. I mean, if you're... Why not kill it? If you can just kill it with your jet boots, it doesn't really lose any time. Right? Yeah, I'm reading it now. Hold right on the wall ride. You can jump sideways on the lock on that one wall. I should probably mention that. I haven't really mentioned wall riding at all. Let me make sure that I know how to do it right. Oh, damn. Oh my god. I never realized how fast that actually is sometimes. Why is that a thing? Oh, it's just a thing in general with wall rides. Interesting. Okay, I see. Okay. Okay, so before we continue the sub-area bot, I wanted to go back here to the first chain. There's been something that's been brought to my attention where you can actually, there's some tech with the wall riding here where you can actually jump off and get a bit more speed than just jumping off the edge at the top. So if you move right before the middle at the end, and then jump off, you can get a little bit of a boost. If I can pull it off correctly right here. I'm not pulling it off exactly as well, but I wanted to just mention this because this is, yeah, like something like that is something that would be useful that might bring this on the same terms of, you know, could save you like a second or two. And it's just interesting tech to probably know about in general, so I'll continue the recording back at the sub area now. Okay, pause recording. That's actually a pretty interesting tech that I didn't know about. Definitely worth a mention. It might be. There's a lot of tech in this game that's only useful for like a single spot or for a bot or two. Oh god, it's already 10. This is not good. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to finish this all today. I think, so right now my plan is that I am gonna finish this tutorial in full. You know, like continue it tomorrow after I finish this Nebula, to do Nebula 4 and 5, I think, in the final boss. And I think I'll upload this live walkthrough, even though it's gonna be like 10 hours long. But I think next weekend, or in 2 weekends from now, I'm going to try and do something a little bit more concise. But this will be, you know, I guess the fact that we have a big, long walkthrough that just covers mostly everything will be pretty handy to have in general. We'll definitely have a lot of recordings and clips. I know Bloodshot's going to be happy about that. Just put up in general with explanations, so yeah. Although I definitely did not intend this to be the way how the tutorial went. I was expecting something to be something concise and quick for people to spend 3 to 4 hours on, to be able to pick up the stuff that they needed to know to do runs today, and today's the route as it is right now. But yeah, this is covering a lot more than I anticipated. Definitely be a good reference point, but yeah, definitely like think about the perspective of somebody seeing like a 10-11 hour video on YouTube being like any percent tutorial. No beginner is ever gonna sit down and watch all 11 hours of that, you know? But this will definitely be good to reference a lot of strats and lots of alternatives as we're going through it right now. Okay, let me continue, since it is getting late. Alright, we're back in the sub area here. This one's pretty straightforward. Just go straight for this left electric bot, jetpack him, and then fall into where he was standing. There's a jump pad there, and you use that jump pad directly into the bot. Don't have to do any extra sort of spin stalling or a jetpack motion going up to this bot. It's just a clean, simple jump motion into it. So yeah, pretty simple, I'd say. One thing to note here, when some sub areas such as this one, when you're taking the bird out at the top, all you have to do is hit a height plane at the top there. It's roughly what, you know, it's kind of like this box here. Like if you see this box opening, I'd say it's kind of like around like a meter under it, where you can hit that sort of plane and it will teleport you out despite if you're on the bird or not. So something that I like to do a lot with sub areas that are designed this way is I like to fling myself up to save like a quarter second or a quarter or a half a second of time. So something like this. You see? So you don't have to ride the bird all the way to the top. You do the last chain here, you're not gonna have sprint speed up, so take the jump pad. You can clear this jump without the rope here, I'll show you how. Because you should start building sprint speed at this point, but you can do a spin, stall, and then jetpack. And then just make sure you charge up a spin once you like land here, or as you're about to land here. But you can definitely use this bird if you're a little bit worried that you don't have the sprint speed. Like get this, and then start moving left. You can sometimes land on his hand as he's moving back, but which I don't know if it gives you a little bit of speed boost, moves you a little bit closer, or if it kind of could deter you more, but it is something that can happen. But you want to go straight for this bot right here, spin on it. You can kind of just aim in the direction of the pearl and it'll just hit the bot for some reason. You don't even have to aim directly at the bot, I find. It's pretty lenient there. But then, oh yeah, one thing I wanted to mention here is after this bot, it's not usually a clean straight line to just jump up here. If you have your sprint speed up, you probably want to kind of do a little bit of an indirect like curve around to make sure that you get enough height before hitting the platform there, so you don't like run into it or run into the ceiling of it. But yeah, this is not proximity based, it is coin based. You have to collect the coin for him to do the thing, and that works for the other stuff on the rest of this level, is that a lot of stuff is coin based, so make sure you're collecting some of these coins. This area right here, this elbow, you can actually soft lock yourself if you jump around it or over it. So be wary of your movement there. If he does not start moving instantly after you cross that elbow, it means you missed a trigger and you need to go back and just like kind of like step around here. You don't have to necessarily, yeah, you see like that was good enough for him to raise it up. But let me see if I can get it so that it works where you don't have it trigger. Nah, it's still triggered there. As long as he moves up his hand, you're good, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I can't get it to work right now, but it has happened in a few of our runs where if you notice that he doesn't move by time that you get to his shoulder, then you need to go back to his elbow. Otherwise, you won't be able to progress up there where he puts his hand out when you get up there. Yeah, okay. Note that with this bot, he starts moving his neck forward as soon as right before you approach that bot, so be ready to adjust for that. I like the little optimizations here. Go for this first shell. Jet boost over the left side to get to the yarn more directly, and then pull the yarn with a jump hold to the right over here. You can cancel out of that after you pull the yarn. You can cancel out of you sitting on the ground by jumping immediately into the jump pad, and that's just a simple jump that you can do into that. Not even like a big long jump. You can just do a short press jump into it, and then you can cancel the height on the jump pad by either gliding with your jet boots or doing a spin attack. I think the glide boots work. I feel like the glide boots work better, and you can do that with each of those jump pads. This bot here, you cannot hit from the front, okay? There's a lot of bots where we can hit like when we're off the edge. This bot, you specifically have to jump off the edge and hit from behind here. for some reason. So don't think that you can just be like, oh, I hit it, and then nope, you're gonna fall off the edge here. One thing to note, if you do fall off the edge, because it has happened to me in runs before, there is an egg here to bring you back to the top. And this always brings you back up to your latest checkpoint. If you kill the enemies here, which you probably should since it doesn't add any extra time, just do a quick little spin before you jump off, do something like that. You'll make sure that you have a checkpoint there. I'm pretty sure the bird will bring you up even if you don't get that checkpoint, but if you're a beginner, it's better to be safer than sorry and do that at that part, I'd say. You got to get the coin here to get the hand to start moving upwards. And you want to, I didn't do that part optimally, but you want to jump before he pulls his hand backwards. Yeah, because, and like before he even like sticks out his fingers, so you don't need to use any of that. When we reach this part, don't go all the way around. You can climb up this part where the gray starts. Climb up where the gray starts and then use that to climb all the way to the coin. Right here, there's like a 7-second animation or something of the brother opening the clam once you collect this coin. So we're gonna collect this coin first, then we're gonna get our bot. He's gonna open the clam as we get the bot, and it opens almost perfectly to when we get back on time. Ain't that swell? And that's Big Brother, all in a nutshell. I do want to mention that there is a secret level at the beginning of this level. There was one in Bathhouse too, but those were ones that were routed into the route at one point that aren't routed in anymore because the bots ended up being slower than the ones we have now. But there is possibilities of, since it was routed in at one point, that there might be an opportunity to go back in, go for those secret levels, which something I should explain routing wise is that whenever you have a branching path in the levels here, you're only required to complete one of the levels here to unlock the next level. So you saw that we quit and left the planet on Bathhouse, even though we got all the bots and completed most of the level. We didn't actually complete the level, or we didn't get a secret exit. Big Brother, we did finish fully, and this would have also happened the same way if we went and dropped down to get the secret exit, or restarted the level to get the secret exit. That would have given us access to this next level. When it's a singular level like this that's brought to you, you have to beat it, it's required. But when you're presented two levels that open up after beating a level, such as Casino opened up both Bathhouse and Big Brother, you only have to beat one of them to continue the line to the boss. Yeah. I think that's all that's worth mentioning there. Now it's time for Trapped in Time. This is a fun one. This is a fun one indeed. Watch out, don't hit the snake there to avoid getting the puzzle piece. So something I do immediately, try to punch a little bit, start here, because so the blob here, how should I explain this? So basically, you can get a little bit of jump height if you jump off of blob, or any enemy in general, I think. Maybe not that spiky enemy, but especially the blobs gives you a little bit of a bounce after you jump off it. You don't even have to like press X as you hit the top of the head. You just pretty much kind of bounce off naturally. So what I like to do here is I jump off the blob, and then that gives me enough height to get to the chest. You can certainly hit the chest without the blob height by just timing how it goes, bobs up and down, and going onto that platform right under the chest to get the height needed. But I do find the blob the easiest. So like that, and then I try to rotate my character like that so that I have sprint speed and that I'm ready to do this sick movement tech here on the side. So what this is that this is quick punching on quicksand, and then we don't really die to the quicksand. So let me go back to where we were so I can explain this properly. So how does this work? You have to punch when you're going off the side of an edge. The edge should be roughly close to where the quicksand starts, but you can have a little bit of fall, like right here, where as soon as you start rapidly mashing the square button, it's pretty lenient. Like even if you're mashing slower, see like that, pretty lenient. You just don't want like a quarter or half a second to exhaust where you're just standing still in the quicksand, or else it'll put you in the thing. But this also means that there's like a quarter or a half second after you stop mashing where you can actively activate your jetpack, or you can start activating your jetpack gliding. Normally if you do the jetpack, the jet boots gliding, you want to be pointed away from the hill of quicksand, not towards it. That's the only way it usually works. You can use the chicken jetpack at any point, no matter what the angle of the hill is. And you can't actively get back on the quicksand unless you have a platform like this to go back onto it. So if I hover or use the jetpack, I have to find another surface closest to the quicksand to get back on it. This doesn't save a whole lot of time. It saves a lot of time in the IL, the individual level speedrun for this game, because you don't have to collect bots then. But it's worth getting all the bots in this level for sure. So it saves roughly 3 to 4 seconds on this first hill, just because we avoid having to use the chicken jetpack in general going up this first hill. And then it saves time at the right before we go into the inside area of the level, right towards the end. But yeah. Okay, I'm pausing recording, make sure I'm caught up on stuff. I don't know how high up you actually have to be, but yeah, as long as you can get a punch off, that's pretty much right. Oh yeah, you can do it from that high up. That's crazy, actually. I guess you can keep mashing as you go down. Okay. I guess I need to explain the chicken jetpack. Okay, I'm gonna resume timing. Alright, so we got a little distracted by the fancy cool glitch tech here, but we do have a new gadget in general, the chicken jetpack. So this is, you know, similar to the dog jetpack. It's a thing that propels us quickly in one direction, but instead of horizontal direction, it's a vertical direction, which helps with certain jumps for sure, but it is time loss in the horizontal direction, which is usually the direction we want to be making progress in most of the time. So like I was explaining here with the punches, because we're making active horizontal direction in one path, we're pretty much just eliminating any time that is wasted during the chicken jetpack portion of going straight up. But the chicken jetpack in general is pretty useful in lots of parts. It allows us to extend jumps longer than we normally thought to at the end, so you'll see that a little bit on this level, especially on the inside. But another thing to know is that you can change how high you go with the jetpack. So just like the dog, how you could do short bursts, medium bursts, long bursts, you can do a short burst here, you can do a long burst. Obviously you waste more time the higher that you have to go, so we try to minimize the bursts to take us to the height that's only required. only the height that we need to reach certain ledges. Do be careful, because if you go for the shortest possible burst, if you don't hold down long enough, you don't get any burst out at all. So make sure you're holding it long enough to actually take off. Otherwise, you won't get any boost at the end of your jump. Anyways, let's continue. So we're gonna punch up this hill. Once we get high enough, we want to be level with this blob guy, because this is where the first bot is. Want to be high enough so that we can turn away from the hill, drop just like a few inches, and then still be able to glide to it. We're gonna punch him, and as soon as we punch him and he dies, there's a hold on the ground that we can pull up, and we have to activate our chicken jetpack once we hold it to open up the cage. Now, when we fall down into this cage area to get the bot, we're gonna fall in a spiral kind of manner, like going back and forth, you know, like how we normally do to run around in circles to keep our sprint speed up, and like what I'm doing right now. We're gonna do that as we fall down to try to keep our sprint speed momentum up as we go down to collect the bot, or at least start building it up so that it's built up by time we have to do our next jump out, like right down there. So let me show this off in motion. Hold, pop, spiral, hit, and then we should have some of the sprint speed built up. I will say, and you should have the sprint speed build up like right as you get to one of these holds. If not, and you failed it, the sprint speed should pick up right at the end of the jump over there. You shouldn't need the chicken jetpack to make that jump over there, but be prepared that if for some reason you messed up the sprint speed, that you have the chicken jetpack as a backup. But you want to try to land for one of these little stubs to jump off of. Or you can jump off kind of like the edge like that over there, but if you do, that's you have to deviate from the most direct path a little bit. Okay, I paused the recording while I'm gonna make progress back to where I was. Okay. Okay, so back where we are here. One other thing to mention, especially if you use the chicken jetpack instead of the jet boot gliding up there, is that sometimes an extended jetpack will ruin your sprint speed. Sometimes it won't. That's something that I've never really worked out completely all the time, but from my perspective, it's always been short boosts have always helped me maintain sprint speed, but sometimes if I'm doing long ones and like trying to change my direction suddenly to a long boost, then I can sometimes lose my sprint speed. But yeah, something to just be mindful of. But yeah, once you get this bot, again, you want to try to aim for one of these guys and then do a little spin stall at the end there. We'll go this direct path, boost up, and then get this guy. Now we can go through the ceiling right above us right here. So use jetpack to go up immediately, and then use the same method with the quicksand to punch off the ledge, go up here, and as soon as kind of like you see this sort of pattern, as soon as you're kind of like in line with that pattern in the wall, do a chicken jetpack up to the top. Or if you miss it, then you can use the backup, which is fall over this way. Let me see if I can redo that a little bit. Maybe I was a little bit off in my calculation. Yeah, no, that should be pretty good. I would say right at that pattern or right for it, but it doesn't matter if you land here or there, really. I guess, yeah, it really doesn't matter. If you put in an extra like meter of distance to make sure you get up here, or you land on here and then jump off, Like that gets you a little bit closer, but that means that you didn't put as much. You put a little bit of extra distance down there, so I feel like it probably equals out. But anyways, let me just show that off again. Oh. Oh no. Pause recording. I think it's worth mentioning the tower climbing optimization saves like say that it saves time. I'll say that it saves barely any time. But I'll mention that it does. Especially with how much detail I've gone into everything. That's definitely something I think that's worthy of mentioning, especially since yeah. Or maybe we're not talking about the same jump? Oh. I don't know how you do it, Commander, but I have an optimization there that I found myself that I use that I'll mention. And I know that it barely saves any time, but I don't know if it ended up being the same thing. Yeah, I'll definitely, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna resume recording. Okay, so here we are. Let me show this off again in a good light. Something like that. Try to do a short burst with the jetpack there so you can get into this area a little bit quicker. I like to normally get that bot in the air with a spin, but I didn't there. This is a section where you can lose sprint speed if you try to cut corners, so I try to go for this part right there, and then I do like a spin attack to extend my... Oops. Well, I messed that up. To kind of extend the distance as far as possible from this jump here. You could very well just go like this, but the other way is a little bit more direct if you can do a... Just very, very slightly more direct if you can do a spin jump like this. So we're gonna go for this bot in the back here. The cycles here vary for the blocks. It's usually the same as... It's usually the same when you enter every time, so... So it depends on how fast you're going through the beginning. For this bot here, it's always good. The block is almost never here at this right point that you need it to be. So I would say I normally try to aim for kind of like right here. So not quite where these like little holds are. Not in between kind of like the gold plating here. Maybe a little bit more rightish towards this gold plating. And you can kind of see these like little squares on the sides a little bit, you know? So I kind of like use that as a little rough estimate to think like, okay, this is how far in I am. In general sense, if you're not able to see those details as quick as possible, I normally think like this hole is about 2/3 deep, and this is like 1/3 deep from the wall. So it's usually at this point that I usually try to make my jump. If that makes any sense. So Try to jump here, do this, and I try to aim a little bit on the right side, and if I miss it with the jetpack boost, know that you can spin. And another thing, make sure that you do not waste your jet boot gliding and your spin before you activate your jetpack, so that you can do you can use them as backups to recover in case you miss the bot up here at the top. But eventually this is what I do. And then if you hit it on the right side, the bot will be right here. If you hit it on the left side, you'll have the bot animation pull off here, which I like to do the right side because it helps me line up this next attack, this next pattern a little bit. Which this is a hard trick that saves like 4 seconds that hasn't really been implemented in too many runs yet. Only mine and Exilius is really. So this is a recent kind of strat, but it's kind of hard. You can use the spin ledge, spinning on a ledge to, and Cryo does this now too. But you can use a spin on the ledge to, at this corner, to kind of make your height, your distance, the most optimal, like we have been doing, and try to go at it like this. Oh, I do not have the sprint speed. You have to have a sprint speed for this. That's something that's having a good eye to judge. Because you do, if you die here, you do lose 20-ish seconds because you respawn at the start and you have to go through this whole level again. So this tough strat here, you're risking saving 4 seconds over losing 20 seconds. And it can be pretty tight, which I haven't experimented too much to yet because it is a recent strategy, but definitely the way that you approach it, like the order of your jumps between the jetpack boost, your spin stalling, and the chicken jetpack might matter slightly. But this is the way that I've been doing it, at least so far. Let me also take this pin off the map, thank you. Alright, here we go. So I'm gonna do just a regular jump, then a jetpack boost, then a spin stall, and then I'm gonna jetpack to the top. So and there we go. That's how you do that. It's very, very close. As you could see, I kind of aimed for a very specific spot on the leaves. So if, oh shoot. I try to aim for that like second leaf that's like from the top, like this, this one right here. If I'm at this height of this leaf, like if I'm touching that leaf and kind of like at that height of that leaf, I feel like I'm usually good. Maybe a little bit past that leaf, but yeah, you can see that I activated the jetpack pretty much slightly under that leaf, so that's a good measurement. There is like one little leaf that's like underneath it, so it's like the second from the bottom. But yeah, reaching those leaves and then doing it from that second leaf is usually a good measurement that I've noticed so far. Let's see, what else? So yeah, you could probably experiment with doing this in different orders. I've been told that trying to finish off with the spin after the jetpack might be better, to make sure that you have that little spin get you up on that ledge. So let me try that right now. Something like that, yeah. That could be more consistent than what I've been trying. And I haven't really experimented with it, but you could do like a jump, jetpack, jet boost, and then spin into it. Definitely play around with what seems the most consistent to you, but do know that you start from here if you have to redo everything. I'll show the alternative, the safer strats, to jumping across the ledge if you don't want to go for that, because I wouldn't blame you if you don't want to go for that. But let's say you go for this bot and you're coming back. So you go here, jump to this block, then do this with jet boots, then charge up here. Now be careful with the ledge, because the ledge here is very tolerant at to messing up your momentum. So as soon as you're like right here at the start of this last like little pillar on this big pillar, I would say that's when you should jump. You do a spin stall, jet boots, and then when you're about halfway to the bottom, to avoid the flurfing enemies here from gooping you, I usually try to... I should say you should try to use the jetpack either higher up or lower up. If you use it when you're halfway down, I mean, it's usually, they have a good shot of hitting you. I'm also gonna show off, yeah, kind of like that. I'm also gonna show off just the basic path from the start here. If you have to recover from a death. So if you recover from a death from one of those, you can go up this way and do that same sort of notion from that angle. And don't jump at the same time that I did the jetpack there. That's not the best time to do the jetpack. It's just the muscle memory that's failing me right now. And then if none of those jump methods are good for you, this is just the normal way of doing it. Kill the big goop at the top, take that off, and then just go up this path like normal. And you do get a checkpoint for doing that, so it's not like the worst thing. But yeah, several methods for you to go by. To try to explain that jetpack thing again, after you do this jump here, try to make sure you do a spin stall, jet boots, and then do the jetpack immediately, or wait until you're about at the bottom, like right here. Not right there, but like right there-ish, kind of, before you do the jetpack. Don't do it halfway through, like I was doing myself with the first few examples there, because that's more tolerant to getting you gooped. You can always aim in the same direction for that bot. Jetpack out of here immediately. Oh yeah, for that snake, I forgot one thing, is that after that second snake, after you hold onto its tail and then jetpack up, you can stop the jetpack a little bit early and spin out of it, and then hold spin after you spin out of it, and you'll instantly be able to drop on here. You don't have to wait to... So you can kind of like fall a little bit faster than just letting it ride out, you know. So this part here, it's most important aspect here that I think about is having to keep sprint speed up during all this. So what I do is I try to activate this spin flower right at the corner, which just have to kind of like graze this kind of grass patch here with a spin. And then when I get here, I do one quick short chicken burst, and then I just try to do a straight path forward, and I jump off the blob's head. So something like this. Make sure you're always keeping the analog stick in the same direction, so you don't do any quick turns there. And then there you go, you're out. Something to mention in that loading screen right there. Didn't show it off very well, but as soon as you hit through that loading zone, as soon as it becomes a black screen, you can actually move the character in the next section instantly. So right here, you are able to move your character. So instinctively, the camera is always positioned in the right position, in the same position. So have your left thumbstick in the top left, pointing in the top left, and you'll automatically move in this direction. And you should, as soon as the screen starts fading back in, I would do a little a blind intuitive jump and jet boots follow up. So something like this is what you would be doing off screen, something like that. And you're gonna go right here. There is other ways up, but this is the fastest method for any percent because of the bot that we need up here. But you can go up here. We're gonna charge a jump, go immediately for this screw guy, and then the other enemies will run right into us. You do have to kill those 3 enemies in order to spawn this bot right here, which it's gonna be in one of these 4 holes. Bot rescued. Use this little foothold right here to get you enough height to jump off it, and then jump up here to clear this landing. So something like this. Like that. Then go up this kind of normal. Make sure you don't extend your chicken launches too far. Instantly punch, instantly launch. You don't have to wait for anything there. You can just instantly launch right after you hit the egg. And then up here, a lot of people hate this bot up here, myself included, until recently. Last week, I started realizing, well, one thing is that if you always perform everything the same way as soon as you leave the inside area, as you come to the outside, the cycle will always be similar here. You can always expect this cycle where the bird will be kind of start on the southern end of this island and rotate clockwise so that your first possible opportunity to get the bot from this bird is to go down or down right. So that's one thing to take note of if you're performing everything perfectly within the last minute. The other thing is that there's a tree that you can land on to the right. So there's a lot of people that have an issue of jetpacking up and trying to get their bearings to glide into the bird bot here. What you can do is you can glide up to the tree, wait for the bird bot to pass by, and then you can do one simple jump and a spin for when it does pass by. And there's a big tree like that on both the left side and the right side. So right here, so what I'm talking about exactly is this big tree and this big tree. You can stand on those and get a footing to jump to the bird as it passes by instead of rocket jumping into it. So let's show it off here. Something like this, and then like that. So yeah, just have to, it kind of like follows this path like right on the edge here. So, and if you miss like the first jump spin attack on it, you can still recover by coming off of running back off this edge of it and jump spin attacking it to, across that edge. And same thing with kind of like this tree over here. I haven't really tested it with this tree, but if the bird does come over here, you can kind of test it this way, which it's much easier to do that than jetpack from the very bottom when your camera isn't looking at the camera, not at the bird at all. Oh man, trying to stumble over my words a lot, sorry. But that is Trapped in Time. Interesting level, lots of cool stuff in it. Good introduction to the chicken jetpack. And now we're on to the third boss. So this is Venomora. This is something where, again, we can't really save too much time in this boss fight, but there is definitely some optimizations that are definitely worth noting. Give me 1 second here. All right. So, again, it's a boss. We have some movement before the boss. We're gonna start a charge to go through all 4 of these at once. You can hit this chest before it fully comes up. So as it's spinning into position, you can hit it. So like right, I didn't really do it right, but you can hit it as it comes up. almost as soon as you can see it. You can also chest launch off of this, so the chest launches that I've failed to explain or failed to show off so far, you can do it with this one too, where you use it to launch up there, and it does save like a few seconds. Like, let's see if I can do it. And I got a little boost there, but you can get a bigger one. Yeah, you can get a bigger one, which I assume that world record runs will utilize at some point down the line. Might be months, might be years, I don't know. But it would save a second or two if you can naturally pull it off. But this is how fast you can get that chest. Do a little jump and then a short little boost. Here, you can use a launch momentum from the platform, like that. Oh, and if you're lucky, you can get to that pillar without even using the chicken jetpack. Although most times I do use the chicken jetpack. So, oh, that broke. You get the checkpoint no matter what, even if you cut the corner here. But the important thing to note here is that you want to try to build up the sprint speed. So after that launch, like you can go up naturally this way and then cut the corner like this. Or you can get the launch, the elevator launch from this. You go over here to land on this pillar. Either way, you should have sprint speed build up around this point right here. And then, so don't try to cut the corner here. I would say try to just like build up the sprint speed to here and then just go pillar by pillar and pillar rather than risking using the chicken jetpack to cut the corner and ruin your sprint speed. But that's my preference at least. Okay, so up here you want to minimize your jetpack boosting to not be as max as possible. There is a slight adjustment, slight optimization you can make at the very final jump. I'll show off what Commander's shown me. Which is, oh, I didn't do it right. Basically, you kind of glide up into this and then jump off that ledge and go all the way up. But you can kind of like do the jet boots gliding out of that second to last chicken launch onto that ledge. What I do is I try to go a little bit further up on that walk path after that second to last chicken launch right here. And I just boost up and that gives me the full height to get up there. But both of those save like half a second or less than just taking the intended path. So it's not like a big deal. So this is Venomora. We have egg RNG to start here. So this egg RNG, it's RNG because she's gonna spawn 4 eggs here that release enemies. And as soon as we defeat all the enemies, or defeat all the 4 eggs, if we defeat the eggs before the enemies hatch, then that's when she'll start her next attack. So it's RNG because the random positions, if they're all cuddled together, we'll be able to have the next attack spawn really fast. Otherwise, if they're spread out, that can waste like 5 to 7 seconds, maybe at most. Normally, it's not a big difference, but there is, on average, your time can differ by around 2 to 5 seconds based off of the RNG here, I would say. This was pretty average RNG, I'd say. Could have been a little bit, maybe slightly below average, I don't know. So for these pillars here, you want to climb to the top and make sure you're at the top, otherwise she won't start spitting. If you're not comfortable with reaching the top as fast as possible, it is not that much slower to actually just get spit on and die. It actually, if you're struggling reaching the top as soon as possible, you're going to end up losing more time than if you just take the L and die immediately. which you have the hearts to just take the L. On the second time that she does that, we actually do it on purpose, so that because it does save like a very little bit amount of time. I forget what it is exactly, but it's like half a second or a second that, or maybe not even that much that you save on the second time. But right there, it is optimal for you to go to the pillar immediately, but only ever so slightly. Just very, like, we're talking about milliseconds here. So if you have a problem getting to the top of that pillar for any reason whatsoever, just have Venomora spit on you instead. I always do this at this spot. I always try to hit the 3 or 4 blue rings that are on her tail at this spot, because then after we destroy those rings, I can just I have the perfect distance to go over here and then launch myself up into this. Because if you try to launch yourself into this this neck diamond thing, immediately it'll knock you back and you go all the way over there. It's not cool. I don't know why it happens, but it's a knockback effect. So being at this distance allows me to have the perfect distance away before I can optimally go and activate my jetpack without getting knocked back. So I do jump in midair before my jetpack to just minimize a little bit that distance. I didn't realize, I paused the recording. I didn't realize that hovering over the eggs breaks them fastest. Ah, interesting. I'll mention it quickly on when the next eggs come out. This attack just jump over, nothing to note there. So this is the second time she's gonna do her spit attack. Let it just tank this and die to it. This is fastest. Now he's gonna spawn eggs again. You can actually, something that I was just told is that you can hover to destroy the eggs, and it's actually a little bit faster to do it with the first egg. Like, for this part, it's not RNG based. Like, you have to wait for the tail to do its full motion, so it doesn't matter how slow it is to kill the enemies, just as long as you kill the enemies before the tail rotation ends, which is very, very lenient. But on that first phase, it is nice to hover over the egg, at least the first egg, so you can start the charge and lead the charge into the other eggs. So that it's not just having to charge up an attack on the eggs, you can definitely hover over them, and it's a way to maximize your movement a little bit. This one I do kind of like on the edge, and then I just do a full launch from the ground. That usually works best for me. After you are able to make movement here, what I like to do is I like to do a short jump and then hold square and jetpack up. That's usually always the right distance, doing one little jump after I'm able to move there. So here, this part's a little interesting. So sometimes it's worth going, you can avoid the enemies or avoid the purple goop eggs by jumping over the right, or not jumping over, but using your jet boots to hover over the right side or over the left side around the eggs or around the goops, instead of using your chicken jetpack, and that will save you a few seconds in this section. It can be a little bit faster to go on the right side or the left side depending on where her head is. So normally I find going on the right side in the first half is the best, and then going along the left side in the later half is the best. So let me show this off, and you can just ignore the enemies, but using Jet's boots to go along the right side, and then I switch over to the left side here. Whoa! Whoa! You gotta be really careful when you're at the end there, because you think that she's done with her attack, so you're just gonna go straight in and try to make a more direct line to the diamond on her neck. But she can definitely do stuff at the last second there, and it can affect you, so be careful. And then don't charge a spin here. Okay, just do regular punches, okay? This is one of the cases where you shouldn't charge a spin ahead of time, or else you're gonna have to wait for the spin charge to cancel out. You can only activate this cutscene if you use a normal punch. So just like regularly mash square as you're going to this chest. And then skip cutscene, and that is Venomora done. All right, let's do, what time is it? 11 p.m.? Okay. I can do one more level. Actually, we'll do dude rating, and then we'll do the crash site, and then we'll finish up for the night, which, recording-wise, this will all be one thing together. It should be, so. For people watching the recording, don't worry about what I'm saying. But we got dude rating now. This level is a pain. Similar to all the other special bot levels like Bot of War, the checkpoints are not very lenient. Well, they are kind of lenient, but we skip over a lot of cutscenes, so it's fair to note that if you're pulling off the most optimal strats and you die, there's a chance that you'll be sent back 30 seconds. Sometimes it is worth it, in my opinion, to go out of your way an extra second or two to kill an enemy just to get a checkpoint to spawn, which I'll point them out here. But yeah, just know that there's a lot of tight jumps here and a lot of things to keep up and keep an eye out. So this is definitely a level that needs a lot of practice to perfect. This should be fun and a lot of stuff to explain here, so let's do it. You can make a direct path here to get to the cutscene. Cutscene is like right after this first like little cut on the rock. So like right here. Oh, maybe not. There we go. Skip the cutscene. These enemies here, the yellow one in the back right there is a menace. Trust me, he's a menace. So if you're moving as fast as possible and you don't shoot that left one, and you're kind of like going in a straight line past Nate here, that yellow one normally snipes you. Which we're gonna be kind of like focusing on clearing the enemies on the left side so we can get the bots and go on the path on the left side. But yeah, essentially, let me just explain some other tech about the gun here. So R2 to shoot. Every time the blue arrow moves to a different enemy, means that we can shoot another bullet without wasting a bullet to go to another enemy. You have 6 shots until you have to reload. You can reload automatically by holding R2. That's a lot of people don't know about that. You can also double your fire rate by alternating between L2 and R2 and doing something like this. So this is single fire shooting with just R2. Okay. Now this is double firing rate with L2 and R2. Alright. So you definitely want to alternate both of the triggers to shoot faster, because you can see that just fires so much faster in single firing like this. It makes a very noticeable distance at the very end, but sometimes it doesn't matter, because if you try to double fire and the blue arrow that auto aims onto the next enemy doesn't transfer over in time, it becomes really worthless. So be careful of firing too fast and having to spend even more time reloading, but it is very interesting tech that you should be aware of for the speedrun. So here I'm going to use the double firing technique on these guys to just show an example of it. Now I'm going to die and show you an example of single firing. Was a little bit faster with the double firing, but not as much of improvement as you might have thought. For that reason that I explained, where you gotta wait until the blue arrow kind of like switches between them for every shot to connect and really matter. So otherwise you're just shooting 2 bullets at one enemy, you know? Okay, so I'm gonna restart this to show you the path that I would optimally take and make sure that you guys can get through these enemies without them shooting you. So again, like I said, be careful about the yellow in the back right, but I'm gonna do a direct path here where I go straight for this pillar. I do a spin stall, then jet boot out of that to land on that pillar or ledge guard it for these 2 enemies, and boom, there's Chloe. That was performed pretty well. I will say that if you don't climb on this or you don't get a ledge guard on this, just go past this right here, and this doesn't waste, that only wastes like half a second or something like that. It's not a big deal. There is this other thing that I've looked into that saves pretty much the same amount of time, but if you make a direct path over here, you can get this checkpoint, and then you can also jump from here, jump up here, and then jump up here. But it's about the same amount of time, so it's kind of a matter of preference. So up here you can get a checkpoint if you kill all 3 of these enemies. But it does take some time to make sure that you can fire and that the blue arrow changes from all of them. I normally just kill this one right here, and then I go for this tech with the jump rope where I jump into it and then I kind of like rotate around it to get a better hold on it, and then jump up here. Skip having to do any of this stuff over there. Which, the way that this jump rope works is you jump directly into it, but then after you connect with it, you instantly jump off of it to the right, and then you curve back around in a rotation manner back to in front of it, because you don't want to just like connect back to it on the same side, because then it kind of like has this little like animation that you have to fall down on. But if you rotate back like this, it kind of lets you jump off it immediately. So let me show you kind of like what I mean. See, like I'm already, after like 3 jumps, I'm already at the top of that rope. Now let me show you if I do it just from, if I don't curve around. Sometimes you can still get the input out immediately, but sometimes you see that I'm sliding down a little bit before I can jump immediately again. So that's something to start taking note of now. But it definitely helps for this strat. But you can go for this where you do like 3 jumps off the side here, and you land up here, and then you can go for solely over there. Or the safer, more casual way, which only loses like a second or something like that, something very minor. You kill all 3 of the lightning enemies, kill this enemy. Technically you don't have to kill the shock enemies, but they always get in the way. But you have to kill that enemy to drop the rope, then you can go this way and just cut the corners like that. And that way does usually lose like a second, I think. I will also say that there is another way of getting up here, just it's not really faster, but just to show it off in case there's some potential with it in the future. But you can like jump on that little branch there. Yeah. So it might be something where it might be good where you can go onto this instantly, jump on that branch, and then jump up to Soli, but it's kind of hard and precise. So, but that might be an actual strat that some people look into the future. kill all these enemies here in order to have this turtles to spawn here. You can jump off the turtle, but you can also aim for this purple flower, and it actually works as a good jump hold. So this next part, there is a lot of methods on how you skip it. I'm going to use the method that I'm used currently, which is use these platforms up here to climb this mountain on the left here, which you would just follow exactly what I'm doing here. And then after this last one, you kind of like fall down a lot, activate your jet boots once you become level with like this jeep and pillar, and then do a spin to kind of like level yourself out on this pillar. And this skips the whole jeep section, and then you can go over here. That's the method that I use. That is almost as fast as just going through the shooting area here. Optimally, it can save like up to like 4 seconds, but for the most part, it usually, on average, it's only saving me like a second or two over just doing this part with shooting in general. Which you can use like the double firing technique with this part if you want. But as you can see, there is like 5 seconds here where we're just standing here shooting and not making any progress forward. So using that mountain to skip that fight is kind of nice. Although there is 2 more very precise alternative methods that are a few seconds faster than either of those. So I'll show off jump over here. You can do a jump from this if you have sprint speed, and ledge grab up there. And then if you can instantly spin ledge there, and then make that jump perfectly. It's a very tight jump, but yeah, if you can make it up onto that pillar right there pretty much instantly and activate spin ledge. I didn't have the momentum there, but that's the idea of how that skip works. That if it's pulled off perfectly, I think it ends up saving 5 seconds over the over the shooting normally. Almost every time. But this is something that I don't perform at all. I just wanted to show that as an option. That's the idea of it. Not gonna try it anymore. The other thing, the last method is the coolest method. Brings a whole new range of tech to the table. And it's called pellet hopping, which basically allows you to jump on projectiles while they're in mid-air, use them as a standing point without them harming you. So you can cross this gap, which it's a really tight timing to try to get onto it, but let me see if I can pull it off here. Nope. I'll definitely show it once. This is the only application we've really been able to use for it, but it would be cool if there was more applications of it elsewhere, but it is a little hard to pull off. Ooh, not like that. Damn, okay. Let me wait until I get an example of this and then I'll be back. Okay, stopped recording. Of course. Alright, so on my very next attempt I actually got it. This is what it looks like. Not that. It's this next attempt right here. But basically, if you kind of aim your jump on like the later half of the projectile, not like on the head front forward part of it, like right here. You can jump off it. Pretty similar to like in Bathhouse, how we jump off the fences. You have like a few frames where you can jump off the projectile and use it as a surface. In Bathhouse, it was before the projectile broke. In this case, it's before you run off the projectile. You can't like surf with the projectile. You don't like move along with it. But, you know, you're gonna be standing on it for just like a frame or two before you run off it, so. You gotta be careful though, because there is a lot of other missiles and projectiles trying to hit you on this path, but this technically would be the fastest way to clear this path. But I personally enjoy my mountain method to the left. Okay, continuing on. So if you do skip this section with one of those methods, you can just take those ropes like that without them actually being pulled down. They are usable that way. If you want a checkpoint here and don't want to be sent back to before that Jeep section, you can kill this enemy and it'll give you a checkpoint, okay? There's usually a shock enemy that spawns here. You can avoid that shock enemy from spawning in general. I can probably show that off here if I respawn. I can avoid that shock enemy from spawning in general if you just avoid going in this general location at all. So if you go along the side here, like this, you can avoid spawning that shock enemy. Go like this. So that's a nice little thing that doesn't really save time, but it's nice to reduce that error. So what I normally like to do here is I like to shoot these two frogs as I'm jumping down from that little rail grind thing, and then you gotta watch out for these missiles that are left over. Once you kill a frog, the homing missiles will stop. Its homing missiles will stop. So by me shooting the left frog and the right frog, or the middle frog, those missiles automatically got taken down, and I don't have to worry about them homing onto me. But the right frog still exists, and therefore his homing missiles are still gonna follow me. So what I do here is a consistent method where I just, right where I am right now, I jump to the right to clear them, and then I just jump to the frog end with a spin jump that usually ends in me killing him. But if I don't kill him, the right frog, I want to make sure that I shoot him as I'm moving away from him, because killing those 3 frogs spawn a checkpoint right ahead of that bird. So again, shoot the 2 frogs first on the left. Try to do it before the missiles spawn. Or I'll do it from where we got Elena. To make this a little bit more... show you exactly what I'm talking about. So those 2 frogs go to the the right, and then do a spin attack to give you a little bit extra distance, and at the same time kill that frog to give you a checkpoint. And that checkpoint's pretty along the path here. Just make sure you don't, you have to stand here, touch here. The most direct path would be right here, so if you're worried about a quarter second, you would avoid this checkpoint then and jump right there. What I like to do here is I like to shoot the enemies and get off this rope early on. You can also spin attack them, but just be careful that after a few seconds after they spawn, a lot of them will be constantly shooting you. This part is a bit complicated. So normally you activate this flower, it brings up a pillar, and you wait for a rope to collapse down, and you ride it, and you shoot these frogs as you're riding the rope, as homing missiles scrape by you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna activate this flower while we have speed momentum on, to jump off and land on the platform over here as it comes out of the water. And we're gonna use that to launch ourselves up in the air and try to land on the rope, the zip line, and use it as a kind of rail grind, because for some reason they've incorporated it to work as a rail grind, even though it's not supposed to be meant to be used as a rail grind here, which is kind of cool, but at the same time it's just funny that it's possible. But there is a few ways that you can do it. If you don't get the launch off this pillar up here, you can still jump ahead the zip line, and you kind of have this like animation play where if you're directly under it, you will have a zip thing zip you back up to above where the zip line is. So you can skip taking the rope altogether, but let me show you what I mean a little bit. So this is the launch. You go up here. You gotta be careful of these missiles, but that's the launch at least. That gets you on top of the zip line. Oh no, didn't want that. Let me show you the other way. Alright, so if you don't get the launch here, you can zip up like this to it. Make sure you dodge those missiles. Sometimes shooting them is not reliable, but you can do that method of just flying, kind of like gliding under it, and it'll give you like a zip to zip back on top, as if, because it behaves as if you fell off, even if you didn't originally fall off it. Okay, and one other thing I want to show off here, which technically isn't the fastest, but is worth mentioning, is that you can grab this rope before it falls down. I didn't really show that a good example of it right there, but in case people don't enjoy the missiles being launched at you, because that's been an issue that I've had for a while, and I've had runs die to it, where the missiles at top are hard to dodge or hard to shoot. You want... Oh, I guess that can happen too. Oh yeah, I am forgetting one other thing. So I'll be back to that point when we're back at the rope. But one thing I want to mention right here with this flower, if you're standing on that platform, you can die when it starts to turn. That's one thing. Another thing is, do not spin into the flower and keep spinning into it. Once you do a little spin into the flower, step away from it, because if you... I'll show you an example of what happens if you keep spinning directly into it. Or it didn't do it there, apparently. Well, what can happen is that it'll knock you back if you're pushing too hard into the flower and push you into the water here. So, don't know why it didn't happen there, but be aware that that is something that can happen and can really ruin your day. Okay, so let me show the rope thing that I was saying, where you can, if you grab the rope ahead of time, you can pull it down quicker. So grab the rope and see, we're already off. So if you're not so happy with taking the zip line or getting onto the zip line early, you can use that launch to launch yourself into the rope early there. There is a lot of things to take note of in this section, so just wanted to make sure that I note it all, but there's a lot of different alternatives and a lot of finicky little things, so definitely practice and look over this area. But again, a quick overview, a quick summary: don't spin directly into this flower, don't be too close to the glob guys, try to keep your distance as you're trying to rapid fire shoot at them. Make sure that when you do spin this, try to just spin it at the corner of it while you have speed momentum as you're moving in this direction and not for too long, so you can take advantage of launching off of the platform that rises out of the sea to launch yourself into the air to either grab the rope early and bring it down early, or to get some extra distance and get on top of the zip line. Part of it all early. Something I should also mention is that if you use the launch to get on top of the zip line early, there is a period where it just is not existent. So if you're as fast as possible and it looks like it's there, there's a possibility that it won't actually be there physically. So you should hover in the air after the peak of your jump of the launch to steadily fall and glide down into the zip line. So let me show you an example of what if you're too fast. You see, it's physically there, but you didn't catch it, and you didn't even like zip line when you fell under it. So try to glide up in the air a little bit for extra time to avoid that happening. But yeah, I think that's mainly everything I need to mention here. You can shoot the frogs. So if you're very, very, very picky about those missiles and they're giving you an extremely hard time, you can shoot those frogs from over here. Might waste a few extra seconds, but you can do it. Alright, I think that's all I needed to detail in this section. This part right here is just very annoying, so I wanted to detail it in as much as possible, but yeah, let's move on. These pedestals are pretty straightforward. Just don't reload while you're pushing them. You can't push anything while you're reloading. The trigger in here is based off of how far in you are. So you want to, anywhere crossing this line pretty much is acceptable. So you don't have to be in the middle here. So the most direct path for us is just to follow this line. No need to go the further path of trying to do that, you know? So just go straight in, follow the blue mushroom in the background, I guess. You need a visual aid. Then we slide down. This second part of the level is much easier than the first parts, but there's still things to detail here. Those enemies usually don't get alerted. In the middle here, just pull the yarn. You fall right into it after you slide down and then spin this. Kill these three enemies. Try not to reload as you approach this wall. All of the wall things here, they usually tend to be like these two or the one right here, but they can be any one of these. And this is a big wall, so hopefully your RNG is good. Yes. There is no fast strats to climb this rope here, or at least not right now. You might think like, oh, so it's doing something like this isn't faster? Nope. Just climbing it regularly is the best way to go about this. You can shoot that while you're on the rope here, but there is a bot up here that we need to get. This bot is very forgettable, so make sure you don't forget that bot. Then we have some enemies up here. As soon as you get this checkpoint, you can kind of start firing ahead to kill them ahead of time, but yeah. Just know that the shots kind of like lob if you're shooting far away. Slightly lob. So there's gonna be 3 dynamite enemies up here. What I like to do is I like to go up here until it spawns them, and then I'll try to go move right to left because I want to keep my movement speed up, my sprint speed up, without having to hesitate or like run in circles while trying to shoot these enemies. So what works best for me usually is to sprint ahead, especially since we get Sam here on the right side. I'll just go straight forward, spawn these guys. 1, 2, 3. and that usually works out pretty well for me. Now we just run through. Remember, you can use the rope physics to jump right at the peak when you slide down to the bottom of the rope to get a little bit of extra distance. You can cut the corner there to skip killing that enemy, although it is a little tight. These enemies, all of these enemies you can jump over and glide over, so if the shooting's not fast enough, which there is times where the shooting will not be fast enough, you can just jump over them. Something I should, oh, it's not there anymore. That rope can give you, that rope's a little bit longer than the other ones, so make sure you time that rope specifically to get a bigger speed boost around this corner. All right, let's keep going. So here you don't have to climb the whole thing. You can't just do it directly. Oh, or maybe you can do it directly. Interesting. I normally use that first step. I'm surprised that worked. Actually, I haven't really experimented with that too much. Oh, that does work. Okay, I guess you can just do it straight on like that. Interesting. That probably saves like a half second or a quarter second. I don't know. Interesting. So for this section, this is mostly an auto-scroller. You know, it's not very hard to shoot the enemies as they come out here. My method to avoiding this laser is just to always go up to the top when there's no laser, and then right before it's about to fire, like when right before it starts flashing, is when I just slide down. So it starts flashing, slide down, work your way back up to the top, shoot the enemies here. These enemies are very easy. You don't have to rapid fire or anything. I just casually press R2 over and over again. But then at the end here, at the end of this fight, this is where the double shooting matters the most. So the double shooting where I said you kind of alternate between L2 and R2. You technically don't even have to alternate. You just have to spam both L2 and R2, really. Doesn't matter if it's one's being pressed and the other's not being pressed. Unlike the frog punches earlier with Wako Taco. For this part, you just spam L2 and R2 pretty much. Make sure you're reloaded by holding R2 before this part. So hold R2 to reload and then stand about right here and then just mash. Look how fast that is. Beautiful. And then that's Uncharted. Definitely one of the more treacherous levels in the speedrun, in my opinion at least. Okay, so now we have Crash Site. This is the last thing I'm going to cover tonight, and I'll continue the tutorial tomorrow for all the people watching live. But yeah, so this one, so there's nothing you can do to speed this up right here, but once you move forward, then just start mashing R2 and L2. Don't have to worry about any motion controls there, thankfully. It's just mashing triggers. Mash L2, mash L2, mash R2. Or if you want, you can time it. You don't have to mash the triggers. You can time the press too, but pretty easy to just mash it. Then that one's, this is definitely one of the easiest components. Doesn't really have any strats. Just need to know that you need to mash things. And in it goes. All right. Alright, so now we have the snowy crash site over here. Sometimes Moss is directly in our path in front of us right here. I don't know what triggers him to be right here or not, because we always get the same bots. So, but sometimes they just like randomly choose what bots are like over there in the distance or not. But if Moss is right in our way here, I always give him a happy little punch and then I move forward just for him being directly in our path. Anyways, once you like cross over this shadow, this is when the triangle prompt comes up for this this bot wall here. So it's not like right at the shadow, but it is something where sorry, I'm just playing around with it. Yeah. So just know that it's like a meter or two after the shadow comes up that you can expect it. Sometimes you can get it right here. Just I don't know how that works. Oh, I guess if this bot's being shown up first, that will override that bot being shown. Okay, yeah. So you want to be a little bit left, and then go forward, and then when you approach the shadow, you can press triangle to get this bot wall up. This bot wall builds extremely fast. This one is always extremely fast. So as soon as they start building, you can start going up. Okay, you don't gotta wait. You can jump off the edge and immediately go on the slope here. There is a few ways to go about this. Actually, I'll use this map here since we can use it. So we have a bot here, we have a bot here, we have a bot here, and we have 4 bots here. There is also a way with this exclamation mark here in the middle where you can build up a path to go to have a safe path to the satellites. If you do that this way, you're wasting about 12 seconds. We have a way to skip the gap by jumping across the gap to the satellite directly from right here. So with that gap in mind, our route is to fall directly to this bot, get it, go over here to start building the bots for the ice cube, go over here and get this bot, then go back. The bots will be gathered and we can raise this ice cube or break it to save 4 bots. And then after those 4 bots, it'll spawn a jump pad here that will take up, get some extra height, and use that extra height to jump to this satellite, which I'll explain how that gap jump works, but essentially right immediately after you fall off that slope, try to get this guy. Then you have 3 bunnies that you have to kill. Be careful not to have them step on you or to like hop on you, because God, it's happened to me so much in the past and it's so annoying. So just be careful and wait to make sure that you don't spin into them until after they land, for the most part. But then wait for this guy to come up. Don't press triangle too soon, and then go for this bot while those bots are gathering. Even though they're there way ahead of time, it does save like 4 seconds for you to call them ahead of time. You can jump out of that animation. So after the ice cube lifts off, jump, and you can cut out the animation of whatever Astro Bot's doing there. Just as soon as the ice cube is fully lifted in the sky. But yeah, this we got all the bots on this end, so now we just have to get to that on the other side of this gap over there. So we're gonna use this new jump pad to go up here, and what we're gonna use is this to jump across. This gap has been so treacherous to me in the past when before we realized that the spin at the ledges would carry over perfect distance. So a lot of the times it would just work like this, where we would jump off this and then just kind of move in the direction of that tree. So let me try and do this without the spin ledge for a second. Nope, that's not gonna work. I didn't get a footing. This is a tough jump, so I'm gonna spend a few minutes on it to try to detail it, do as best as I can, but this is what we used to, and some people still do it this way. Sometimes you can get a ledge guard right there. So if you're doing it just the normal, old-fashioned way, it might be good to spin stall early. Like this. Yeah, and then you get a ledge grab. So that's the old-fashioned method that was found like within 2 weeks of the game being out. What I like to do now, that I've been doing the past month, and normally works out pretty well, but sometimes I have issues with it still, is I do the spin guard, spin ledge guard to make sure that I keep the most momentum possible when I run into this pillar. Which what I do is I line up the camera to be aimed in this direction. Kind of like, you know, I go into the jump pad and then I just start making a direct path to the pillar here. And I keep the camera fixated on that direction and I don't move it. And then, well, actually, I lied. I do move it a little bit. I move it slightly left. Slightly left. So that means if I'm moving forward with Astro Bot, I'm not going directly into the pillar like this. It means that I am slowly pushing against the pillar and moving to the left side of it. Okay? So I charge up the spin. I move in the direction where I know that I'm going to be moving slightly forward left into the pillar. Then I jump, let go of square right before I land to start the spin. And then about at the point where I reach here is when I jump, and as long as I do that with the spin, it's almost always gives me a great amount of distance. So let me show you how this looks in full. Just like that. Don't even need the ledge guard then. So again, there's especially with the spin, I think I've heard a few people say what's hard with the spin is having them get the spin activated as they go into the pillar and keeping it forward. So a lot of people, I'm assuming, are doing something like this and then they just like fall off on the left side. Or if you activate the spin like right here, just ever so slightly, just rotate the left stick from like forward to forward left to left until you slowly go around the pillar. And then when you're kind of like at this, I have a whiteboard, let's see. This is the spot where you want to jump. So you're slowly rotating around the pillar. Once you reach this kind of like divot area where it's like a little bit more rumbly than the other parts, that's the part that you want to aim for jumping. As long as you jump anywhere around this area, you're good. You don't have to be jumping on the other side of the pillar right here. That is not required. You only need to jump from right here with the full sprint speed or the full speed from doing a spin. So again, you see, there you go. But yeah, if you're heading in the right direction and the orientation is right, you don't have to worry too much about everything else. Alright, I think that's all I'll show on that. Don't think there's much more else to explain on that, but yeah. So after you land here, you've successfully saved like 12-15 seconds-ish, other than building the bots at that exclamation mark and taking that path up there. There is a bot there, but don't get the bot immediately. Start building this first, which go right here. So you want to make sure that you're kind of it's probably just best to go directly to the bot like this. Press triangle on it, because I don't think there's any real shortcuts. But then as the bots are coming and gathering around with the satellites, you can go back to the satellite and they should be all gathered right when you get back, and do the same thing where once it's out of the ground, return the title, skip the cutscene, and reload the game. And again, the same thing with the start of every nebula, where you quit the title with this animation also. Reload the game, save 2 seconds, that animation. Yeah. I think that's it. Jesus, we have such a, this has been such a long tutorial so far. I did not expect this tutorial to be this long, but hopefully it is going to be very helpful to detailing everything that people need to know for any percent. But yeah, this will be a big, long, very long version of the walkthrough that people can follow. So if you made it this far so far, thank you so much for watching. We'll continue the other 2 parts of the final 2 nebulas tomorrow to try to finish off this tutorial. But yeah, really happy with how most of these sections have been explained, but don't think I've been like too overly explaining most things. There's just a lot of stuff in this game to know. Certainly don't need to know all this stuff in order to run any percent at the top level, but a lot of the stuff that I'm explaining is to try to give good alternatives and perspectives to the type of any percent runner that you are. Either you're you being a casual runner, trying to just work up your ranks on the leaderboards, or if you're a top player. I think definitely there's value everywhere in this guide. And then yeah, like there's lots of things here that I'm able to go into extra detail along with, such as like saying that killing certain enemies will give you checkpoints, so backup strats and stuff are definitely useful in this. But yeah, I'll keep it going at the same pace that I've treated it today tomorrow, so it should be another 4 or 5 hours tomorrow probably to go through the rest of the nebulas, which there's a bit of hefty stuff in the later 2 nebulas, so it'll be fun, good fun, and we'll be able to detail a lot of stuff. But yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna pause the recording right now, and we'll be back with Nebula for tomorrow.